小辅助，
全新的小辅助，就是我在网上都甚至搜不到他年纪是多少岁。
喂喂，
有点小声，有点小声，太小声了，最准。
你那个麦，你捏一下它，然后它有一面是有那个风的。
AD 说话，AD 说话。
怎么了，皮卡丘？
中单说话，中单说话，中单说话。
对，你为什么叫皮卡丘？算了。
喂，
皮卡丘。
开的是个瑞尔，闪现 W， 再砸大招，大招已经转好了，猴子被秒了。
哎，洗碗，开得很火，可以。
残忍，他旁边有人被开到了，一剑被秒了，这边吸了4个人，帕鲁皮亚的开团，这边赵一切了进去。
一波。
这把王冰一样打得挺好的，你不要就是觉得挺好的，对，心态保持很好就可以了。然后这波冰一样，其实我觉得你只要开也没什么问题，也是挺好的。
看场还有在看嘛，对，调整。OK， 走吧。
能上这种吗？
不问哈，
能上这种吗？
可以。
你快去吧。
走，等命。
但是小号没有惩戒，
是小号是没惩的。
下半区硬打一道血量，完叶啊
死了，
这就死了，吃掉了血，锤走2个人，要找谁？找对面的狼父，闪现给了一个闪现，哇，好果断的壁咚啊！
真的很果断哦。
那这样军号又被秒掉了，而且白夜被罩住了，
他没上墙但是
腹地附下来了。再卡套伤害，大招再击飞，配合柱子，军号又被拦住了。
一波。nice。别紧张。
打得这么好，很多 MVP 了还紧张？
就是感觉太紧张了。
现在有没有好一点？
现在心还一直跳。
赢下比赛还是
对，心还是会一直跳。
但是在比赛里面，我觉得有非常好的一个，可能因为他是新人，或者是他的性格或交流的方式，就是他是一个很有回馈的一个人，这是非常重要的。就收到。那我怎么样做吧？他就有一个跟队友有观点集中完以后，大家有配合，我觉得这是一件很好的一个模式。我希望大家能够继续的保持。我也希望我们其他人，因为大家都非常的有想法，也都非常的在比赛中特别有担当，每个人都特别愿意去表达，说去承担自己那个部分，甚至想多做一些。大家在更多表达和去有责任感和担当的同时，我也希望大家能够更多听到团队的声音，因为大家是要配合的，要有更多的回馈。但我觉得至少这是沟通上的一个很好的一个模式的开始。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL unofficial English, as we are here for another wonderful day and a nutty day of Nirvana action, as we're going to have a lot of fun today. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We've got Chippy on the sticks behind us, making everything run, making everything look good, and I know everything's going to be looking real good tonight, isn't it, Cubby?
Well, we're going to hope so, with 2 group Nirvana matchups ahead of us, but should be a fun one. As I gotta say, EDG and NiP look like the 2 strongest teams we have right now in the group, so they're gonna have a deciding match, and then we'll see if LNG or LGD pick up their first win later on.
That's the craziest thing. Somebody has to win, Cubby. Somebody has to win. It's in the contract. We'll take a look at that a little bit later on, but that first matchup that we have tonight is gonna be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at those standings, kind of hone in on why the matchup can be pretty great, because EDG and NiP have come off to roaring starts in Group Nirvana. Get the biggest difference between last split and this split in Group Nirvana is that it is a double round robin now, so you actually get a lot of games to be able to get to a little bit more experience between you, and EDG and NiP starting off 2-0s already, Cubby.
Yeah, and of course with AL and BLG still MIA after their MSI extravaganza. We're, you know, LCK, they have T1 and Gen G playing right now. Over here, they get a little bit of off time here in the LPL. Has opened up some space for some more Group Nirvana games, as well as the double Group Nirvana game that we have tonight. So, yeah, should be a good one.
Yeah, I'm curious, because now that it's the double round robin in Group Nirvana, we have a lot more Nirvana days. You remember, like, we were done with Nirvana like 3/4 of the way through the split last time it split number 2, but now we get a lot more days, and we get to see if, you know, the top 2 teams in this Group Nirvana are actually going to be up to stuff, and who's going to kind of take that step forward as well between them. And as we take a look at those rosters, at the teams at least ahead of us, EDG, they've had an interesting start nonetheless by a lot of team effort. I know you really want to highlight Angel. I think Perukia deserves a huge spotlight as kind of taking a lot of hold of the EDG direction early on as a rookie as well.
I mean, it's wild, at least in the direction of Perukia, to have a support who went within the first 30 days of just being signed with a professional org in the LPL, went from playing LDL matches or Asia Masters to playing LPL with EDG. That video that EDG released earlier on that we showed before we started off our broadcast I think that's a pretty cool insight and really just looks into like day one of a rookie. Hey, what are we worried about? We're worried about comms being on the same page and coming up with more good ideas. So far, Perukia has been doing a really nice job with good engages on the Rift. I mean, he looks like he belongs in the LPL after just a few starts, and that's a great sign.
I love to hear the kind of mindset, at least in that way, in trying to figure out like what kind of player he's going to be, but being able to see that direction already in him. And I think it's so funny because literally across the table, which we'll talk about a little bit as well, is another support who kind of came in with a big abundance of kind of engage heavy, shot call heavy kind of support style in his rookie debut, and Perukia is having kind of that solid performance for EDG now.
Yeah, it has been nice for Perukia. Again, it feels like he's shown some creativity, shown some good snap engages, being on the same page with the team, and we haven't really been critiquing his play. It's been really good for EDG, and I think that with Angel at the helm, they've looked like a team that, again, they sat at the top of Group Nirvana after the round robin last split in Split 2, and it's looking like they're one of the teams to beat in Group Nirvana yet again in Split 3.
Yeah, and I will say Perukia did have not as stellar of a second series, but they still did come away with the wins, and so we'll see how that kind of works out moving forward here into NiP, who as a team kind of dropped the ball they were handed last split, especially with Doonby trying to be this big monumental resurgence for him coming into the year, and maybe not having those finishes. They've retooled the roster a little bit, and so far the individual performances have really shown out for this team.
Yeah, of course, we did see the solo kill for Shanji swap in the middle of last split. Nayo, the jungler that actually really saved LGD in their split, now finds his way over to NiP with Doinby. And then the Ket, of course, with that RNG squad, Mazel, making his way here. Overall, you said individuals that stood out. It does feel like it's been straight upgrades across the board with the changes that NiP has made. And we'll see if it's enough to overcome EDG tonight.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really important factor is the support matchup and exactly how much influence they have on the map. But I know another place that has a lot of influence on the map, and that's got to be mid lane, especially with the way that it works in the LPL, but now in the meta as well. And I think being able to see a little bit of that sauce, I guess, from
silver linings maybe you can pull here for this team.
But also
they want to prevent that Dragon League from going over, but Doinby is going to immediately go in with the flash two-man Tibbers. Climber
is still playing fast and furious League of Legends the way that he likes to play. On the flip side, I do think that Angel has a few champions that are starting to show that it feels like you have to deny from him. And EDG, his Talia has been a standout all year. I believe his Victor between Split 2 and this split as well has moved to 6 or 7-1 in terms of wins. And it does feel like at times EDG, again, Angel was a player that has more experience, leadership at the helm. When he is clicking, it feels like the team can synergize around him a little bit better. So do think that he's an important part of
Doonby's got a world championship.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it helps that he has at least an appearance in there. Of course, Doinby on the other side actually does have the world championship himself, right? But it does feel like these two mid laners, they play a little bit differently. With, I think, Doinby, a lot of the plays running through him, whereas Angel, it feels like he's the one supporting plays that happen elsewhere for this squad.
And I think a lot of the experience for Doonby is shown in these kind of like long, heavy team fights. I think some of the times you can see some of the early game machinations really work out for him, but in those team fights, when it gets all scrappy, especially in a lot of cases it does in NiP games, you can obviously look to Doonby to try to find the way through all of that. And I think that, dueling presence between these two mid laners tonight is going to be really interesting to watch. So really looking at map impact from both mid and from support and figuring out how much it impacts this series as a whole.
Yeah, and I think that's a really big part of the meta right now, of course, with lanes being locked up. Jungle support is really what can impact those lanes, shift things up, and then it would be mid next, right? Whether that's freeing it up or playing towards the lane itself. Again, I think that's where this team, or these two teams, differ a little bit. With Doinby, again, a lot of plays running through him, but still playing someone that can carry late, especially when his Galio gets taken off the board quite a bit, a champ that he can always play that's a supportive carry. Whereas Angel, again, there are just a couple of champions for Angel. It really feels like you can't let EDG have Talia. You can't let EDG have a good Victor matchup, or else EDG is going to make really good use of those two champs in this Fearless format.
And you just remember some memories, because these guys go back to dueling each other all the way from before Doonby had retired, right? Like, these guys have been circling the LPL net for so long, and you look back to Angel obviously the tragedy that had hit his family, but then being able to work through that and have that crazy story with OMG, now finding himself back, at least with EDG now, and then Doonby in a lot of ways. When he came into the year, like, how insane was that rumor when it started building that he was coming back to the LPL? It was like one of those things that's like, oh, that's not true. That's not true. And then all of a sudden, pictures start coming of him hitting the airport, looking at it in IP gear, and all of a sudden he comes back in and he wants to make this big splash. But it's been a tough effort to get to that point.
I mean, they were the team to beat at the start of Split 1, right? Doinby had his team playing on the same page very quickly, but obviously disagreements on how to play the game was the rumor of what came up behind the scenes, and a couple of members weren't playing the game that well. So we're going to hope that NiP can at least return to form again. Feels like so far they've done that.
They've looked good.
This is the battle to determine who's going to sit at the top of Group Nirvana, really. Not just in the standings, but also just perceived strength in the totem pole so far.
And it's changed so much when you look at the format, when you have those two teams go from Group Ascent down into Group Nirvana, where you have these 6 teams there now, and top 4 are going to be able to fight their way into that play-in to try to get a playoffs. And I think, while you might think that world slot is so far away, the LPL gets 4 slots this year, and I think it opens up a lot of possibilities for these kind of crazy miracle runs that the LPL is so well known for, to be willing to be there. And I think these two teams are definitely what is looking like some of the ones to beat here, at least in Group Nirvana.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a long road to get to something like a 4 seed.
Long
but hey, to be fair, I mean, thinking back to this time this past year in the LPL, I mean, Weibo made those late changes, Mazel, that did involve ZDZ.
Yeah.
And Xiaohao as well. That change was enough to push them over the finish line and actually be in contention and make that world slot, which they did with Tarzan, of course, and looked pretty good in the tournament themselves. So here, I know that with the format being different, of course, Group Nirvana, you're going to have that top placement in order to get into a play-in match and then use that to launch your way in the playoffs. So you still have a do-or-die best-of-5 to play, even just to make it into the bracket stage, where, of course, the top of the LPL does feel pretty strong this year. But I think we learned anything from that Split 2 bracket, Mazel. It's that we have some teams that can play upset, and we'll see if they're able to kind of return to form, as, of course, FPX and Team WE did face a lot of changes themselves.
I'm just saying. One of the most legendary miracle runs in recent LPL history was that LNG miracle run, and Doonby was a part of it. That's all. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Just gonna throw it out. Anyways, that's a long way down the way, and we're looking at what is exactly kind of brass tacks for these two teams right now, and it really has been some really clear decision making. When you look at the breadth of field, at least in Group Nirvana, it feels like the kind of togetherness and cleanliness for these two teams has been there above the rest. And I'm really curious at how that kind of comes together against each other at this kind of top tier matchup.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of mid-bans early on. I know we were talking about a couple of the champs that Angel plays really well, but Doinby has not been allowed to play the Rise. Again, been kept off the Galio for the vast majority of series as well, as the game impact that he's able to bring on a couple of those champions still just deemed too much by some of the teams in the LPL. But on the bright side, it does feel like there are some other players around him that have stepped up more so. I think that Nayo for Aki is a big upgrade. Aki is just a jungler that struggled in the LPL this year. The struggles have continued for Aki. I'm surprised he actually found another landing spot, frankly, with how poorly he was playing. And then also Niket for PP God. It does feel like that's helped Leave out a little bit, who I think that Leave has had some good and bad moments as an AD with the LPL. For me, not as consistent as he needs to be at times in the later stages of the game, but we have seen NiP get some big early leads and be able to convert those into sound victories, which really was their bread and butter going back to Split 1, where they were one of the top teams to beat. Yeah, and it came out through some differentiation in picks, figuring out kind of where comfort loo with the draft meta itself, and that's where I'm still wondering how much variation Split 3 is gonna eventually have from Split 2 in the meta, because it feels very samey at the moment, and I feel like it's just gonna continue building that way. Well, we're going to see if they fundamentally change the game here in a couple of patches, which might happen. Can't we expect that? I mean, if they take all the base armor away from the melee AD or supports that have just dominated Fearless Draft, then yeah, I think we are going to see some pretty significant changes in the game. So what you're saying is you want to go back to enchanters? I think that I think it should be more balanced than what it is, and I think that we've accepted this for a long time with League. So yeah, even with Fearless, I mean, one of the biggest talking points we've had for a couple splits is, okay, we have these 4, 5, or 6 really big engaged support champions, what happens when those are off the board, right?
Yeah.
I do think that making room for more Karma, Nami, Milio to appear earlier on in Fearless Draft, where teams do feel comfortable actually running an Enchantress in one of these big melee supports, that's something that still doesn't really feel like exists right now. So yeah, I do think that some changes still need to be made. I'm okay with Riot looking at that, even if they've massacred my boy Braum by taking away like 12 armor and 2 base, 12 base armor and 2 patches straight is just ballistic. That is, that's massacring.
Get him out of
right
here,
there.
they said.
That's bad.
Get him out of here.
Quite literally, someone got very mad playing against Braum at Riot campuses and like realized just how filthy OP
exactly
stat check
happened.
that champion is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least they remove all that armor. Maybe more Brahms will learn about the self W, which is very important. So, you know.
Okay. Just laying some knowledge out here as we get ready for the games.
Get the bonus resistances, you know. You're going to need those now that you're missing all that armor.
But I guess that is talking about something that I guess I wanted to talk about anyways for these supports, because Niket, when he came into the league, I mean, his rel was disgusting. Like, he was finding some absolutely insane engages, like literally turning games around for his team. I feel like we've seen a little bit of that variation with Perukia, and I wonder if that can continue, because as I talked about earlier and kind of foreshadowed to, like, his second series wasn't all that bright and great like it was in the first series, but I think that's some of the blows you're gonna have to take as a rookie support and trying to learn your way into the LPL, especially with such a quick trajectory to get into a starting spot for the LPL. So do you think there's any variation of that we're gonna get tonight? Like, is it just gonna be stick him on comfort, engage champions, move forward with that?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't break anything that's going on right now, because I do think that Perukia has looked good. I mean, we did see, I think Erha was still a support that was a bright spot last split with his appearance. Then he got benched, then he came back, right? We did see him kind of have a couple of decent games, then struggle a wee bit on Weibo. So I'm not expecting things to be super smooth here for Perukia. He still has to go up against better players outside of this group, which is likely a scenario we're going to see with how well EDG is playing within this group right now. And that could be really good for Perukia in terms of climbing. So yeah, frankly, I kind of want to see him struggle and be challenged a little bit. Because I'm not expecting him to just pop off against everyone he faces, which, I mean, to be fair, that could continue today, but yeah, at some point he's going to struggle.
True. Yeah, absolutely. And, hey, especially when you get to face off later on, if you stay in top 4, if you get to go into those play-ins, it's when, you know, you've got to shine the brightest. So long time till then, a lot of series until then. But I guess another thing I want to talk about here while we're still waiting for the series to start, do you miss 1v1s?
No.
It's very contentious.
No, Mazel. It's not contentious at all.
Why? You didn't like the 1v1s?
No.
What if we did 1v1s for game 3 side select?
I'm down for game 5. I don't think game 3 side select.
Why did you conceptually not like the before series best of ones?
I think that if they do it, it should be played backstage, and they should clip it for the audience for how the kill happened.
Because you just got tired of sitting there.
Yeah, like,
okay.
It's 10 minutes, and I think it's cool for the audience if they show up like an image of pick ban and then show what actually happened to the 1v1. Don't make me sit there for the whole like 10, 12 minute experience. Just be like, all right, this happened off stage. Here's what happened. It was hype or not. Because at least you get it quickly. I don't think it's something you should wait around for. Because I think what we found with the gameplay is that it's quite boring.
It is very, very boring. Very boring. Until that moment happens. Until you wait until the Ring of Fire comes out. Speaking of the Ring of Fire, it's starting to form around the arena as we get NiP out on stage.
We get the pink and
the
silver
platinum hair. Yeah, gotta love it.
The pink hair from Solo Kill is a choice.
I kind of like it. I dig it. It's because it's not like a super bright pink. It's like a muted pink kind of.
It's a pretty bright pink, Mazel. Yeah. It's probably the stage light's helping out. That's like, pretty bright. It's pretty bright.
It might be. And EDG coming out with their blue uniforms today. Gonna be nice.
What's with the blue uniforms?
That's their away jerseys or home
really?
jerseys. One of the two. Yeah, because each team actually. That's why you see like Weibo have the green
jerseys.
Home
today. Yeah.
Because they have home and like every team is supposed to have like the home and away variations of their jerseys. Some teams just go with like. Because most of our teams are red, if you haven't noticed. So they'll just go with like white, red, red, white, or like just the inverse. But some teams go crazy with it. Got like the full purple jersey for Ultra Prime, things like that.
Oh yeah, no, those look good. Those look good. I was actually DM'd by someone during that conversation. We were talking about purple teams in gaming and who owns the color purple.
Okay.
We were
Is
like
there a team that
EG?
owns every color?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are teams you definitely associate with said colors for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, red in T1, gold in Gen G,
Ooh, red
TSM.
T1.
Yeah,
I don't
TSM
know
in the
about
black
that
and white.
one. I agree with that one. I agree with that.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think Ultra Prime with the purple, that cover is a little bit up for grabs. EG, not a team exactly
Somebody
around
come
as
claim
much.
it. Somebody come get it.
Toronto Ultra from COD, they have the purple.
True.
It looks clean. Ultra Prime, I'm kind of bummed they aren't playing as well. I think their jerseys demand that they play better. They're not honoring the jersey they're in with the gameplay I see from Ultra Prime.
Yo, the EDG blue jacket's actually kind of sick.
I mean, like historically, purple is a color, a sign of wealth. It took great wealth to wear purple, because in the
That's
old
true.
times, getting purple
'Cause it was
dye
hard
was
to
tough.
make purple. Yeah.
It was,
See?
and Ultra Prime is making it look like anyone can wear purple. That's disingenuous
This is
to
what you
what
came to
disingenuous
LPL
to
English
history.
for, is
They
to hear us
disrespect
talk
history
about
with how well they
history.
play. Yeah.
Yep. It's exactly what the people wanted, Cubby. It's exactly
They
what
play so
wanted.
poorly in purple that they make viewers swap to YouTube.
They changed the definition of wealth. There you go. That's
Yeah.
the big brain moment. That's
It
how
is.
it is. But we are getting on to a draft for game number 1 between NiP and EDG. You have to remember, these are 2 top teams for Group Nirvana. Top 4 of Group Nirvana go into that play-in for the playoffs. So you want to make sure you're taking every win possible. It is double round robin, and we'll see who takes the first of those 2 tonight between these 2 teams and who stays undefeated as we get the Vi and Senna banned away by EDG on the blue side for game number 1. NiP going to ban away the Azir and the Gwen for game number 1 on red side.
And that anti-ban tells me that EDG wants an early Talia, but it also leaves up the Rise still that has been taken away by Doinby this entire time. So I think we're going to see an early arms race in terms of the mid picks come out here. And is it a deny of the Rise? It is not. Doinby gets his Rise if he wants it. Instead, it's a first pick Ferris. They'll take the pick of the mid laner later on. As, again, I think it's just Doinby Rise going to come out right now.
Okay, I think the Rise provides so much that mobility for mid lane as well, and it provides a lot of that dueling pressure between the jungle matchups too.
Yeah, how many times has Doinby actually gotten his Rise in Season 15? We're going to have to go check. He's got 4 games of Rise, and he's 4-0. We'll see if Doinby can push it to 5-0. That is pretty good. But with that showing, of course, Trundle, a pick that has really emerged at MSI, and I got to say, looks pretty filthy broken in the early patch of this season as well, Mazel. Looks good into Xin Zhao already. So will be the Trundle locked in. Can own the tank matchup later on as Soloco very much dissuaded from taking the tanks. And then that Talia for Angel, a pick we've teased, has been really big for EDG, locked in.
Yeah, so the mid laners, living up to what we were talking about so much in that mobility out of mid lane, trying to get the ball rolling if they can for their team in different ways. Angel a little bit more of that team focus as well, but the Rumble does come through. We're getting some top tier picks here in game number 1 for both sides.
It looks like Rumble Band's going to be used to protect solo kill. Meanwhile, Marksman showing opportunity to eliminate a couple annoying marksmen. I think an Ezreal and Jhin ban very just here. If they want to remove a couple of things that interact really well in the Trundle, especially as well, can have a lot more pressure on the marksman if they don't have those dashes when it comes to the pillar. As a big part of the reason that we're seeing the Rumble locked in again, trying to avoid locking in the tank against Trundle, always big. Curious if they opt into getting rid of a Scion here, because it's a kind of a low damage comp so far for Scion. Instead, going to get rid of the Cassante for ZDZ, a matchup that he has played into the Rumble already this split.
I kind of like that, actually. I had some of that top lane focus, at least in the latter half. Now, Leave is rightfully a focus in the bans for EDG. Obviously, Leave having a little bit of a history with EDG in his own right, in his own career, but really a heavy pain point for teams facing up against NiP is dealing with Leave, who will get the Ezreal here for game number 1.
Yeah, it was the Sivir ban instead of the Ezreal. I'm a little bit surprised. It gives you a real way to interact with Trundle, Talia, and also scale into the Varus, too. So I'm a little bit surprised they didn't take that away. Sivir, of course, does give you that late game insurance, but the pillar still has a lot of pressure on Sivir that you can use. So was surprised they did grab that. It said Perukia, that Rel's been really big for him so far, as we saw in the highlights that we ran, and also EDG's video they made for Perukia's debut.
And I'm just saying, it's also a steal away from Niket. That's what he was kind of making his name on last year as well. We'll see what his answer is going to be, because Niket is the one that's going to get counterpick here as well into that support, and see who's going to be able to get that map rotation kind of power going, as the Scion is that lock-in, like you were saying, for EDG and for ZDZ.
I really like what we're seeing from EDG so far. I don't think that NiP has the might to really break what EDG is going to be throwing at them. For me, going to be really key that they utilize Rumble's early power and trying to make sure this Rumble gets big, because again, I look at a Ryze Ezreal. Your only way to deal with Scion Trundle is to run away from it, to avoid it, to kite it. If they're able to connect with a big engage, that's going to be really tough for NiP to deal with, and you got to deal with the Rel power plays when she has flash up. I expect to poke Varus here. Can lay down some pretty good prep damage, also relatively effective this game. And Trundle, man, like we've seen when he Rs these tanks, he can get so big that he just can't be dealt with. So can NiP reset those fights? Going to be a big thing to look out for. And is EDG going to be sound when they execute between the Scion R, the Rel R, the Varus R, and then the Weaver's Wall to hopefully lock them all in? EDG has to use their windows well against NiP, or else things get a little bit tough in the side lane later on.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very curious. I mean, I think the 2v2 is going to be a place that can be a jumping off point, but I really want to ask you, where's this jungle skirmishing going to start up? Because I feel like both can really skirmish earlier on into the game.
Xin Zhao can't into Trundle. So if I'm Trundle, it's the monkey approach. Get red buff, get level 2, get level 3, and then go find the Xin. Okay. You do have some help from lanes here early on. If you are EDG, level 1, the Ezreal Braum can be kind of scary level 1, but I think if you group up with Talia, you might be able to win out bot priority to guarantee your bot lane starts in brush, and then threaten from there, because being on blue side, that's where Trundle's red buff is. So I think it's important they protect that early on.
All right, well, we'll see what that jungle pathing leads out to. We'll see how the game leads out as one of these teams walks away from this series still undefeated in Group Nirvana. It's EDG versus NiP. Okay, well, we're just getting started with the nutty Nirvana night right now with the level 1s. Perukia is going to go ahead and burn that flash. Does has Hex Flash still, though.
Wow, the AI bot just absolutely hates EDG's draft. That's interesting. Well, we'll
like
see if that
40
one
minutes,
ends up...
it's a 50-50, you know?
See if it ends up coming true. I do think that damage-wise, you'd have to deal with a Ryze that scales hard, and Ezreal, and you have Poke Varus, Talia, Trundle, Scion. So damage definitely lacking here for the EDG comp. Why I think NiP is so important to get off to an early start, because if not, the death ball is very real for EDG. So
it is going to be the Arcane Comet for On, so going for that
Poke
lethality Poke Varus to pair up against that Ezreal. And Poke Jungler is going to be starting up on top side, going down towards bot.
Oh god, On with a brutal start to lane too.
He is getting destroyed right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, so this is why I was teasing, you know, maybe you want to group up and make sure you get bot prio, because if the Ezreal Braum's allowed to function, the Q is level 1, and the Braum passive does make this a real threatening lane level 1. And I don't think that EDG managed this well. We saw On, they didn't, they got here late because of Palkia burned the flash because it's stacked top.
Oh my god.
If you go bot and you actually play this one early, this lane doesn't look like this if Ezreal Braum are not allowed to dominate the wave that they were able to dominate, as NiP did not contest this. So, or EDG did not contest NiP, so NiP's bot lane definitely outkicking their coverage here early on. And Trundle working his way towards the bot side now will get his red buff, not looking for any early invades on that Xin Zhao. But we'll see if he skips enough camps. I mean, you could grab red, skip 2 camps, and definitely come impact bot if Ezreal Braum decide to push another wave here hard.
And I mean, it's definitely evening out a little bit. We'll see how it all pans out. But I love it because I want to see this 2v2 shine a little bit down here. Because, I mean, you can make whatever you want out of that story, but Leave was supposed to be the prodigy for EDG. He was supposed to be the next come up from their developmental system and be that next guy, that next carry. And it didn't work out. And now seeing him be a pivotal piece to NiP, I mean, he feels a lot of pressure on his shoulders here.
Yeah, again, I think that Leave at times has been not that consistent in the later fights. Definitely a little bit stronger for me in lane in some of the earlier moments when it comes to NiP. As the cat can do his best to grab that wave. We did see Trundle look bot, but Xin Zhao was hovering. No Cannon for leave. I think he missed out on the experience too, so that's a bit of a bummer. And nice from On and Perukia, who were able to hold on to that bot lane matchup after level 1, bounce that one back, and end up in an okay spot. As Trundle should be able to get the top crab, and the matchups go from there.
Okay, we're going to get that reset out towards top side from EDG's bot lane. So On and Perukia getting back out onto the map. Trying to figure out what that next step is going to be. They'll drag it in about a minute, so it's a very early swap, but maybe just trying to get out of the pressure that was happening in bot side. Meanwhile, mid lane, it's the pressure that EDG want to put on. Doonby going to flash out of the seismic and gets over the pillar too.
Yeah, that's a nice grab here, as Doinby can be rinsed and repeated now. And yeah, the swap for me, this is one where you're pretty much, like, with the Prio swap, we did see the Varus and the Rel swap first. You open up windows like that where Perukia is able to send a bonus member towards Doinby and NiP, and also Sion really likes being in the 1v2 compared to most other top laners. You can see Rumble swap back to be in that 1v1, but as Sion, you're okay getting starved down on resources, much more so than a Rumble, so I think just the attempt there to see what NiP is able to do.
Are you saying that the zombie man is a masochist?
Yes, he is.
Okay, well.
Always, Mizel.
I guess it fits.
I mean, I will say that off the swap, Solokill did opt to save his TP, and does definitely drop some CS for that. ZDZ has Ding 6 and is up a pretty significant mark against the Rumble, given what the matchup usually looks like.
Oh my god, Angel just got a chunk of health. He just TP'd back, too. It's going to be a little bit worse for it. He's actually just going to back straight up off of that one. So now we get to a point where we're getting those level 6s for our mid laners. And a big point in the draft that we had talked about was the mobility, the kind of proactivity that can happen out of mid lane. And we will see the Weaver's Wall and the Realm Warp up and available here shortly.
See some of the other movement spells of EDG come on out. ZDZ going to use his first ult to catch this wave as they get the 1v2 swap and get priority on the Dragon. As Ezreal and Braum stuck into the top side, you can see On has used his TP to get bot, and early Drake definitely on the bingo card here for EDG.
So I'm not going to lie. I know I am nowhere near the level of pro player, but I've accidentally taken TP in the last couple games of my ADC games, and I'm not going to lie, I kind of like it. I kind of like it is nice. I don't mind getting resources like that.
If you're able to use it to play for prio objectives like this, it's nice. I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen a start.
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Angel was trying to get back to base maybe before they actually kicked this one off. But this is a little bit delayed. You can see NiP playing for the top crab. Rumble played for the base. Could be on the Drake right now. Instead, looking to rinse and repeat. Doinby.
Oh, they get him this time. No flash, no exit. He's speedy. He's got the Realm Warp, and he's not able to. He goes down first blood for EDG and to Angel of all people.
Yeah, sadly, that Realm Warp was quite literally put under construction as, I guess, it caved in upon itself as Doinby could not quite get the channel. Warning cone. Caution. Cannot teleport here. Is Shahao able to trap him up? And yeah, that's a delay on the Dragon. Possibly a give over to NiP. I gotta say, I don't love that. I think that using that time, that was a lot of time to set up on Doinby. I would have much rather had the Dragon. I think that you could have maybe pulled off the Dragon and that play too if they were on it from the start. So EDG, we'll see if they're able to use that advantage they have on Angel's Talia. Pick we said was really big for them to snowball this elsewhere, because I think that they spent a lot of time to get that first kill and potentially even more time on the Doinby. He's still flashless and ultless up top. Yep, here we go.
Just hate Doinby. They're like, we are going to punish this Rise, but can they? Look at the flash out of Xiao. He sidesteps them.
Oh, they definitely
goes
can.
Down in the end of Angel. They will get what they came for.
Sending 3 men, Poke, Varus, and Sion. They're pretty self-sufficient, so hunting squad for the captain of NiP. As Angel might not have a World Finals, but is a World Finalist. And he's got this crew banding together to attack the ringleader of NiP early on. Again, on this Rise pick that Doinby's 4-0 on, and it's the most banned champion against NiP this year. So, a good game plan, at least for EDG, letting this one through, recognizing they can play their own powerful pick in the Talia into it, and at least try and make some early plays.
And it's so funny, all the overlaps that we see between these rosters, because Angel also was part of NiP back in 2023. As we see the fight kick off, Chains of Corruption going to be cleansed out of by Leave. They still try to go in, though, onto Niket. He's a little bit caught out, going to flash, though. Perukia locked down, taken down, and the Gropes have gone over to NiP2. They got 2 out of the 3 of them, and they were able to get that kill back.
Yeah, I mean, Perukia, all that roaming to try and attack Doinby has put him down 2 levels. So he gets found in the back half of that one as Niket had access to all Perukia. You can see a couple experience points away from dinging that level 5. And yeah, again, the objectives have gone the way of NiP. Their captain's fallen twice, but getting the grubs, getting the first dragon. I think the second kill, like, yes, it's 2-for-1 grubs. I think that one was worth it. The first Drake one for me was, again, a timer where I really feel like EDG could have gotten that first Drake and made the play mid. Instead, didn't take the Drake, made sure they got the play off mid, and that was a mistake in the long run. Nice flash for ult. Solo kill dodges that one, and still has Equalizer. Z2Z being low mana should be okay here himself.
A little bit. It's okay. It's fine. Nothing happened. Nothing was burned. It's not like a 5-minute cooldown for solo kill. We'll see if it actually comes back to bite him, but right now it's all good. The teamfight setup, though, is now looking at this top side, at least a dive setup for NiP. The early heal there just to get through that speed, try to get Angel, but they can't get him in the end.
Well played by Angel, played the wave, flashed under turret to buffer the Rin Prison that came out. So we stay able to create some distance between him and the opponents on the dive. So spell taken away. See if NiP can punish that one, but at the moment, kind of taking big picture inventory here, Mazel. It does feel like early on, EDG, again, this is a draft where they're going to have a lot of priority between this Scion, this Varus. They do run out of damage later on in the game. Have some concerns about that. It's not a big enough gold lead where we're happy with where EDG's at, but it's not like they haven't played their comp decently well so far. I think the only thing they're missing compared to where they should be at is that Dragon. Being down that Dragon could be very expensive for them later on, as buying 5 minutes for an Ezreal Rise, that's usually a pretty good 5 minutes to buy.
You remember the AI gave them 50-50 at 40 minutes into the game. We'll see if it works out. But dude, they literally just had a wanted poster of Doinby at the beginning of their walk-in, I guess, to the stage here, as he does get a little bit of press in a turret. This time, though, he had Niket right behind him. Though EDG are consistently looking for these side lane plays. The combination of Xiaohao and Perukia has struck gold so far, and they're going to look for turret plates on bot side now. Does he get it? No.
Not too much more to begin here until the Dragon, as EDG, again, just using some of their priority and strength they have now, but I think NiP happy to just survive and thrive. Again, a lot of scaling coming in between the tiers and that Roa that will be on Doinby's shoulders.
Talia is so difficult to attack, especially under turret. I feel like you can just have so much set up there, and Angel's feeling himself. He's already got that first item completed, and so I guess talking about some of the rest of the completions coming through, you have the Sundered Sky for Nio as well. You'll have that Rod of Ages coming through at least the Cataclysm already completed for Doinby, as Doinby's trying to make a play on bot side, actually. Do these item spikes, at least the first item spike, does that change anything of map state or map power right now?
No, I think NiP needs to get to 2-3 items until they can look to like really fight. Their fight, what they're looking for is the single target from the Xin, the Rise, the Braum. If they can find just a stun, a single target, and drop an Equalizer on top, I mean, we know what kind of damage that can do. I think EDG is going to be far too tanky, far too beefy until we get to that 2-3 item mark where NiP is going to be happy enough to maybe look for a fight then. So I think this is just going to be, again, I'm shocked that we're giving these away for free as EDG. Yeah, I think this start is rather greedy for NiP. This should be a good fight for EDG as they're calling in the Scion. Here we go.
On already used a piercing arrow. Weaverwall came in. Dragon had already gotten in by Nio. That's going to be the feat completed.
That's a boom.
But EDG looking for the fight afterwards. They've already gotten 2 killed from ZDZ. Nio now trying to fight his way out of the pit, but will also be dragged down to the depth by On.
Okay, now is the second Dragon going to be worth 5 minutes? Because that one was quite expensive. EDG Good collapse from them. A great setup. We saw Perukia syncing up there with ZDZ quite nicely to find the sound engage, opening up the fight. Mazel will lead to first brick and feats being scared here for EDG.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they will just get the turret off the back of that one. A solo kill can't really do much here. Maybe they stop it. The last minion, the last hope. And that will not be feat secured just yet. But the next wave, they'll back off of it.
Oh, okay. Not quite yet. You can see pings from NiP going out of the top tower. Going to get another look. This just isn't the timer for NiP to fight. So I'm really surprised that EDG were giving all this space around the dragon. At least they're able to lock him in here. Perukia, really good engage. Just no chance for NiP to act. And if you guys missed the top of our broadcast, we started it off playing a clip of EDG featuring their new rookie support, Perukia, who did sign with this org less than a month before starting for their LPL squad. Initially, it was meant for the LDL squad competing in Asia Masters, but with, of course, Wink getting a better seat within the LPL, a need to call upon a new rookie who, as they said in their video, playing with confidence and playing free, was able to set up a lot of good things for this team so far, especially on this Rel pick, which he played in his very first game of LPL, and that was another nice setup from him there.
And in a best of 3, I love that they're giving him comfort and confidence in game number 1 to try to build off of that, because he has been a really decisive shot caller for EDG so far. And as a rookie, that's hard to explain or hard to kind of wrap your head around in a lot of cases. Though NiP knows that all too well, he will be in a little bit of trouble now. TP's coming in. EDG going to try to pull the trigger here as the big chains of corruption is going to go through, but doesn't really get much on the back end. ZDZ looking to come down and bring down the house here. Decimating Smash coming through with the double knock up there as well with the unstoppable onslaught. Nio is down. As now NiP trying to run under the turret, gets another smash, and ZDZ is pumping him right now. Xiaohao ends up getting the kill on the back end of that one, and Doomby should be just fine. They are bleeding mid lane for it, but honestly, you'll take that for EDG.
And now this gold lead's getting to a spot where EDG is much happier against NiP, and again, I think NiP posturing quite aggressively when this just isn't their time on the map to fight yet. I do think they need to get to that 2-3 item mark where the Ezreal and the Ryze can start to overtake and actually evolve those tiers. We don't even have a Roa completed yet for Doinby at the 16-minute mark. Should get it on the next base, but that's a pretty big delay on an item that takes time to scale.
That's going to feel pretty bad for the, at least, outcomes that you're looking for NiP. Struggled to find map presence after some really good decisive plays from EDG.
It's going to have to be
really been around the objectives.
Yeah, it's got to be Leave being that bridge too, but look at how far behind the Rumble and the Ryze are. No completed items at the 16-minute mark. That Roa being delayed this long into the game is again. Ramifications for later. Do need the Merc Shreds against the Taliyah this game, but a 16-30 Roa is not what Doinby was hoping for.
26.5 minutes you're looking at for that full completion as well, but it's going to be a long road to get to that point, and maybe those second items coming through sooner rather than later for EDG, as they are using the side lane pressure with ZDZ very, very well. I think ZDZ is having a heck of a performance on this Scion so far as well.
Yeah, 100% agree with that one, Mazel. I mean, we got to give the fans a little something over here on the LPL.
Get some ZDDs in the chat.
I mean, frankly, if you're watching this instead of T1 Gen G, then
you're a real one.
You're crazy. You're a real LPL fan. You got some skin to the game, one way or another.
Another one.
Yeah, that or just the biggest Doinby fan on the planet. I'm not exactly sure what's up, but we appreciate the support nonetheless from everyone that has chose to support the LPL.
Angel fans out there, you know.
Oh, I mean, of course, EDG, big time org, NiP, gonna make a bigger splash here in the LPL.
And,
the dragon spawning
EDG,
here, Mazel.
Yeah.
Gotta believe EDG is gonna try and stop the stacking. Look poised to do so at the moment.
Will they get their first dragon? I believe they're gonna have full control of the pathway to that dragon. The only thing stopping them now is themselves, and you see Xiaohao moving up towards top side. So maybe not putting as much focus on the dragon just yet, but going for the Scuttle Crab. Oh, and the Rift Herald popping mid.
That's one way to further help ensure that you have priority.
It's Rift insurance. What if Shelly is just a salesperson? Oh my God, well I know
Perugia.
who's selling right now, and it's EDG selling the house of NiP as they take it down brick by brick. They go straight to the dragon here afterwards as well.
I don't think there was much of a better option there for NiP than to just seed and see what else they can get, especially on their solo laners. But man, Perugia continues to make these engages look easy from the rel. As 2 turrets fall, the dragon stacking has stopped. EDG get their first one, and again, this gold graph continues to move into their favor in a draft that they really do need to be ahead. Making it look easy here, Perugia. These engages, like the EDG, just continue to look like they're a squad playing on the same page. And the fact that Perugia has been able to start and follow up upon these engages with, we've seen him play both roles well within this team, but man, for this one, what a great job he's done setting up the table for his team. 019, been a participant in everything in this game so far. He's been looking good.
It goes back to kind of general points we were talking about beforehand, where I feel like when EDG have been playing their series so far this split, and they're obviously undefeated, so it definitely helps in that regard, but I just feel a lot more assurance in their team play, in their decision-making together as a team, knowing what each other is doing and kind of that process. And I feel like it's there for NiP on a lot of occasions as well, but I feel like it has been more of those individual pop-ups. And when you cool down that fire, you don't get that same NiP, and I think EDG are handling the map extremely well for a game 1.
It's pretty tough to usually pop off when you handle the map the way that NiP has. Again, this is a draft where I don't think you get to play in so much later on in the game. Playing for those dragons, that second one ended up being very expensive. I think they would have been happy to drop that one and not drop the 3 kills and the gold lead that cracked open in EDG's favor from that play. Is now they're going to look to collapse it into the Otacon. Has spawn here on the bot side of the Rift. And NiP has no choice but to back off on this one. Doinby's going to look to finish his Seraphs here pretty soon. I just don't think there's any way or any world where they're able to fight without Ryze having a Seraphs at this Otacon.
They will have the Miramana completed for leave. TP available for Doonby if he wants to join the fight. He's going to back
take time
first. Maybe try to finish that item here, but Nio's already getting pushed out.
Got it.
The Trundle pillar there. As Leaves trying to dodge out from Angel's rocks, throw some rocks of his own. Got the full team from NiP on the bot side. Doinby going in for the flash play, but he gets immediately countered by Perugia. Unstoppable onslaught on the backline for ZDZ, gets that kill as well, and they are just playing with their food right now. And that food, it's called mincemeat. It's made from NiP, and EDG will be gobbling that up all night long. It's Atacon for EDG as well.
That's a clean ace, and Doinby's way to try and break this game back in NiP's favor was not a good one, as the flash instantly responded to from Doinby. The engage doesn't hit. EDG finds another wipe, and frankly, this lead looking too big to surmount now for NiP.
He didn't have the type matchup. I don't know how you're supposed to counter Palkia, but it wasn't the right choice. All right, it was super effective.
I mean, water and dragon type's definitely a tough one. I know that in the video early on, his teammates jokingly called him Pikachu, or asked what he'd call him. But I think the NiP's comp, like, again, this is a really good setup from Perugia. Like, even if Doinby connects with that flash and powered rune prison, that Rel found such a good engage in that brush to kick things off, and NiP just no gas in the tank, even close to being enough. Yeah, I mean, it completely splits the fight. He did so on a control war. That's some really good recognition play from Perugia, who does seem to be playing very free as a rookie. And what he's done so far, it's been pretty impressive. Like, frankly, and this is a player that we have to start talking about as being excited to see not in Group Nirvana, right?
Yeah.
Like, as a rookie who has really made his mark in this group, looked pretty good in their early games so far. It's definitely going to be someone that I'm on the lookout for if he continues to play at this rate, for a player that we want to see face better teams in Group Ascension.
Yeah, and I'll just say, it's not easy to be a kind of leading shot-calling support in the LPL, no matter what team you're on. That role is legendary in a lot of ways, in being the kind of direction for an entire team, and sometimes entire organizations looking at EDG and Mako. And I think those kinds of things are so interesting to think about. Obviously, a very strong debut, but speaking of strong debuts on the night, Doonby finally gets his Realm Warp out, but it's 14-1, 23 minutes in, Cubby.
And the best part for NiP in this one is that Baron doesn't spawn for another 90 seconds, so they can sack this dragon and buy plenty of time. They just keep on farming up. Did snag those 2 dragons early on, which can afford them some time now. But again, I think that second dragon was a mistake.
He has 100% KP, by the way, right now. That's crazy.
Yeah, Doinby is... I know. I said 100% participation in the game. He has the 1 death, too.
True.
As Leave gets caught. That kicked off with... I mean, it looks like the ult was just burned from Trundle. Or not even. Leave just died.
They're trying to find out where the backing members
of they found Doinby. Doinby's low.
But does he know there's 2 of them there?
He does now.
Oh, they actually ended up catching out Niket, too. Here comes the Weaver's Wall. Oh, no, they blocks them off. Now Doinby's in trouble.
It's bad.
Perukia is going to go straight onto him. Give on the kill, too. And Nayo is just slowly going down. They are just stunting on them, man. Xiaohao dances while Niket dies. And EDG clean house completely on NiP.
Perukia didn't participate in the kill, man. Trundle, Xiaohao, what a greedy teammate. Not allowing his support to continue the 100% KP across the board. Definitely no MVP for Xiaohao from this. It's got to go to Perukia.
Honestly, they should probably FF.
Save us some time. It sure feels that way myself, but unfortunately, you know, when we're competing at this level, I think that you fight until the Nexus goes boom.
I think so.
This ain't StarCraft, even though if you FF the game at this point, I wouldn't blame you. Yeah, let's see how... Okay, we'll leave... Yeah, that's not too
bad.
Appealing or appetizing a way to go down there from Leave.
Feels a bit bad, but it is still a very triumphant game number 1 for EDG.
Is this an ad for cleaning supplies? Sure looks that way.
Kind of. Mr. Clean, is that you?
Can any be used to clean up a monitor?
I don't think so. Not this mess. It's not strong enough. You gotta start like detailing what kind of cleaning solution you'd need for each level of game in the LPL. Some bleach.
That's I like how you just started there, Lennon.
Yeah, hey.
You started there.
We start at the strong stuff, right? That's what we do. No, but it is full map control, even a map play on bot side. He flashes out, might still die in the end. Does have the shield away, though, from the cat. The turret has fallen, though, and Doonby will get dragged back with the seismic shove. The cat's going to join him right there with a double kill for Angel.
This game, it went from bad to worse from NiP, really off that second dragon. They secured it, lost 3 kills. EDG took control of the game from there, never looked back in this one, Mazel. As this draft, we had some concerns about running out of damage, or they were set behind. They just never fell behind, and it was off the back of Perukia. Continues to make a splash here in the LPL.
The rookie debut of Perukia continues to garner attention here in Group Nirvana. As they're going to have a little bit of struggle trying to take down this last little bit of the turret. They did just lose all their minions. No, they have 2 left. 2 caster minions. The MVPs of game number 1, truly. As On will get another kill, flashes the EDG emote, and that is game number 1 to Edward Gaming.
27 minutes, 24-2 on the scoreboard. Be pretty happy about that one from EDG. My hair looks like a mess after that. Don't not exactly
you
sure
spent
that
a lot
one
of time,
happened,
you know. Dude.
Yeah, this is me from the NiP perspective. Like, woo, what's going on? You know. Apparently it was one of those, but no, for NiP. I mean, that's Doinby's first loss on the rise this season. And frankly, it never looked like it had a chance. Just start to finish. The focus that EDG had on Doinby in the mid lane, playing through that Talia, it was one where Doinby was set behind. The entire team was set behind. And just, again, I think the force they had in that second dragon, you're nowhere close to be ready to take a fight there. I thought that was a really big mistake from NiP, punished well by EDG, who played a solid game from there.
Yeah, I think it's about recognizing what you need to do as a composition and like what your goals are. And right, we were talking about that bridge building really not being there in the end for NiP because of those some of those earlier decisions. And I think that's hard to reconcile with, because mean, one person with experience can't really rule the show in a lot of ways, but sometimes they can, and not seeing that cleanliness around some of those decisions, especially even from Doonby himself, feels a little bit bad for some of that experience that he was trying to bring to the table there, and especially, like you say, with his rise that had looked so good, that really fit the style that NiP want to play out of mid lane as well, and it seems like it was just tempered a bit today.
Well, it's Fearless Draft. Go back to the drawing board, see what Game 2 holds for everyone here, Mazel. As that really feels like all NiP can do after that one, just write it off and try and move on and find something better to set you up for success in Game 2.
Yeah. Does Perugia get another MVP?
I think
honestly,
so. I would be mad if it didn't go to Perugia, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he got MVP in his first split, or first series at least of the split itself. Now
both games.
His third. Yeah.
Took it home. That MVP count climbing up there. He's going to be leading this team and leading Group Nirvana, that's
leading
for sure.
the LPL.
Yeah, might be leading all the LPL with the games he's played so far.
Already getting some of those Rookie of the Split votes. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's been a fun story. I will say,
no,
like, we
really
had some rookie supports emerge. Last split, I thought Erha was respectable. I'm kind of bummed that he's not playing more. So far, Perugia has been really, really impressive. So, just more power to him. Excited to see more.
It's also just really fun when they have a little bit of extra story tied behind them and all the kind of cute shenanigans around the Pokemon and Palkia and all that stuff. Like, I think that kind of stuff is awesome. Also, in a league that's so big, makes you a little bit unique in some ways, so it's kind of cool to hold on to in that way. But very
it's fine, Mazel. If you just want to work, if you want to work for Nintendo, you can just say so. All right.
Hey, I'm just saying. Just saying. League of Legends Pokemon crossover when.
It's called Pokemon Unite, Lennon. That's what it's called. All right.
I don't think League of Legends characters are in Pokemon Unite.
No, we'll work on that though.
We'll work on that. We'll get to it.
It's probably never going to happen with what goes on with Riot and their IP, but that's all right. Nintendo's the same way with their IP. Yeah, they have to respect it.
As we take a look at the post-game stats, it was very dominant from one side, and that side was EDG, almost having a kill a minute.
I really hate Braum this draft, by the way. Yes.
Why?
How do you play Braum into Talia Trundle, Scion? Like, what is your job? You're just there to catch and get blasted. You can't do anything proactive or have any setups. Your team kind of needs.
I think we saw that.
It's only Zen going in, yeah.
I think we saw that a lot in this in this game. Just not being able to have those proactive moments, and especially when you have the likes of the Xin Zhao who can kind of take those early fights and find some of those skirmish leads. I think some moments like these were definitely the backbreakers.
Oh, every moment like this was. We're just going to see a highlight reel of Perugia syncing up with the rest of his team in order to make some big boom damage happen. Made it pretty easy for both On and Angel to fire off whatever ZDZ was on point as well.
That engage on bot side, man, like that was so good.
Yeah, I mean, EDG just feels like the team to beat so far in Group Nirvana. It's a return to last split as one of the teams that, frankly, we want to see interact more with the teams above them so far. And yeah, I mean, again, if you're EDG, all you can do is just try your best to dominate this group and keep on taking away positives. And I mean, all they've done so far is just dominate maps they've played. They're 5-0. It's been really one-sided and a really good look for them.
And for a matchup that was, the best of the best of Group Nirvana, the undefeated team so far, it definitely is interesting to see it so one-sidedly decided in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this game really got away quickly from NiP, but yeah, it really felt like support diff. I know that Niket was someone you were really excited to see last year, Mazel, when he started to make his way into the LPL, but this one was one support had a huge impact on the game. Yeah, other one did not. So, yeah, good game from EDG overall. There's not much else to say, Mazel. I think it's just I've been kind of waiting to see our Pog hop into a break.
It better be Perugia. If it's not, I'm gonna riot. I will literally riot right here, right now. Just because it's also so cool to see support being the role that's getting focused on, which I think is interesting because in both my days so far that I've been on, a major focus in like a lot of the series has been support because we actually have some really interesting storylines going on in support right now.
Big carousel in the LPL, and frankly one that felt like it was a long time coming. I think that historically you look at LPL's performance internationally versus LCK, support and top lane for me are the two roles where it was always a gap in LCK's favor. I think mid historically with that too, but frankly, we have some mids now in the LPL that have definitely proven they can play on that world stage with anyone else for the past 5 years. So, yeah, I do think that supports need more opportunity, whether that's Wink or Jouet hopping up in teams. I'm bummed that Jouet move that was rumored never went down. Mazel would have been a big opportunity for him, but yeah, I think it's time when some of the top supports aren't performing to switch things up. Definitely felt like it led to a lot of domino effect changes within our league, and frankly, I mean, it's the only reason we have players like Perukia that even get to see the Rift, and what a treat that's been so far.
Yeah, I know. That's the crazy thing is when dominoes fall, sometimes you end up finding some of the best stories.
Opportunity, man. Never know when it finds you. You gotta be ready for it.
You do indeed. As we go to the POG, it is Perukia. Congratulations. His third MVP in just his third series. Actually, incredible stuff.
Looking good. That's 2 on the rel now as well. Congrats to Perukia for the POG. Now, folks, if you want to be a POG here at the LPL English, we actually have a very easy way to do it. It's a pay-to-win formula, Mazel. And it's called coffee, all right?
Okay.
Folks, we're extremely grateful to all of our coffee and YouTube subscribers who helped level up the show. A lot of the initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, the graphics package that we have, those paying on-air talent, and the folks behind the scenes, as we have a massive team that help us out behind the scenes. We're very lucky to have that always help us out on show days. So if you want to support us, the LPL English product, please subscribe to our coffee. There's going to be a link in the subscription for both Twitch and YouTube. Go support us. It's the best way to support us. We're working on more content for you guys behind the scenes over there as well. So please get perks like early access to content, the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews from people like Patty as well. So definitely appreciate all the support the LPL English we get, whether that's a like, a follow, a subscribe, whatever you guys can give us. We are very much thankful for all the support that we've experienced here. As it's going to be enough for us in Game 1. Going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you guys for Game 2 coming up right here.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and EDG came out with a roaring start in game number 1, decimating NiP, 24 kills, and coming away with a best-of-3 game 1 victory. See if they can close it out here, if NiP can fight back, Cubby.
24-2, pretty one-sided, and yeah, it's a hell of a way to be a rookie support, making your 3rd series debut. Another MVP for Perugia, continues to be a standout on his team for EDG, and we'll see if NiP they're gonna have to do to bounce back, because frankly, one of the few times we've seen Doinby get Rise, only his 5th Rise play of the entire season, and his first loss on the champion. That buys EDG a ban, you got to believe, for the rest of the series, not having to take the one away from Doinby, the decision that most teams have made going up against him.
And there's some pretty powerful picks on both sides, right? And I think that's where we can talk a little bit more about the execution of things than we can about the draft and the strategy in that way, because it definitely felt like NiP were not able to play to the conditions that were set out before them and in the way that they drafted their composition. And I do want to see that cleared up going into a game number 2. If we do see them on blue side, if we do see them draft a composition, I want to see them stick to their guns and how they want to play.
Yeah, again, I think that they really needed to get the 2-3 items with getting the Rise, catch back up into that game, getting the Ezreal to the point where Ezreal's happy against Varus, where you do start to overtake that matchup back once you hit that 2-3 item breakpoint. But yeah, for me, the second Dragon, again, that one just wasn't theirs. They weren't nearly close to being strong enough to fight. They did take the objective. It did cost them 3 kills, and that's really where the snowball started, and could not be stopped by EDG after that. So, yeah, I know that you said coming into this one, Mazel, that one of the differences between EDG and NiP playing well is that I felt like EDG were doing it more so as a team of 5, whereas NiP were having individual performances that were helping them get over the hump in some of their previous games. Definitely saw EDG dominate that one as a team of 5, so NiP's going to bounce back.
Yeah, and that starts by giving yourself some breathing room in terms of like champions that you can feel really confident on, champions that you can feel a lot more aggressive on, be proactive. I think one of the key points that you had focused on at the end of that game was they didn't really have any value from the support role. And Niket has been one to show value, especially last year. You're thinking about all of his time and come up on Ultra Prime. But it was a situation where there was no real support in going forward. There was no real support in the Xin Zhao who wanted to dive into these fights, having anybody cleaning up with him.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see about cleanup. Of course, you know, in terms of cleanup, we are stuck with ninjas, not janitors at times. So,
how good could ninja janitors be?
Pretty good,
honestly,
actually. I think ninja janitors could be. Honestly, could save us from AI, frankly.
Is that what, honestly, I could see.
Yeah,
it.
Grok can't write that, guaranteed.
You're right about that. There ain't no way. Do you think we see NiP on the blue side for game number 2?
It's LPL, man. Of course, we're gonna see NiP on the blue side for game 2. Yeah.
Is AL still the only team that we think is comfortable choosing red side?
There should be others. There will be others that are going to emerge. It's fine. Sometimes it just depends. You know, you can leave up 3 champions to just 1, and you get your choice to pick. Definitely saw that in the last game. You left up the 2 OP mids with Talia Rise. Just take the Varus, guarantee that for yourself. Worked out pretty well.
Now the mid lane's gonna be interesting. I mean, I expect like the likes of Azir and Ahri maybe to rise up in the ranks, but both these guys do like to play, you know, mobile mid laners in a way, and trying to find their way to kind of impact the map once they can hit level 5s, level 6s, or those roams early.
I expect Azir to be banned. We'll go with that one. So
okay, well,
gonna open up the bans with
just
NiP.
the way it is, I guess.
NiP is gonna take it away from Angel. That's how we're gonna kick off the bans here. Just wait.
Does the Galio come through? Do we get it?
Maybe. Finally. Could be. A couple of the good Galio matchups though off the table. Yeah, as no Rise. Personally, not one of my favorite Galio matchups, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna see any blind Akali these days. Definitely not against Doinby. If you blind Akali or decide to play Silas, you know the Galio's coming.
Yeah. Unless you ban it, which you know is entirely possible. Entirely possible.
And we'll see. I'm curious to see if we get any angles for the Victor from Angel. That could be a big one. Again, been a really nice pick for him so far. as we are getting closer to getting into the draft. Not quite yet. Also told Mazel, or not told, I did check. We do have Game 3 of T1 Gen G going on at the moment. So again, just want to emphasize, if you were deciding to watch Game 2 of EDG versus NiP instead of Game 3 of another T1 versus Gen G matchup, you truly are a crazy LPL fan. We appreciate you guys being here with us for the double Nirvana game today. And this series is much better than the one we have later on, Mazel. Because we do not have high hopes.
You don't know that.
We do not have high hopes for LNG versus LGD. We don't. We're just gonna be honest.
I love it.
I have some hopes for LGD 2-0. I do.
It's like not even 2 weeks into the season.
I've seen enough.
Back when I first, this is gonna be a little bit of soapbox, but back when I first joined LPL, that was like one of my biggest pet peeves and something I always like wanted to make sure, because I had all these awesome, incredibly talented individuals around me, and they were all tired of watching the like 0-16 Rogue Warriors, like those kinds of teams. And I would always be the young, bright, bushy tail, like, oh, we gotta tell the stories of these teams. We've gotten to the point where it doesn't matter in Group Nirvana, all right?
No,
LNG and LGD is gonna be a banger no matter.
So you are
what,
correct, okay? You are not wrong about anything that you're saying. It's just, as the analyst, I watch LNG play, and I have no hopes for them moving forward. We're gonna talk about them. Do our best to tell the stories, but we're very different in terms of the hopes we have.
I believe in us. I also believe in NiP getting the series to 3 by being on the blue side. As they do take the Wukong first, it does open up a couple big picks for EDG in the Aurora and the Nautilus now.
Yeah, of course, both Xin Zhao and Trundle playable into Wukong. So both those being taken away. You still have Vi on the table if EDG just wants to default to that. So I think that's why, part of why we see them just snag the Aurora, snag the Nautilus, and definitely an opportunity here for Doinby. You know, do we see something like a Silas come through? Definitely a Doinby special, and it's a tough early lane into Aurora. Or, Wukong, Ambessa, Galio. That was the other one I was going to pick up and put down.
That's a dangerous trio.
It is. I would really like a Corki here, actually, for On. Has been a big pick for him. I think if they want to have it, they have to snag it here.
Looking at what's going to be taken away in that second phase of bans. But we'll see what their prio is going to be. Looks like they might just want to go ahead and grab these solo lane matchups. And they'll take the Aatrox into the Ambessa.
I mean, Aatrox is a pretty happy camper going into Ambessa, Galio, and Wukong. Definitely for me sets up to be a tankier jungler, though, for EDG. You're going to need something to try and hold the door, buy some time. Would love to see a Poppy ban come out from NiP. I think that would help them out a lot this game.
Yeah, I could see that too as well. Just taking away some of that lockdown ability. But
I think you Poppy buy.
On the support matchup here now as well for EDG's side.
Yeah, there's the Poppy. I think you buy ban buy as well, just because the Unstoppable. Like that R can be really helpful to try and get through or buffer one of these big ultimates that's going to be showing the front line for NiP.
I mean, it has to be like an engaged support focus for EDG in their ban here as well. They've already banned the Alistar away. The Rakan?
That's the Rakan, yeah. I mean, again, showing Nautilus, right? So just trying to remove a couple of the bad matchups. The last real prio support that would be up, given, and I mean, most of the big ones are down to be Leona.
Gone,
You'd have to go Leona for Niket, which I think is very playable this game. But
just
okay,
go forward.
No Vi removed, so they're going to give away the Vi, which does give you at least one Unstoppable.
Can't play that one
yet. Yeah, no Yunari yet.
That's
I think
what I've been seeing. I don't know.
Definitely some value for taking Kaisen now, as that could be a pick that Leave A plays really well and also pairs up with the full dive that Wukong, Ambessa, and Galio are showing.
Yeah,
oh, it's
he goes
Draven.
Back to his classic. This is an on special. We're going to get the Draven locked in. It is boom or bust in that 2v2.
Mazel?
Hello.
I think we're going to game 3.
Yeah, we're going to
pick
game
Ziggs.
3.
Oh, no! Oh, we're talking to a ref. Okay. I want to see a Ziggs lock in, actually. Just use all the R keys in the circles to make it so that Draven can't play the game.
I'm just going to say, if this comes back to being an issue with the champion select from On, I'm going to have not nice words to say to On, because he's sitting there for the last like 10 seconds going through Yunara, Kaisa, and Draven. Like, just pick one, bro. Just pick it. Don't mess with this stuff. On, you know better than that, man. You know better than that. It's okay.
Wow.
Would have been funny if he accidentally locked into Yunara, though. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe like in behind the scenes, it like locked in Yunara. What are your thoughts on Yunara? Are you excited?
Definitely has some strengths. Feels like a bit of a stat checker right now, and doesn't have enough stats. I think people are still figuring out how to play her. I don't think she's that strong, but I think that she will have her numbers change to where she definitely gets played at some point. It just feels like she pairs up better with Enchantresses right now. Like, she really needs to auto.
Like, real bad.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what that what the mess up was. We did see EDG's side talking to the ref, so maybe we're maybe thinking the Draven is the mess up.
No, I think the Draven's right, and then from there we'll see.
But there wasn't anything else.
I hope the Draven's not right. I think if it's Draven, we go game 3.
Do you just?
I don't. No, you can't play Draven to Wukong and Bessa Galio. Like,
yeah.
Good luck playing mid game. Yeah, like what are you gonna do?
Unless you get a large lead early, which maybe they're betting on.
They can play like a Renata and on like just Renata Wayne if they want. Just play Ziggs Leona and just go from there. Oh my god, we're gonna go through it all again. That's great. Doing good over here, Mazel.
Kelsey.
You said Nutty Nirvana, all right? When you said this.
Kelsey, you did this. Wherever you are in your dream state right now, Kelsey, you did this.
Yeah, that
this is on Kelsey Moser.
That and me suffering through a very runny nose, whatever is going on with me right now. I cracked.
Cold,
it is. I actually cracked a window. We have a nice breeze going through here when I cast throughout these early mornings.
Really good. Yeah.
It actually does. It keeps me from overheating and sweating on camera, which I'm very guilty of.
Is it raining by you, by the way? We live in the same city. Is it It just all of a sudden rained at my house. Like, just randomly out of nowhere. It was like literally clear skies.
It did not.
In the break, I walked outside. And I was like, why does it smell like rain? I looked out. Everything was wet. Like, what is going on?
We have a 2% chance of rain right now when I check my phone.
Okay, well.
So I'm going to go with a no. If so, then I might need to make a mad dash and close the window. I don't want to have wet pillows.
Yeah,
wet pillows are not ideal.
Well, hey, that random Los Angeles rain will get you. It was the Draven. I told you, it was the Draven. So
thank God.
On.
A chance for a game, a non-game.
This is a lesson. This is a lesson in humility. You don't just randomly spam
picks.
through 3 different champions. All right, Solution Leona is going to be locked in for an IP.
This is a very low range comp. We're just going forward.
What was that?
It's because he's like, we're going forward. I'm going to culling with all of you in front. I would like Skarner a lot this game. I think they need a tank and they need disrupt. This beats Vi for me.
I'm loving the vibes on NiP right now.
Doinby is the vibes king. I think that goes without saying.
All right, Skarner is locked in.
Honestly, you know what the best part for us about having Doinby back in the league this year is that we've gotten so many more leaks through him, as is tradition. I don't know who leaks more, in-league Doinby or out-of-league Doinby.
Definitely out-of-league Doinby. I think he just has less to do.
He just doesn't care, which I love. He's like, oh, yeah, this is happening. You guys want to know? If it doesn't, who cares?
He might got in a lot of trouble for it, but still does it anyways. It's
cares.
Good time.
He's too big to fall.
Yeah, he truly is, man. I can't get over. This is gonna be really random, but he was the summer spokesperson for LPL when we went there in Xi'an. So he's just like in these like board shorts and like Hawaiian shirt and like nice little hat. He's all like energetic and stuff. He's perfect summer energy, and he's gonna need to have some of that energy here in game number 2 if they want this series to go to 3.
Well,
see what I did there? Bam.
Yeah, I do. We're gonna have to see. As man, I really believe that at least the Skarner, if you're able to disrupt this comp, the ability for Kai'Sa Aatrox to be able to interact with this, it's real. I think Aatrox, it's going to be really key to one-shot him later on in these games, or else he... it's a very, very low-range team into an Aatrox that is always the role where Aatrox thrives in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And ZDZ had a hell of a game on game number 1 on Scion. Was willing to grab this at the end of that first phase on that red side to make sure he can have some of that carry potential. See if NiP can get their head in the game here. That game number 1 was devastating, 24-2 in NiP's home arena. We'll see if they can get back to it now. Home skybox, right?
All right, folks, if you're a Galio player at home, join B. No phase rush, no spellbook. Going to be the aftershock going into the Aurora. As the LPL solo queue AI likes the NiP draft. I do not. I do not think they outscale this one either. So it's a weird one.
A little bit of a difference from that game number 1 for sure.
Yeah, that's okay. Biscuits across the board. I don't see anything here that's too unique.
Lethal tempo
unflinching for the Skarner instead of going overgrowth.
Okay.
Not a giant fan. I think if you're going grasp and Heartsteel, just grab overgrowth. Why not? It all scales off each other.
I expect there to be some fireworks going on in this bot lane. See how quickly these junglers want to get down here and influence this. As same as last game, it will be moving top to bot for both jungle clears.
The word from Angel, of course, does get the push into the Galio. As the Aurora, your passive is very strong.
Yeah, we were playing some games earlier, and you had some very strong feelings about Aurora.
OP champ. That's it just is what it is.
It is what it is.
You're an OP champ, you're Aurora. It's fine.
Happens. All right, we get the 2v2 kicking off here. On takes a brunt of damage early from Leave and Niket. They do find a little bit back with that Void Seeker. Leave's gonna feel really good about that one, especially.
A good PT8 proc there from the NiP bot lane. Leave weaves that one in, even through the book, which was buffered, played correctly by Perukia, who has continued to be very good in the engagers here for EDG. This bot lane, though, of the Lucian Leona definitely takes the cake early on. I think Kai'Sa is going to need a couple of items for this one. And Kai'Sa, for me, I mean, does kind of work with the composition that we have, but was more of a takeaway pick than a pick for ADG. That's like, yeah, this one's really good here. Just NiP with the draft that was showing and how good Leave is at playing this champion definitely feels like Deny was definitely in mind here from EDG.
I definitely agree, and just being able to follow through a lot of that, like, engage that they have. Oh, the hook is going to go a little bit wide. On goes back into fight, and Perukia is in a lot of trouble now. Going to flash after the stun, but the dash forward. On's going to die to the flash from Leave, and he asserts his dominance in that 2v2.
Well, our rookie support threw out a dredge line to try and wrap up the cannon minion. As the cannon minion was missed by On, there was a Void Seeker that was blocked to try to walk back into range and Leave. And Niket able to find the 2v2 kill and get NiP off to a hot start in this one, Marcel.
ZDZ take a little 1v1 and a solo kill. Gotta watch out for his namesake. Should be just fine in that way, but now the junglers are gonna try to reposition.
Now it's a double crab.
We got that reset go through from Xiao Hao. It will be that double crab from Nio.
Nautilus is spotted here. NiP does not backstep. So the dredge line does go wide. And this is a good hot early start for NiP. Little double crab for the Wukong. Little early solo Boldo here in the 2v2 for Leave. Finding that kill on the Lucian. NiP getting everything they want early.
And that's huge because the team fight potential of this top trio is strong no matter what it feels like. One of the saving graces was going to be how much damage Leave could do. And speaking of the confidence being built in this bot side, Leave and Niket are on one.
I think the cat going in there actually wasn't worth the flash.
Oh.
They're going to be
Another
fine.
engage in.
No, that's good from Perukia. They ate the wave. They were trying to, they aren't going to get the cannon minions, sadly. There's going to be no attempt on this one. Wait.
Gonna direct line again for it.
They actually got the cannon minion. That's crazy. Wow. Well, that's nice. I think EDG's bot lane going to be okay here a little bit. Still down a pickaxe, so they're going to be on the back foot farming. But I actually did like how Perukia played that one walking into the lane. I think that second trade onto Niket was very much there. Found a freebie. Even in a losing scenario, that's good.
Yeah. 2v2 can be a really big jumping off point for both teams in this one. Giving them any kind of early advantage is going to be really good. The Cole was purchased early by On, so they obviously are going to be trying to play on that kind of scaling aspect, get those minions going, but both junglers going to be towards bot side now. Xiaohao going to present first as he's trying to clear out some of these waves. Nayo going to be right behind.
And as long as NiP keeps this formation of the Wukong collapsing into the bot side, they just win out on this 3v3. I don't think there's a way that Xiaohao can match it. So NiP, for me, they should be pretty happy to keep the game where it's at now. I'm just curious if EDG ends up swapping for anything.
Yeah.
Because if I'm EDG right now, I'm thinking, okay, how can I maybe delay this dragon timer? Or I can get a timer where I can actually trade Drake for Gromp. Because with the strength that NiP has right now, there's no way they want to allow the game to get to that spot.
Oh, they're going all in now as well. Leave in trouble. Zenith Blade's going to go through. Xiaohao tries to get the play. Does end up getting Leave. TP's coming down as well from EDG. They're going to bring down Angel. He's been pretty strong in mid lane, but it'll just be the trades right now. 1-for-1. Xiaohao for Leave.
Yeah, Doinby went back mid, so he's going to clean this wave up. See if Nayo holds this one. They cannot contest the hold as Nayo does have 6. But a good find that short relentless pursuit, the dash from Leave on the Lucian was a little bit unwarranted. Definitely set up for EDG to actually trade out that kill, which did go over to Xiaohao. So I think happy to trade AD for jungler there. Removing the Lucian, definitely buying some time where he doesn't get resources on the map, going to be worth. And EDG, what I was talking about before, Mazel, can we delay the dragon to find a timer where we can trade Gromp for Drake? Looks like they've done so successfully. Yeah. Move their bot lane up towards top lane. They're going to be okay sacking the dragon to at least get their hands on one of these early monster objectives.
And right now it looks like NiP aren't going to really contest. Oh, Nayo. Oh, Nayo. You chose the wrong ward. Is he going to get a little bit of help here coming from Doinby as well? Between worlds and beautiful play call and decision making from EDG.
And a heat-seeking dredge line from Perukia too, who guesses where Nayo was going to burn the W, burn the shadow. As he finds the Wukong, finds the win for EDG, and NiP, they rotated up to match the play. Didn't even get a chance to take the dragon. Of course, their jungler was the one up here, but it feels like the swap from EDG really caught them off guard, and EDG is going to get a big win out of it.
Man, really good redeploy from EDG, and
just the better
really
team
kind of led by Perukia as well. EDG finding that team difference here so far in this series.
How impressive has Perukia been in his opening matches? Okay, it's only going to be one
That's
grub.
That's kind of dirty. I like
it's
that.
One grub, but if they play these camps out fast, they might be able to be first to dragon.
You can take that early, or at least not early stacking dragon. You can take that stacking dragon and do a lot of things with it with this comp for EDG. Really,
on base again.
Going to be those leaders.
So Leave has no pulling on based again, so he has full resources. I think it's going to be Skarner taking these couple of camps and clearing to get bot. Angel would love to find a reset too. Not sure if he can. I like how what Doinby's doing to actually hold the wave. It's putting a lot of pressure on the Angel, who does not have good conditions. ZDZ has no TP to maybe fix this lane. So yeah, you can see Angel having to burn a lot of time to go back. Well played by Doinby there. If Angel gets a free base and Doinby just pushes that wave out for free, it does create that better dragon condition for EDG as a whole. But Doinby using the strength he had in the 1v1 there very well to take that away from EDG.
Niket and Perukia, big influences on the map, will have level 6s now. So really looking at their engaged potentials in these next ones. I gotta say though, NiP starting to come on to a point where their team fight really comes alive. It is so hard to pick apart this team comp when you get into those 5-on-5.
Yeah, the real question right now is, do they have the strength to actually find the 5v5s, Mazel? We're not at first item Lucian. The Ambess is going to take some time to scale. And, that's big from ZDZ.
That is big. Loses some distance, misses the Q sweet spot. Will end up getting the flash out of solo kill.
Okay, well done here. ZDZ.
Dude, ZDZ's having a series.
He has been having a series, Mazel. I think it's a good call. The sign game was very clean. Game 1. Got a happy Aatrox game with the R3 pick. On the top side here. Cashing in on it all right so far. See if he can do more. As I really think for him, the 3 item marks the magic point, because it's usually where you get the Sundered Sky, the Shojin, and the Sterax. And you can be really, really filthy strong as Aatrox to those points of the game. As long as Ambessa doesn't take you out.
Yeah, you were saying before the Aatrox loves being into this low range comp as
yeah, needs to be one shot later in this game. Yeah.
They are going to move in. EDG are actually looking for a wraparound play on bot side. Dragon just reset, so NiP are going to be forced away now. Oh, maybe they got to catch out, though.
Perukia read it.
Okay, he's fine. He's okay. Perukia, though, just walks straight into
Okay, I didn't read that one.
That play back, though, and Perukia.
He read the first one.
He just goes down.
I see, that's one where I actually really feel like Perukia, like, taking the blast cone the way he did, I think he kind of read the fact that they were playing in that pocket.
I thought he did, too.
That's what it told me off the bat. In the end, it wasn't the case. Yes, he did just need the drop award to ensure that they were indeed in that pocket, and he did die for it. But at least they dropped some big arcs.
Now they just take the full engage here right on the Xiaohao. They just have that length of engage. That's why they have this comp. They get the Impale there as well going in, though. They try to get a kill back. Between Worlds comes through from Angel. He gets one back. Here has redeployed. TP coming in from ZDZ as well. Doinby's going to go down, and now Angel is in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to find Nio on the back end here. A double kill has come through for on the Kaisa. That's going to be pretty big. I think he might die. Okay, execution comes through onto Nio.
ZDZ went straight to bot lane and will pick up a plate or two for himself. As the Drake is still standing here, Mazel, so we could easily have a rinse and repeat and do it all again.
It's still there, man. 12 minutes in. Let's go. First game we had almost a kill a minute for EDG. Going crazy, and now we have a 12-minute dragon almost. Probably still a little bit of while, too. ZDZ takes the bait. Takes the fat walloping bait that was waiting right there for him, and solo kill will end up getting the kill.
And that's the one shot with the help of Niket's Leona. And why ZDZ for me? Like, I think there's a real choice with his next item. Do you go for the Sterax, which gives you tenacity, which you need to avoid the one shot? Or do you go for the Shojin that does feel so good on Aatrox? As we're going to take another look.
There.
Yeah, engage on the Xiaohao. I mean, again, getting fishy. They have Perukia coming in. They get a lot out of NiP for this. I know that he goes down to the end, but I think it's a well worth and worthy trade. I mean, you imagine that Nio walking out for free is pretty much... This was the best case scenario in the end for NiP. That they just lose an extra man and get taken off the dragon. As this dragon that has made it 13 minutes into the game, looking to not make it any further.
The oldest dragon of all time.
What is the oldest dragon
of all time? Oh my god, they're not even going to get it.
Don't think Nio's going to get here in time. Might have a fight afterwards.
Oh, can they get smite range? Okay, they got it. They're going to try to get out. They will just be fine.
Can they defend mid?
Turn back around. They have ZDZ down here as well. Void Seeker is going to be used. Trying to find something.
Let's go EDG. I mean, EDG's just been playing better. Been playing a better map and playing it better as a team. I say that on.
Yep.
Didn't take the safe way. Took the greedy way. Lost a flash there, so that's an oopsie. But man, again, I think EDG, like this was the other team in Group Nirvana, Mazel, that looked the best early on. EDG have definitely proven that they're just the better team on the day so far.
So far, but it is still NiP. Trying to give them a run for their money. Looking at Angel. Oh, didn't even need the Between Worlds. Just wanted to make sure. Ulti will be down there, though, and they will look to get this top side turret. First turret still on the table for this feats, and NiP would claim the feats of strength with this take, and that's going to be what happens.
All right.
The ninjas got boots, Cubby. What do we do?
I mean, upgraded boots, the fancy boots, as if they didn't already have them.
Pretty sure ninjas
I think
don't like boots.
I think scaling this game is going to be interesting to me, as I actually prefer EDG's comp, but this one goes like late. Okay. But Ambessa Wukong is a frontline that can do some serious work. I'm not sure if they can get through the Skarner and the Aatrox. That's going to be we're going to leave that one to science, Mazel. we might figure out with some experimenting here on the Rift.
Yeah, I was going to say we're going to get the
I don't have an answer for that one
here.
Yeah,
at least live on stage.
We'll see who plays it better. I definitely think there's real opportunity for both these front lines to make their mark in the fight. So,
really do like the early executioners there by solo kill. It also means NiP will move across the map, get a preemptive play onto the Rift Herald, and they'll have a little bit of standing gold to grab with that as well. They could look mid lane if they wanted to.
that executioner is kind of nice for solo kill in the 1v1 Mazel, but I'm curious how much it's going to delay his second item. Do you really want your Shojin
yeah, true.
on Ambessa?
Dude, they really want ZDZ is who they want. They're going to find him too. Niket tries to go through. Do they have the CC chain? Is it enough? The heal not going to be there. Public execution goes through and solo kill. Gets the kill again.
I mean, you can't go Mercs. You got to go Steel Caps and the Sterax here. And I really like the focus that Niket has had. Game 1, spent a lot of time talking about Perukia here, Mazel, but Niket has been the support that I think's identifying correctly what to do in this mid game. That's set the Aatrox behind. Because if he gets squishy and he's not allowed to snowball, deathball throughout these fights, you're a completely different champion. We have seen these one-shots be very sound, very well played between Solo Kill and Niket.
Niket at 100% KP, just like his counterpart in game number 1, albeit just a little bit different in terms of what that KP is. But still, this guy, I mean, again, he turned a lot of heads when he swapped over into Ultra Prime from the system that he kind of came up in top esports, and especially the Challengers roster in the LDL. And then he's kind of like fallen into the back line, especially with his little bit of stint on RNG and the failures that came with that organization this year so far. And it's really nice to see him kind of get that breath of fresh air, at least on NiP, try to get that spotlight back onto him, even though Perukia is doing a good job of taking it himself.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Been good looks from Niket. Again, Leona was really the one engaged support left after the bans, and making good use of it in a little bit of a ham-fisted bot lane between the Leona and the Lucian that has just completed that Infinity Edge now in inventory, Mazel.
2 items. Oof.
So, a minute before the Drake. This might be a scary one for EDG. Fortunately for them, dragon stacking is going to be a long way away from both these teams, given how long the first one did survive. But this feels like a dragon that NiP is going to be much stronger for.
You can feel a little bit of that confidence on the map as well. I mean, it's just about 1,000 gold lead, but they're actually going to use the Rift Herald as a bit of a distractionary tool. Get some prio in mid lane. Try to take down this outer defensive turret for EDG. It should be just fine to take that down on. We'll have to back away. And that's going to be even more difficult for EDG to find their way into this dragon pit if they do want to contest for it.
I think bot outer's
we're going to test out Doomby's driving skills. Doesn't even need it. He's like, man, I was going to do something really cool.
Just a full seed.
Solo Kill just takes it down anyways.
Just a full seed from EDG. Definitely felt like that needed to be the case. As they didn't keep any members top. A little bit surprised they didn't continue to farm out gold. Might have responded, or force NiP to respond to something in a wave. From here is On.
Really good calling. He's going to get the flash out of On. Leave. Precise to a T.
I think the first one we saw On flash out of was kind of on him. That one, I think someone needed to stand in front of him.
Yeah.
He was in a tough spot there.
But I got to ask a real question. Does it get better for EDG here?
Yes.
Because it just feels like the answers are not there for now.
It 100% will get better for EDG. They need to get Kai'Sa to the 2-3 item mark. They need to be in a world where Aatrox can make it so that Lucian doesn't just run a fight for free. Angel scales really nicely on the Aurora in this game, especially compared to the Galio. So I do think that time is friendly to EDG. Just going to have to be, you know, how much do they sack leading up to that. But at least we, you know, a big talking point in the last game, Mazel, was that NiP, they didn't fight or they took the dragon and then lost the fight at a time where they didn't feel like they could be on that dragon. At least EDG there, we're feeling up here in the desk. They had the drop, had the seed, had to wait for a better day for them. And they did so. They didn't lose the game at that point, which is definitely something that a lot of our LPL teams are not the best at. Sometimes it's just a fight and hope for the best.
We just got an explanation of that in game number 1.
We did.
Or example, I guess not an explanation. The explanation is never going to come. I'll just get more examples.
The explanation was this was poor.
Oh, ZDZ's taking the bait.
He's got Merc Treads, so does have access to some of that tenacity, but I'm scared with no steel caps in the long run. I do think it's really important you get your tenacity from Sterax in this, because the steel caps very valuable against Wukong, Lucian, and Mbessa.
Okay, yeah, I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
Also, I think just the spikes right now as well, just heavily leaning in NiP's favor. They're right on that cusp where majority members are going to have 2 items. Oh, Niket. He may be a little overextended. They're going to get a little bit of damage. TP's coming in. Double TP's coming out from NiP. Leave. Going to get the calling in as well. Niket's in trouble with the depth charge, but this is huge from NiP. Maybe they get the public execution in the backline. Solo Kill is cleaning house right now as well, as ZDZ is trying to fight away with Angel. Only the solo lanes are alive for EDG, and NiP take the fight.
It was good until Solo Kill entered the fight and ended it on Mbessa's entrance, as he just obliterated everyone of the backline there himself.
I mean, it was incredible. You can see what that second item spike really does for the Mbessa.
Yep.
Unlocking a lot of the damage, which just tearing through them, and now they're actually going to get the Atacon as well.
Looks like a no contest. That's going to be a huge win for NiP here, who do feel like in the last couple of sequences have really taken control of this game. We saw ZDZ just not even pop the R, or I guess didn't have the R available. It was pretty much a minimal to no fight impact for ZDZ. Meanwhile, Solo Kill was the entire fight impact from NiP. I will say I did like the idea from EDG. I'm going to get another look here. I think this is an okay start to things. Even, check out Perukia. He's going to go for the flash look on Leave. Like, even this force is kind of a bad culling. So at least you keep Lucian out of the fight early on. I think the mistake from him was casting that depth charge onto Niket. Needed to save something for Solo Kill. Because again, once Solo Kill enters the fight, ran through all of it, and ZDZ again just had no fight impact in this one.
Perukia is dead again. He has fallen to the depths with his anchor. He is out of the fight. It's going to be another big pick for NiP, who now float at about a 3,000 gold lead.
Time still needed here for EDG. I think it's got to be 3-item Kaisa now.
Man.
Yeah, you're a flashless Nautilus going for some deep vision. Definitely a rookie mistake being caught out there. Still should be okay for Perukia. Has opportunities to make bigger plays here on the map, but those opportunities might be dwindling. But I just don't think there's a world where you don't have Aatrox on 2 items. You don't have like 2 to 3 items on this Kaisa. The issue now is that you have to survive. I mean, I think the next Dragon being given over is a given. But when Baron gets on the map, that's going to be the scary part for NiP, who does have a decently threatening Baron between the Lucian and Mbessa, who's the Baron DPS pretty good between those two. Definitely makes up with Gallia.
It definitely does. Perukia actually finds a bit of an engage on Doomby, but Doomby's going to make it out. And he will go ahead and join his friends in mid lane. Nothing happened there on bot side.
It's a trade up in ultimates, I will say.
True, I guess.
As Hero's entrance is now out. So, again, I think that at least Perukia looking to... you can't take a fight straight up. I think that you do have to play around with some of these conditions. So I like the fact that he's trying to at least get better conditions for his team.
TP.
As Angel gets +1 in that top wave, will be a better wave state across the map for EDG, and Solo Kill might be getting hunted here.
All right, but can they take down the Iron Wolf? It's going to be a big question, and that's going to feel real bad.
I would have rather not cast him Skarner.
Oh, the 4-man Cyclone.
It's early.
It's early. Not gonna be there, though. They have a nice front-to-back fight here as Angel and On trying to get the cleanse out, trying to get the damage out. Doomby's in the middle of everybody, and Leave gets engaged on. Leave's in trouble. Leave goes down. EDG actually have the fight here as well. Yep. They get Solo Kill. No! A triple kill for On. No, make it a quadra kill as they go for the Dragon. They upset the lead. They take the balance and throw it into the trash at the Dragon. Second one for EDG.
That engage from Nio was too early, and we didn't have the Hero's entrance from Galio because of the trade that Perukia made earlier on. So you don't get the insta entrance from Doinby. Solo Kill had his public execution butt out, and you're overcommitted into a fight where On gets really good conditions. Angel hit everyone with his Between Worlds, and the game just turned upside down in favor of EDG.
No way this fight went this way. On and Angel were weaving in this one.
I love the insta flash out here from On. Again, they just completely melted the Wukong. This is a great hook from Perukia, who the next hook actually finds Leave too. But again, it's just
middle of it all.
It took Joinby till now to join. It's insta cleansed. Solo Kill is way nerfed with no access to public execution. Oh. And yeah, Perukia hits a butte on the Leave in the back half. Love the flash forward from On, who, as you properly called out, Mazel, had a great fight. But that engage from Nio was just way too early. The conditions were not in favor of NiP. And they throw away their opportunity to take Drake in the window where they're strong. And now EDG going to be rocking with a whole heck of a lot more gold in their shoulders.
On always the journeyman, trying to find his way across so many teams. RA to IG and now to EDG. And as this year continues to unfold, he continues to be a massive puzzle piece for this team. And a massive piston in the engine, honestly, of how they run. He has been able to find a lot of these fights. It's been really beautiful watching. Now NiP, they're reeling a little bit here, Cubby.
Just hasn't been the day for NiP, who, again, just at no point in the series have looked like the better team.
A third item spike now for Leave. Maybe it makes a difference.
I very much prefer where the Kaiser's at this point. I think that Leave, again, like these conditions for NiP, they need to hit their R keys and make sure that it's sound and still deal with this Aatrox, who has stacked up a lot of tenacity. And ZDZ even going for more defense. Again, usually Shojin a really important item for Aatrox, but looks to be going for Death's Dance, potentially, before that. As he for sure needs some armor going Sterax plus Treads, so I do think this is the right call.
I like when you can see that kind of build adaptation as well. Just try to adapt to the situation in the game itself. But for NiP, how do you get the train back on the tracks, man? How do you get back in there?
In this game or overall?
In this game.
Ooh. Make sure that your conditions aren't messed with early on.
Don't overextend.
Yeah, no, just find your picks. You're playing for picks. You can't have all your tools that you need to find picks with be bled out. Or not just picks, like these big R key engages, right? Whether it hits in the 5v5s or just in the 1v1s or 2v2s. You need to make sure that your conditions for finding those plays don't get bled out before you can find them. So I do think NiP can play their way back in. Gonna have to be much more disciplined on their end.
Yeah, they're looking at some vision contests around the Baron Pit. I think both teams could put a little bit of pressure on the Baron Pit, try to get some resources out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Perukia tries to end up getting Leave, but doesn't end up finding the dredge line. Do get the counter on that control ward now as we're looking at TP coming in from Angel.
They want to play on this
make it a 5v5 now as well. Big hook on the Niket. Is it enough? They have so much upfront damage. The front to back from EDG is looking so damn powerful, Cubby.
It's just been a pleasure, man, to watch Perukia come in here and pretty much just outplay his opponents in Group Nirvana. I really feel like some of these interactions and the way that he's playing these matchups like that, I can see why EDG went with this player. He is good. He is proactively looking for plays, looking to be a participant in this game for better or worse. And as a rookie, sometimes that's all you can ask for, man. Like, you don't want a player that's sitting back, sitting on his hands and letting things come to him. Perukia is trying to make plays in these games, and they've been a lot. There've been a lot of really good looks and calculated plays that I've seen out of him. Even just that grab on the Niket, I know it kind of looks like an easy one for O, but he set that up by baiting out vision and baiting out some of the tools before he found that dredge line where it could be really solid. So it's really well played.
In a league that's so storied, that has so many players, so many teams, it's so rare to get these kind of big pop-off moments, especially from a support player. When you think of the roster of support players in the LPL, and a lot of them struggling to find their own grace, right? Like, I feel like support is maybe at an all-time weak point in the LPL right now, and it's awesome to see these little stories developing.
Especially in a role where a lot of times you have people that role swap to extend their career. It's the experience role, right? And you have these rookies like Perukia stepping in and making a really big impact early on. That's pretty exciting.
Nice.
So, NiP We have completely sacked any and all control around the dragon. This is a sole point available for EDG. It has spawned, but NiP have taken full control over the top side of the map and have started up this Baron, which Lucian does pretty quickly.
All right, Perukia is going to have to check. Niket goes in, tries to find On, doesn't get the Zenith Blade there. There's the Rogue entrance coming in, though. Perukia is in a lot of trouble. Perukia is going to go down to leave, ends up finding him on the side. Now Solo Kill is able to make a little bit of headroom here. On tries to find the backline, double impale into 2. Now they have the Between Worlds as well.
Angel.
On is fighting this incredible. On finally finding his moment over Leave, and Leave, he got taken off the roster for a reason. On will take his place and take his moment.
I mean, he found the Lucian, but that fight for me, that was all Angel and the Between Worlds. The setup between him and Xiao Hao created a massive mid-fight wombo for EDG. Leave, who was free-firing on the outside, just didn't have the DPS to get through the rest of EDG, and that front line, the Skarner, the Aatrox holding real strong this game.
Leave versus On, and On comes out the better. We got to take a look back at this one.
Watch Angel this one. So Nikat trying to look for On, only finds Perukia. Perukia kind of, you know, okay going down after he bled out. But keep your eyes on Angel throughout this part of the fight, because this Between Worlds, him and Xiao Hao create, it's massive. It hits all 5. Then the bounce back between the circle to reposition on the right side of the fight, by the way. Beautiful fight. I think Leave should have flashed in to finish out. Off On. Tried to flash out. That was a mistake. EDG, they take the fight. They take the Baron. They take the Dragon. Looking to take the series 2-0 here against NiP.
They have a 5K lead out of nowhere.
This game's over.
Absolutely RKO'd. And that's an incredible thing to see from EDG, because, again, the story all night long has been the better team play, the better team cohesion. And it's been 2 games in a row we've seen that unfold.
And man, for EDG, I mean, they seem like the team to beat yet again here for Group Nirvana. I know this is a double round robin, but I think the form that we've seen from this team early on, it really does leave us wanting them to be the team to face those better opponents. Because this is a team that, with a rookie support again, this guy was signed just for 28 days to the LDL team before he started playing just in the LPL for EDG. But Perukia and friends they're on the right, like, same page. And this does feel like a team that is playing together, playing well. And I mean, we saw last split with a team like Team WE really come together and be a team that was greater than the sum of their parts, how far they could go. EDG, of course, being in this group, not Group Ascension. But it does seem like a team where maybe could be threatening.
Okay, Leave might just be sending it right there. Solo Kill finds the backline access, though On finds Leave in the end, goes on to Nio as well, and it's just all onto the backline as now Doinbe's trying to make some mints work as well in the back as Solo Kill. He's all by himself once again. This has been the likely story time and time again in these fights. He is strong, but not strong enough to stop Edward Gaming as they burst through the front door, and they're looking for a 2-0.
Yeah, we got some fist bumps being given out early there by Xiao Hao. He knows things have been wrapped up for EDG. The Drain Tanks of the Aatrox and Aurora with these builds ended up ringing strong in the later stages, Mazel. And EDG take resounding control over Group Nirvana.
Undefeated. And I thought this matchup was going to be absolutely 3 games. I thought it was going to be a back-and-forth tussle. But that game 1, it was 24-2, Cubby. They smashed them. And in this game, when it came to their win conditions, when it came to that moment, when you talked about 2, 3 items, they turned on the heat, and it did not matter. And they were able to switch up an almost 4,000 gold deficit into a 6,000 plus gold lead.
Yeah, I really like the fact that EDG feels like they're playing on the same page. They've had a good idea of how to play out their comps, and NiP, I mean, that moment was just one moment of desync, one moment of not having all the R keys they needed to be brought together, not all available to be used. And that changed the game in EDG's favor.
Dude, ZD, like, Perukia gets all the love, and rightfully so. Incredible stuff. ZDZ, man. Like, I'm impressed. I mean, Solo Kill is a very up and down kind of swingy top laner in a lot of ways that we've seen over this year. But ZDC has also been that. And so to see a lot of clean games from him feels really good from a guy who's just trying to find his spot in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, again, EDG feels like a team that we want to see taking strides to face the Group Ascension team. Double round robin, going to be a while until we see that from EDG, but it seems very clear that they are a cut above the competition yet again in this split of LPL when it comes to Group Nirvana.
And it's nice to see Xiaohao and ZDZ, you know, back to good graces in some ways. It is Group Nirvana, to put that caveat on it, but a 3-0 start in a double round robin is going to feel good nonetheless, because you remember, top 4 teams to face the bottom 4 teams for those play spots. A lot on the line for those teams, even though it is far down the line.
I mean, I like the fact that we do have the double round robin. It does feel like these games can be played
much better.
I mean, we saw Group Nirvana be a lot. It showed a lot of caution in terms of how they were playing out those games with a single round robin and the stakes being so damn high from last split, as of course the 2 teams that did bottom out. In Group Nirvana, we do not have back for this split, as we said sayonara RNG and OMG until 2026 and potentially to RNG forever in the LPL, which is kind of wild to think about.
Don't bring that into reality, Cubby, all right?
We'll see. I mean, hey, if we're lucky, TSM takes the spot, right, Mazel? So.
Ooh, that one might hurt even more. I don't know. I don't know at that point. There's also some other crazy stuff going on, like you know, Shadow joining PLG and other things like that. But you know, it's fine. It's all a day's work in the LPL.
That's fine.
And,
I already referenced that one with my last cast, Mazel.
Yeah,
it's the Arrested Development meme. It
was
just
really
might
good. I appreciated it. It made me want to go back and watch the series again, even though I've seen it.
It's
twice.
A great show.
It's a great show.
First 3 seasons of that show live up to any and all expectations.
The rest, a bit questionable.
Don't worry about it.
Still
No,
loving.
Do not worry about it.
But the first 3 seasons, absolutely.
First 3 seasons, brilliant.
And the first 3 series for EDG, also absolutely brilliant.
Well, let's hope they don't fall off into the abyss like that show did, you know?
Yeah, let's hope not. They have more slated seasons if every series is a season. So, you know, they have a lot of room to work with.
That's true. They're gonna have much longer runtime than that show. But that's okay, Mazel.
What works for NiP now? Like, I asked you about in-game, but what the hell works out of game?
I'd say it's a team ramen run. Feels good right now. I mean, you just got schmacked for 2 games.
Yeah.
Just take a deep breath and figure out what's going on as an IP. I mean, I think game 2 they had some winning angles, just didn't execute as a team. And game 1 fought, I think, a dragon that really they couldn't afford to fight, and EDG punished them very heavily for that. So again, very clear that EDG were the better team of the day. It felt rather one-sided. Just kind of curious to see who are Pog and what kind of, I guess, post-game interview they do with the official LPL. As okay, here we go. Okay, solo kill. You can see the damage from solo kill. Did some heavy lifting.
That graph, man. Oh my god.
Pretty tough.
That's one word to put it. That's pretty tough. That's pretty tough. It only got up to like 3,200 gold lead for them anyway, so it wasn't that far. It still felt really bad because I think there were some decent decisions being made by NiP earlier on to that game, and obviously that's how they kind of had that 3,000 to 4,000 gold lead.
Is just the fight that we're going to see in the bot lane. That was tough, but it was a good start to NiP. Just really feels like, I mean, I did not like the draft overall for NiP. It does, I think if you go Lucian, you don't want to pair it with Leona. If we're going to pick Leona, again, why not play Corky? Who I think was actually positioned quite well. I mean, it's not the best matchup in the Kaisa, but it's playable.
It just feels like you're also going into short range against a composition that can just absolutely obliterate you.
So, I mean, Corky Leona just synergizes much better than Lucian Leona as well. So if you're going to grab Lucian, I mean, might as well grab Nami or something like that, but not the case. As the choice of lane ended up being Oopsie, and the choice of this fight,
good.
I think that the way that Perukia on and the rest of the squad played this out was quite nice, but again, want to give a lot of credit over to EDG. Just felt like they had a better idea of how to play out their 2 drafts and did so successfully against NiP.
It just feels really bad to see Leave kind of caught hanging right there, because it's like one of those classic AD situations where you're just so bought into who you want to kill that you don't realize where you're putting yourself, and that kind of stuff can't happen.
I even missed,
but the stuff that On was able to put down can happen. I
did
love
miss
the
On.
position.
I did miss on in that fight, dodging out of the public execution.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
solo
yeah.
kill.
That's
That
what
was
I was
nice.
saying in the replay. I was like,
Yeah,
I sidestepped it. That was nuts, man.
I was locked in the Angel. Angel did have a
He's
nice fight,
nuts.
but man, pretty nice as on. Again, that Kaisa, that we said it was a bit of a takeaway from NiP and Leave. Definitely was, given what they were showing so far. But
They're lucky they didn't have to lock in that Draven. That's all we're saying. Imagine if
true.
Draven was the Kaisa instead.
we would be talking about Game 3 right now, Michelle.
Yeah. They're lucky the refs allowed them to go back.
Draven definitely is on a champion I detest list. You just don't have enough range to function as Draven later on in
play
games.
against it. So
I don't think that you get to interact with games later on in 5s. You get outranged and out interacted about like everything. You get a BF sword level 1, but it's fine.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Who gets MVP though? You think it's got to be? I don't know if I would give it to
Angel.
Perugia for this one. I think
No,
it
it goes Angel.
Angel?
Yeah.
Not On? I think On's fights were insane.
Oh,
Okay, it is
on this.
ADC supremacy. Look at that. First MVP of the split too.
It was a good one. Good takeaway on the Kaisa. Was very well played by On and EDG as they continue to look like a team to beat in Group Nirvana. And now we're gonna have a I think our next series, Bizel, is not. We're not quite as excited about that one as we were for this one.
The funniest part is it's gonna be way longer than this series. And
it will.
I'm so ready for it.
I'm getting more coffee.
Yeah, NiP and EDG gave us a little bit of a softball early on, but next is going to be where the real ruckus commences. As it's continuing with Group Nirvana. That is it for EDG versus NiP. EDG take a resounding, and I mean resounding, 2-0 win over NiP to remain undefeated in Group Nirvana, 3-0. And now we will see which one of our two next organizations can take their first win on the split. LNG versus LGD will be right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and we're into our second series of the day on Nutty Nirvana, whatever day it is. Well, we're going to have a lot of fun, though. It's LGD versus LNG next. One of these teams has to win a series to start it off.
Yeah, and frankly, I think the favorite so far for this one is going to be LGD. I know that they haven't hoisted that series win yet, but LNG's look pretty tough in the outings that we've seen from them, whereas LGD look somewhat competitive to start the split.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of competitiveness from LGD for sure. We're going to take a look at their roster here as well to catch everybody up if you're not up to speed, as it will be Xiaoya changing his name to Savior. So we'll still be the same ADC, just a little bit of a different look. But big importance tonight will be on that mid-jungle duo. I feel like Climber and XQW, they got to show some cohesiveness in their play.
Again, we've seen LGD get active in their games, but are we getting active for the right reasons or to make the right plays? That's more so the question with this young team, who, of course, the core LDL champions when we look at how this team came to be. With Climber especially being back in there, I believe it was him, XQW, and YCX that were a part of that core that won LDL for this squad. So it'll be fun to see if they can have some more success in the LPL, as they have been Nirvana escapees, but we're not able to win the play-in series to officially escape the group for this split.
Yeah, they're hoping for a little bit of a higher shot this time around. Let's go ahead and take a look at some clips from them as well. This was against their series against NiP, who we just saw. They ended up losing that series, but I think they showed some really good fight, especially in game number 2, which they did end up winning here. But you know, some bad breaks, especially in game number 3, but they showed some of the proactivity that I'm really looking for from both of our teams tonight.
They did at least push NiP to 3. And this is a team where, again, they can make plays. I think that XQW does a really nice job of getting outside of the lane phase at times. Climber was a carry jungler in the LDL, as I think had a couple of growing pains here in the LPL, but good to see him back in the lineup, as, of course, he was benched for the likes of Nayo. That did really make a big impact on LGD last split. So I'm going to have to see if Climber can continue to emerge as that standout jungler that he was early on in his career before he was playing in the LPL.
See if he can rise to that moment here, especially. But LGD, this was the unfortunate end to that series. A bit of a one-sided stomp in that game number 3. But I'm really looking for them to get some proactive picks for themselves, get some of those comfort picks, especially at least starting off with this game number 1. Then Fearless obviously comes into effect. But LGD, as you said, a little bit the favorites coming into this matchup, where on the other side for LNG, maybe some of the names you don't know so well, some of the developmental players that have been coming through for LNG, but it's more so the lack of proactivity, the lack of real authentic gameplay from LNG in a lot of their outings so far.
This team's really struggled this year. There's really no way to go about it besides that. It feels like whatever they have tried to find with this new iteration of the roster too, it's the same common denominator of we are not sure what plays LNG is going for, and the plays that oftentimes they do or do not go for are not great. And I think that's been my issue with the team so far to open up this split, is that it feels like they aren't willing to pull the trigger when they really should, and they're just getting bled out of games that look pretty ugly for them.
Loving the LP graphic there as well, but I gotta give a special shout out to Hai Chao. One of the reasons why maybe he got that shot on LNG, maybe there was some of that change up, was because he was a centerpiece for LGD. What I used to say for him is he would either like fully individually lose you games or win you games on that LGD team, even with like the Meteor roster and things along those lines. And I look back to those moments like those are the best moments of Hai Chao, even if it was more of that middle of the pack setup or kind of lower half of the pack. But here on LNG, he has not been able to stick the landing just yet.
I just haven't seen him team fight well. Like, we see Hai Chao be able to get some leads in lane. It's just that transitioning those leads has not been good for Hai Chao. So I think that's really the big sign of growth we're looking for him. And honestly, just some more help for Zika, who still feels like a top laner that's pretty competitive from this team. I thought that there would be a world where, A, we wouldn't even see LNG competing in this split, as they looked like a favorite to be knocked out until 2026 in Group Nirvana. And then, if they weren't, I was hoping that we'd see Zika grab a team, because he's still playing decently well in the top lane. We need to see him now get some more help from his teammates around him.
Yeah. And just real quick, if you don't mind, Chippy, shout out to our producer. If we could pull up the champion pool graphic just really quick before we actually get into draft itself, because I think it was really interesting to take a look at this mid lane matchup and see exactly where they're going to be leaning to. A lot of comfort, a lot of things along those lines, but more so just a lot of potential action between what they want to be taking.
Yeah, and I mean, this is only split 3.
Yeah, exactly.
For the LPL, so a lot of champions that are missing from there that I'm expecting to see more of as we go throughout this split. And I do know, like, in terms of referencing some of the other splits for these guys, we're pulling up some stats here for XQW and Haichao, but Yone, definitely a big key that has been shared by both of these teams and players that I'll be looking out for. Also, that Azir Talia priority is still especially high, as we have from pretty much every mid in the league. So, going to be looking out for a few of those champions that have been really big in the LPL, as we love to get our mid laners activated early and get on the map.
Yeah, exactly that. And we'll probably go back to stage now if we can. But I'm just here to wonder and stand in awe of what the potentials we get here are. We could get absolute slugfest, kills a minute. We could get 45-minute game. We could get anything under the sun replicably possible in Summoner's Rift. What do you think?
It's a lot of whataboutisms going on here, Mazel.
There is a lot of whataboutism. That's going to be a heavy theme of this series, you know?
As the analyst, that's not my, it's not the
that's
area
not
I muck around in.
Off of?
Not what we muck around in, Mazel. I'm more of a drain the swamp type of fellow, you know?
Oh my god. All right, well, I'm going to drain this conversation straight into draft because we got LGD on the blue side. With the Varus ban, the Vive ban, and
where's Azir?
The Braum ban. We do get the Talia and the Pantheon ban. This has to be Azir. If it's not, it's going to be first pick by LGD.
Likely an Azir ban coming in. As I will say the Braum ban, LGD definitely showing some really Nautilus potential / priority. Don't want to get Brahmed early on a potential bot lane. Or maybe scared of giving away the Xin plus Braum. It definitely tells me they do not want to first pick. Oh, they banned Senna. Azir?
Yeah. It has to be Azir, right? Has to be Azir.
Not. It'll be snagged up by LNG. I do think that Azir B1 is still beatable. They did give Azir, though, some pretty nice buffs for whatever godforsaken reason this patch. So he is in an even better spot with 25 more base health and 5% more AP on his Ws.
True.
Which is significant for his damage.
The Annie insta countered.
And Viego?
Mid lane. Okay.
I know the way we're... Okay, LNG, we said that there has not been a ton of proactivity from this squad.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of proactivity, hopefully, in this game, or else things are going to be uber doomed for the Annie Viego team. Because we're looking to go in and fight. I like the Xin Zhao. It's a bit defensive. What other defensive things can we find here for LGD? As that Annie Viego...
Nice,
that's a very big start to the fight. The Gwen, you're pretty much asking to have Rumble come through now in response.
But still, don't you like that? Especially if you're, like, okay letting maybe some of the early game go?
Yeah, I think you're really happy with Gwen here because also for Viego, like, tank picks do provide more setup. And it very much dissuades a tank from appearing in the top lane. So, like, if they wanted to go for something like Scion, which I think is quite good here, no longer an option now that Gwen is locked in.
There's that Nautilus.
Yeah, will be the Nautilus. Braum, of course, taken away. Can easily ban Rel plus Alistar. I think Alistar ban's very good here. It's a way to get out of the Annie and break the Viego. Would love to see that one taken away for LNG, but we'll at least find some more snap engage and more R-key wombo for the Viego to hopefully hit.
All right, so they're going into the second phase, focusing on that support matchup a little bit more. Taking away the Renata from potentially the Kalista Renata.
It would ban Alistar.
Okay, the Alistar ban. It's going to be the Jax ban right now for LGD at least.
LNG should ban Alistar.
Yeah.
Do not let a support that gets to, like, press R to shake off the Annie stun. Okay.
The Rakan.
They let Alistar through.
it has to be the first pick, right? At least the first of the two for LGD.
Yeah, I think YCX snags Alistar for sure. I had Rel's playable too, so maybe they thought I just don't think they got rid of the right supports here. For me, Rakan and Renata are both pretty vulnerable to Annie. I think Renata's a viable ban. I just would have gotten rid of Alistar too. Now Jackson and Best are taken out of the pool. And best matchup for Gwen, I could really see a world where Renekton actually emerges here, and you could save your AD for 5. Or picking up Jhin, I would like quite a bit. It would give you a range advantage and a way to continuously outplay. Is that going to be Aurora top snag?
Interesting. I don't know if I quite like that. I mean, into the Gwen, it feels really good.
Here comes Alistar, hopefully. And then probably something that can deal with Sivir. Yeah, I think Sivir Alistar is just the move here.
ADC.
Okay, it's gonna be Rel instead of Alistar. All right.
Not exactly what you wanted.
I like LGD's draft. I like it better. I think it's gonna be a little bit tricky. Yes, I think it's gonna be a little bit tricky for Sivir to auto. But I don't think they need Sivir to auto this game. You don't like it, Mazel?
No.
MF's
I'm
better.
Good. I'm good on Kalista. After watching some of our best teams lose their series because of that champion, I'm good. I'm good on it. The misfortune is gonna be there though. That's gonna feel good.
I got LGD 1-0.
Just the team fight difference.
Yeah, I mean, not even that. I just don't have faith in LNG to press their R keys to get the advantage necessary to snowball this game forward.
Because they really have to have that setup around team fights. It's not like easy come, easy go. Whereas like most of the fighting trains from LGD is like just straight up in the clicking and attacking.
Also, MF, I mean, you do get some prio into Sivir, but Sivir deletes waves so quickly, I think that sometimes you just lose some of your power playing MF into Sivir because the waves get answered immediately. Sivir is, again, going to have issues autoing in this one. I think there are too many things that she needs to spell shield or be aware of. But it's going to be really important that LNG have good conditions in the early lanes to get those early Drakes, early objectives, to take advantage of a lot of the strength of their comp. I think there are ways that LGD can break that. And that's where my concern is. Because I expect them to be able to, like, between the first 2 or 3 Drakes, Grubs, and Rift, be able to play the map well enough or shove waves fast enough with the solos that they have to actually contest or snag one of those objectives when LNG doesn't want to give away anything early on with what they have drafted.
Yeah, I like that. Well, tonight is, at least the second series, the theme was proactivity. Trying to figure out where teams can kind of push those buttons, where we can see a little bit of cohesion in those
LNG's got the buttons.
Plans.
They're available.
LNG does have the buttons once they get that level 6 mark, but somebody of these two teams is going to get their first series win tonight in the double round robin of Group Nirvana. It's LGD versus LNG, game number 1 kicking off now.
Do we have Jayos?
Come on, people.
Come on.
I don't see anybody cheering. There's no mouths moving.
When we said we were more excited for the first match, we didn't exactly mean this.
We're gonna do it for them. We're gonna do it for them for the first time ever. I'm gonna say the name. You say Jayo, or whichever one you want to do, because you're not, you're not the best, pronouncer. I'll do one. You do the other. LGD.
Jayo.
LGD.
Jayo.
All right, you do the other one.
LNG.
Jayo.
LNG.
Jayo.
All right, that was very cheesy.
There we go. We did it. Yeah, but what do you expect when you have me on the broadcast?
Yeah, sadly, you're not wrong there, Mazel, but that's fine. We're used to this over years of training. LNG going to be first this bot lane. Should have some priority early on with an MF plus Nautilus. And it will be a mirrored clear from our junglers as Xiaofang starting with the Wolves. So we'll be looking for the AoE camps earlier. But Xin Zhao going to make his way towards this bot lane to maybe help provide some reprieve, and definitely good gank assist available with the Rel.
We are going to get that opposite side, so I'm very interested at where those early paths are going to lie. Bit of warding going down early from LP, just to make sure that nothing crazy comes out of the jungle. Maybe any early ganks that are going to come their way, but they do have full pressure in this 2v2 right now.
Again, that is to be expected for me from this LNG draft. It's going to be a lot of early priority.
They have to be going.
Level 6 is scary if you're LGD going into LNG's comp. And we're talking about NER, MFR, Nautilus R. That's a lot of powerful Rs that are available for the Wombo. As YCX?
Maybe not necessarily the fight that you want to be taking, but Savior will get some damage back on its woe.
I think that's fine. He got Ignite out. Still has his heal available. Has one more pot,
True.
so HP bar is not favorable. But again, MF Nautilus is a winning lane early on, so I think that any denies you can have early are good. We'll take that for LGD. Who, I know you're setting up for a lot of craziness tonight, Mazel. If we were doing pre-caster predictions, I'd have LGD 2-0 in this one. I do not have a lot of faith in LNG.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I think there is no possible way this doesn't go to 3 games.
Probably right, but we're going to have to see.
So I give it LGD 2-1.
All right.
The only thing I want is for it not to be fully one-sided stops. Like, I don't know. There's something about, like, just a banger back and forth series. It might not be the cleanliest. It might not be the most strategic. But it just gets wild and dirty. And that's the kind of League of Legends sometimes you just need.
Yeah,
No?
I mean, it's
No?
what we always sign up for here with the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Especially in Group Nirvana.
This is the This is where things get sloppy.
It's like the... Oh... Hi, Chow. Trying to go for the solo bowl on XQW. It's going to be an important matchup to think about it later. But it's like that SpongeBob episode where it's like the... Well, I guess it doesn't really make much sense. But there's 2 entrances when you walk into the LPL. One's like the High Life Lounge, and the other one's just like the dirty biker bar. It's just like awesome and fun. Right?
So you're saying that this is Super Weenie Hot Juniors?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm going for.
Well,
as
gonna
I'm
have to
looking
see
at
if
this
Sauce
deck
can
here-
live.
Okay, we'll see. Does he know the password? Does he know the entrance code? And it looks like he does. Whoa, can't tank anymore. And the turret's all
got
ramped
cannon.
up. They go for another one. They need to wait for it to calm down, though. It's about 5 seconds for it to go down. LP is going to start tanking here. They do end up getting the kill. That's the barrier burned as well, though, by LP.
Okay, so the proactive swap came from LGD, and it sadly ends in the Gwen getting dove. Now, Xin Zhao will deny a couple camps away, which should be traded out by Viego. And Gwen still had TP available, so Sauce will make their way back down towards this bot lane. But Gwen being starved out early like this, Mazel, I see a 17-38 as Aurora was able to pick everything up under her own turret unpressured. That's not a good start for LGD. Uh-oh.
It is not. Although, they're going to get the flash out. Oh, my God, flash is everywhere. YCX does not have the damage. Maybe he does. Xiaofeng. Try to get out. Oh,
This Viego's dead, and I think Drake's going to be dead too.
That feels really bad for Xiaofeng.
It does. That was not worth the Raptors.
There was one, the wrong turn at Albuquerque. It was the Raptors. Unfortunately, it does mean that LGD just kind of got back all of that disadvantage that had been developed because
they
of
want the
those
swap
swaps.
again, Mazel. Yeah, they want the swap again. That's what I'm really surprised about, because Sauce has no TP to get to this lane. He based after hitting the dragon. I would have sent Sivir up here and had Rel follow. I don't think this is a good scenario for the Gwen. You want your Gwen to get fed, get resources. Playing the Gwen starving like this is not what you're picking Gwen for.
Sasa is like out of this game for now, at least. Maybe they get him back at least with some help from YCX.
It's a PF sort of map. This is scary.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. Again, I do not like this from LG. I don't think this is the right call.
What is happening? YCX just ended up by himself on the top side with 4 members of LNG. They're just going to dive him now. YCX just gets... Haichao gets the kill in the end. And LNG will have about a 2,000 gold lead early into this game.
It's all plates being put into LP, being put into Viego. It's a good start here for LNG. And I think some unforced errors from LGD going for these swaps. As look at how much happier the Aurora is into the Gwen, and they're the ones opting to find these 1v2s. You're not playing Scion top, you're playing Gwen top. I'm just so surprised they're starving Saucy out like this.
Gotta be the way they tackle the map and how they kind of pick apart the strategy and how they're gonna play it. I think it's really interesting. And now you gotta think next objectives coming up. I mean, the first dragon had gotten taken by LGD, but the grubs could be a different conversation entirely.
About to spawn. I still think that LNG is the stronger team at this point. If you can get support 6, which isn't gonna happen, like, okay, we're a long way away from that.
Oh, XQW is not able to pull the play on the high chow, though. Savior's coming over now. YCX also misses. There's a lot of missed shots going across the bow right now, but Dwo will strike true straight into the heart of LGD. LNG find the pick. Oh, they might actually find Climber 2, the Shattering Strike 2, as well as the Heartbreaker, and he's gone to a double kill to Xiaofeng.
I just don't understand why LGD is looking for these fights now, Mazel. Like, it's everything that we talked about spawning into this game, Mazel, was the strength of the LNG composition at 6 around these resets when you can get Viego 3 resets. This is the best part of the game for LNG's comp, and we're playing right into it as LGD. Whether it's opting to starve out a Gwen or opting to team fight any MF Viego when they just get their R keys available.
Yeah.
On even conditions. It's not even like we have better conditions as LGD. This is not the right approach to the game.
Yeah, not only that, they're also missing the shots they are trying to take, right? We've had multiple kind of missed engages go through for LGD. Feels bad for a team that we were actually propping up their composition so hotly, but here we go. Oh, God, we're going to see it all in slow-mo.
Good flash from Hai Chao. I mean, even this one, right? There's the trade of flashes for Azir. The ult gets 0 value. That is a straight-up win for LNG. That's being opted into by XQW. And then this one, I mean, Climber needs to proactively cast 6 here. I was a little bit surprised about that, because if you proactively cast the Crescent Guard, I don't think... you at least get Viego to buffer to ult it.
Yeah.
And you don't get, like, Rel comboed into Annie, into Viego comboed into one shot, right? But yeah, some misplays there by that mid-jungle. You said you wanted to see LGD's mid-jungle get out and active on the map. They got pretty hard outplayed there by Xiaofeng and Hai Chao. Not great.
Not great indeed, but hey, showing a little bit of the combination on the other side of the table here for LNG, and some of the things that they are able to bring to the table is now 10 minutes and 20 seconds in. Xiaofeng has his Trinity Force.
A big pickup. See if it ends
That's
up
got to
being
be
a
Dragon
difference maker
Contest then because of that, right?
Oh, 100% going to be Dragon Contested. I mean, you say contest. If I'm LGD, I think it's a sack. I don't think it's a contest. I think it is a let's contest to see how many resources we can get away from the dragon. As, yeah, Saucy's going to TP up to the top side and only be down to level and a half by the end of this wave. Which is still a tough place to be. See if Zika can make another big impact. That Between Worlds in the back half of the fight, didn't mention it, but of course did make it to the fight and did have an impact. Picking up that assist and still set up for success. It has been a split that's been difficult to talk about for Zika, because we still feel like this is a player that's much better than the seat he's in with this team, Mazel.
I mean, he's the only remaining member from what was a powerful time in LNG's
He's playing
history.
like the only remaining member, too. He's
yeah. He is indeed. As we see TP being used, it's going to be Hai Chao rejoining the team.
I mean, if they can get Zika to TP, I think they're really happy if you're LGD. Yeah, just not going to be no role where that's possible. I think Sasa catching the wave early was a good call.
That's good.
But
yeah,
not able to get anything else. Can't even walk in with this wave because Zika did base, so can walk back with this wave and has that completely on rees, so would just absolutely murk a Gwen if found. And we're into yet another difficult phase of the game for LGD, who are down 2k gold. and do have a lot of scaling, and are going to need to rely on that first dragon at the time they bought themselves to do some of that scaling.
Yeah, hopefully that 5 minutes is going to be enough. We'll see if they can maybe play with the macro a little bit. I think it's always a little bit of decisiveness whenever you're looking at how these teams can like fight their way back, is if you do overload into sides or things like that. But I don't even know if that works at this point in the game. We do have first items coming up for majority members though for both sides, as LNG are going to be looking back out on the map with no real objectives to fight over. They still are the composition that wants to put the pedal to the metal, and they can try to find picks.
Doing a good job of using some of the fire they have right now, YCX.
Even the bullet time over top, do they even get him in the end? He's going to flash Heartbreaker. No, Dredgeline brings him right back and gets the reset over on Shalfog. Meanwhile, now Savior trying to fight his way on the LP. LP's a bit overextended. He's going to get the Boomerang Blade back with the pull back.
Okay, Savior.
Heartbreaker over the wall, though, and Shalfong will claim another one. Now Climber trying to fight his way into this one. XQW's there. Big shuffle back. Big damage back as well. Can they get Shalfong in the end? No, they can't. The resets are there. They find another Heartbreaker, and that is 4. The 3 at least broken hearts in the end. He does end up getting taken down by his opposing clone, the soul he had taken, but it's still LNG running away with this one.
Really don't agree with the approaches we've seen by XQW to these fights. It was the first skirmish around that Grub fight where we saw him go for the Emperor's Divide on the High Chow. That time around, I didn't see any world where Xiaofeng would have died before Climber did to find the reset. So I don't understand the Emperor's Divide, the shuffle back. I think that if he fires it forward and pushes them away, he gets out. This started because it's a decent stall from YCX. Yes, he finds them, but man, pushing this far up when mid-outer hasn't even been taken, Mazel, is pretty deep from LNG, and they lose LP for it. As I do like the play from Climber and Savior to get their way out of here. I mean, Xiaofeng was kind of lucky to get this one over the wall, you really think about it. And here, XQW, I mean, you get Hai Chao out of the fight, just R backwards. Like, push them away, walk out, you have your full combo afterwards, but instead you go for this hero play. Just not worth it. Loses his life for it. Yes, he trades back the jungler, but that's a 2-for-1 that could have been avoided. As that's it is Azir losing resources on the map, and Aichao able to pick them up and catch back up, so that matchup goes back to even, and Xiaofeng continues to be big enough where he can be ahead of the game state. Very important as Viego, because you need your resets in order to be effective.
5 plates to none for LNG. With XQW showing some of the lack of experience in his newer LPL tenure. Now Hai Chao is looking for a bit of an angle there and might actually have the all-in pressure. Oh my god. That little girl with fire does a lot of damage, Cubby.
That's Tibbers for you, man. It's just highest damage ability in the game. Fun fact.
Is it really?
It is. It's Tibbers. Even after all the changes.
That's crazy. Oh, TP play. LGD.
By a long shot, too.
That's crazy, actually. LGD were rebuffed a bit. That's a deep TP from Sasa. Sasa is in a lot of trouble now. He's going to try. Okay, the Gwen that had been starved and left out to dry in the desert ends up doing it again. And Xiaofeng going to try to run down the rest of LGD. But LNG assert dominance now. 4,000 gold up almost.
This feels like a giant, like, intricate science experiment just to figure out that Gwen is not the same champion as Sion. Like, we've done a lot of research
our
in
hypothesis, Cubby.
Yes, it's a lot more science has gone into that than what needs to have gone into that.
Xiaofeng as collector. Oh my god.
I think
what
that I think this third Drake of the game is just going to go over to LNG
collector
uncontested.
Even a normal piece? To
yes.
Okay, I like it.
It's been most Viego builds have been this.
He's still got the Rift Herald as well. Can try to take down mid lane.
I don't like
if
it.
They want to.
I like Monkey going Kraken Slayer still. I think Monkey is on the right track.
I like it. I always
we
thought
stand
you'd go a
Monkey.
Bit more bruiser items.
We stand Monkey and Monkey Viego. Yes, the bruiser items are indeed very OP, and I also like bruiser items. But no, we need to play the dopamine hit for the reset. And to be fair, Viego with or without resets is a completely different champion in terms of game impact. So
yeah.
If we're gonna play any champion for collector dopamine, I'm okay. I think I'm the most okay with this one, without knowing any other signs behind that. XQW.
He's just setting up. He is just the bait. There comes Xiaofeng over the side, though YCX able to find a nice fight. Savior's now able to chunk. Look at Xiaofeng, though. He's waiting for the resets. Gets the unstoppable through the soul. Goes for Savior now. This might just be a Viego highlight reel. Gets another one as well. Meanwhile, going over on the Climber, trying to get the Heartbreaker back. Gets the one more. Can't get him as well. And that'll be an easy pickup for Xiaofeng and LNG.
It's a 3 for 3 overall, though, and the Dragonsheimer delayed with shutdowns going over to LGD. So, frankly, yes, on paper, it's going to be a win. It's an inner for an outer, but I think LNG pushing a little bit too hard here, Michelle.
Are you an innie or an outie? No, just...
They give away a lot of gold, as I ignore that comment. And
this is a crazy fight, though, from LGD. I love it.
It is. I think XQW has a really nice early escape, and the issue is that it takes too long for Xiaofeng to actually get in, as it takes him a while to get XQW here. Yes, he gets him through the Emperor's Divide, but some of the damage was already done, and you can see those shutdowns that Climber was able to pick up. 2 kills over to the Sivir, too. I mean, that is a lot of gold that LGD has been given. They did trade up in gold throughout all this, and they did delay the Dragon. I think it's okay for LGD. I mean, look at Sivir. Two items right now, Mizzell.
Yeah. Getting closer and closer to be that really big team fighting strength that Sivir is always known to be. Though I will say Xiaofeng getting a lot of those kills, getting a lot of that gold. It's going to make it harder and harder to really get this guy. I love how sneaky, I guess is the word I'm going to be using for Xiaofeng right now. He's been with these Heartbreakers and these resets, able to kind of just work his way through these fights. He's almost on 3 items now as well on the Viego. At 7 and 2, but here comes LGD to try to get a little bit more vision out on the map. They're moving as a group, and I really like it. They're going to catch Woe, who is completely caught in his back. Will end up getting away, though, having to burn his flash.
And this is a pretty even map state right now, which you would not see on the gold graph. But the way the map's being played is it's being evenly seesawed, Mizzell. That's a win early on here for LGD. Again, this comp does scale very well. I did say they can manage their waves as individuals pretty easily, being Azir, Gwen, and Sivir, all who can deal with waves very quickly. And this game feels somewhat stable at the moment. So I know LNG is waiting for Otacon and some other monster objectives to spawn here, but again, do want to give LGD some props for how they've played their way back in and punished, for me, what have been overextensions from LNG in the last couple of fights.
2 items completed now. Hai Chao on his. Does have the blood letters now. They're going to TP towards bot side. A lot of AP on this team. They're going to start up the Atacon. This is on vision still.
Yeah. Climber can not come anywhere close to approaching.
Oh, they're going to fully try to collapse on a YCX.
It's not that bad. It's still fine.
Oh, he steps up again and gets full CC'd by Hai Chao.
Okay, now it's bad.
Atacon goes the way of LNG. Now things are looking bad. Double TPs coming in from LGD. They're trying to fight their way back now. Savior's here. Savior can do damage, although Climber's already gone now. Bullet time's there, and Xiaofeng trying to get the resets now. Needlework is not going to be enough to claim him, but they do end up finding more picks for LNG. YCX and Climber are gone.
Yeah, and LGD opted into a double TPing to a 4v5 after Otacon was already down. That hurts a lot. Losing those TPs for nothing. That means your next dragon is pretty much cooked already.
Yeah.
And again, the map right now, LGD, like, their goal should be to try and absorb as many resources as possible. You have Azir, you have Gwen, you have Sivir. Your scaling's good. TP's big way to do so. If you can force an overextension or misplay from LNG, takes away a big tool they could use to try and punish. So like, in a way, yes, the Otacon and YCX falling, like, that is one thing. I think losing those double TPs in the back half of that play, that's the big mistake from LGD. Like, they did not respond to that Otacon well in terms of just getting their weight and burning those TPs, because now your options of playing around this next dragon are pretty small. There's not much you can do.
Oh.
And this is bad.
This is the counterplay. Oh, it gets him all the way over the wall. That's actually so massive from XQW.
I was not expecting that. That's well played.
You just use it right on there. There's no space for the champion, so they have to go over. Oh, but this has led into a domino effect where YCX, all of a sudden, a butterfly flaps its wings somewhere in the world, and he unfortunately goes down for it.
Not again. That's a bummer. We have seen Rel get punished quite a bit. It's been a toughie for YCX to support that. I thought actually got off to a really hot start with how he's playing with his squad in Split 1, but we've not seen LGD show up the same way they did in Split 1. Is Climber going to look?
Beautifully flashes out from Climber, though he's in a lot of trouble now. When becoming lightning, but doesn't end up striking.
Hey, Mazel, this is where TPs could be so big, you know? You just don't have the option. Yeah, you don't have the option.
It's crazy.
Take it away. Well,
I mean, the biggest problem is they don't have a legendary Pokemon on their team. So, like, that's their first mistake. Everybody just needs to name swap. Savior should have name swapped to a legendary Pokemon. That's what should happen.
Should have been Dialga, you know?
Then we just got to get them on the same team. Anyways, second item's now going to be there for LGD, even though they are lagging pretty far behind from LNG. His third item cresting here for them is they now have the shield bow for Xiaofeng. And a dragon coming up in about 20 seconds here would be soul point for them.
Still think LGD's in a world where they have to give?
They ain't going to give. They going to fight.
Yeah, I guess we're going to fight. Focus should be on Viego. If you can get his ult off early, Xiaofeng is up an entire item. Immortal Shield Bow complete.
Okay,
and
they are going to get it.
Yeah, this embankment brush cannot be contested. I mean, guys, I think that we should fight when our Gwen, Sivir, and Azir have more items. What do you think? Sounds like a great idea to me.
Okay, they're going to fight late anyways. Okay, they try to get Twill. That's Dragon down. Oh, God, they're in trouble now. This front to back can go so bad. Haichao with the flash play. Maybe the Emperor's Divide is enough to come back, though. Big bullet time coming out on the exit of LGD as another reset comes through for Xiaofeng. Gets 2 kills off the bat.
I'm with you, Lennon. It's the, okay, we give it to scale, and then we fight anyway late after the objective's done. Happened to the Otacon, too.
LPL.
It is, to be fair. We did say that some of the indecision was actually an issue we saw from LNG, who have yet to win a map coming into this one. Actually, I mean, they picked a very decisive comp, Mazel, and they have been able to play it out decent and punish the indecision or poor decisions we've seen from LGD, where their indecision has come from opting to contest things late.
And it's so funny. I mean, there's so much talent from top esports challengers. The LDL squad spread throughout the LPL now, it seems. And, you know, to see Xiaofeng actually get resources, give him something he can really make those plays
He's
on.
looked good.
Feels like it's really going back to what made this guy a little bit of a prospect.
I mean, it has looked good so far. I really like what we've seen out of this Viego. I think that Xiaofeng's piloted it nicely. And again, LGD have had poor answers into it that have been punished to the maximum degree.
I'm just going to say Xiaofeng didn't get a fair shake on OMG.
I would agree with you.
Things that happened on that team.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, it's all, you got to make the most out of any and all of your opportunities whenever you get a pro seat, Mazel. And at least we see him making good use of this one here.
So far, so good, and a very hefty lead. About 7,000 gold up now for the entire team of LNG. Are looking for that map win, as you had mentioned. Still looking at these in-between moments, because that is where they thrive, trying to find those picks. Still Dragon not up for 3 minutes. Still a long while for that one. I don't think Baron is really on the table for LNG, though. Xiaofeng getting a little bit of bait to get Zika some damage in. Oh, they didn't know XQW was there. They do now.
Oh.
He's going to get away from the stun, though, in the end.
He's down 2 levels this Viego, by the way. Like the jungle Viego. It tells you how far ahead Xiaofeng is. Not just up 2 levels on his opponent, but also the enemy mid laner. That is exactly what you want for your Viego.
I know it's not outright replicable, but is this replicable for LNG? That's the big question that's weighing on my mind.
We're going to see, Mazel. We're definitely going to find out.
We're going to hypothesize and execute.
I mean, it is a Viego draft is sometimes, you know, I do think that Fearless is pretty nice for Viego drafts, but I'd be surprised to see this one game 1. We've seen a lot of these in games 3, 4, and 5.
They're just trying to bait out LGD, trying to get a
well, they saw the hook go wide.
A little bit of damage there.
This is okay for LGD. They want them to burn their health bars on the Baron as much as possible. The good... Oh,
it goes in. They try to get a combo
it's
there.
Only on
Rel.
Rel.
Double knock up. Look at Zika from the side. And Burst Divide's not enough. XQW is getting a little bit low. High Chow. This is a very split fight. But LNG have so much damn gold in their pocket that it doesn't matter. Climber tries to fight his way back out of it, but gets the bullet time to the dome. A double kill to LP and straight down the mid lane for LNG.
I saw the Rel get solo Tibbers, and that was really the only ounce of worry I ever had for LNG throughout that fight. As, man, this Viego just way too damn big, and you can see Xiaofeng, he got one reset and was able to convert it to many more in that one. As the ace comes through, Baron looks to be secondary, and we'll see if they're able to reset fast enough to get to this dragon.
They just get to take their cake and eat it too. There's nobody to tank. They're all just
I think Baron and Proud Recall should help with this one. I think they should be able to get to Dragon pretty much in time.
Uh-oh.
No spell book from YCX. No threat of a Smite Steal.
Oh, this is, they're going to be taking a lot of damage here. It's slowly but surely going to go down.
He's going to try and buy as much time as possible with the bases.
Nobody saved any abilities for the last little bit, by the way. We're going to take a look back at this fight.
I mean, again, the solo ult under the Rel is like the only concern I had. Zika has a pretty big R in here. And XQW...
smurfing.
Yeah, he did. The E that he took to get out of there could have been used later on for the Viego, who did fall. I think it took him out of Viego DPS range, which was a bit of an oopsie. Did allow for Xiaofeng to have a little bit more time to smurf on that fight. And fortunately for LNG, enough time after that Baron to get that reset in with the Baron and powered recalls and get to this dragon that is their soul.
Xiaofeng
and
does so much
pretty
damage.
much spells game.
He just like soloed that almost completely.
Yeah, this spells
he
game.
Did.
Mm-hmm.
That's Lord Doms for you, I guess. Now into the bot lane goes LNG.
I mean, when in doubt,
can they do it?
Just Viego, you know? Guys, we need a comp identity. Let's just pick Viego and find a way to get him ours.
It could be their first win of the split so far, and that's saying something. I mean, that's an entire momentum shift. Over the wall. Maybe not going for it. Xiaofeng still searching.
It's been pretty grim, too, when we're talking about LNG. I mean, this is a team that we have not enjoyed seeing on our screens. It's been an enjoyable one here, though.
Yeah, LNG fan, I better hear some cheers. It better not just be us on the broadcast next time after this one. That might be top 5 cringe moments of my entire career. Thank you for being here for it, Cubby.
Yeah, it's
anyways,
fine. We do our best.
We did get the setup from He's just doing it to
he was
flex
in there.
on him, man. He ulted, flashed, he's out of there.
He was in there. Adventurous Aurora. I mean, it was just a bunny frolicking through the forest of the enemy base.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Of the enemy base. The Baron minions are still there. They've still got the push going. They've got the Cloud Soul now as well. So much mobility, so much movement speed. The Sun Disc will come out mid lane though from XQW, delay some of this push going, but it's not going to delay for long. But you can see a little hesitancy from LNG.
Again, hard to break the base when you are playing a comp that relies on resets.
Haichao has flash Tibbers, and they look for it. Haichao goes for it, tries to get saved.
They got
the spell shield instead. Still ends up killing him nonetheless, though. Has enough damage with his Q, and now the resets start coming through from Xiaofeng. Untouchable is this man. He is now Azir. He is everybody, and he is living rent-free in LGD's nightmares. LNG are on the cusp, and they're looking to do it. The first win of the split can't keep them down forever. LGD will fall in game number 1, and LNG will move on to match point.
Happy Haichao there as they pick up their first win of the season. Frankly, a bit of a bummer there from LGD. I really didn't like how they played that map from start to finish. I mean, the swaps of getting the Gwen into the 1v2 where she got far more starved than the Aurora, that was tough. I think that XQW struggled on the Azir, YCX struggled on the Rel. A lot of instances there, it wasn't just any individual members. I think it was team approach, contesting things late. Team approach in terms of the swaps that was poor from LGD. And LNG stayed punished start to finish, and Xiaofeng ended up with a huge Viego game.
It's like the perfect example of having a beautiful composition but not knowing how to execute it, or not playing towards the execution that is needed for it, right?
They didn't need the Sivir.
The draft that you did like the draft from, at least from LGD.
Kind of. They didn't need the Sivir for me. I think that was the one that I struggled with in the end. Like, if you turn that into an Ezreal or a Jhin and just play for a little bit more control against the Viego, I think that Sivir sometimes struggles to... You have so many things to spell shield, then you can struggle to auto attack, which we did see for Savior at times in that game. Yeah. So I think if I was going to change anything up, it'd probably be that. Or just have the Alistar so you can press R and avoid all this dumb upfront damage that you have to deal with.
I think that would have definitely helped might
have helped YCX a little bit. Yeah. Might have.
But it is a red side win here, so I'm sure they'll stay on the red side since blue side will be the primary pick. But
really?
Yeah, you don't say. You don't say. I do wonder, though, especially the way that this played, because you had said it. We're not going to beat a dead horse or anything, but, like, LNG had not looked good. And this was like the first time it felt like they had a cohesive game plan and were able to play together. What was the difference? Is it just the decision-making that we saw time and time again?
Bro, they had a Viego, man. Just send Xiaofeng in there and get after it.
Send it.
It's fine. As that's a lot of Viego damage that came through. Also, big top differential. And the game gets pretty easy to play when your top laner's up like 2 levels and doubling your opponent's CS around the 10-minute mark. And Zika definitely looks like he cashed that one in, doing the most damage.
They didn't do him any favors.
Yeah, did the most damage on his team. They did not do Saucy any favors. They treated the Gwen like it was a Scion for sure.
Yeah. Maybe they'll pick Scion next game. We take a look back at some of the replays from the game. A lot of it looked pretty tough. I think LNG, once they had a lead, they kind of knew how to focus in, and especially like you said, it's pretty easy when you have one thing that is working for you, and it's just throwing Xiaofeng at people. I think it's really interesting, though, like what they do from this, because you can't get a Viego again. You can't just go for this composition that just holistically focuses over Xiaofeng. And so try to build off of that, but still enjoying the moment for LNG as they take their first win.
Yeah. Do you think Haichao actually had some good team fights too? Critical
yeah.
of him. Didn't think he played the fights ball. A little bit easier on the Annie, but Haichao had a pretty high impact game.
What are you trying to say?
Trying to say a high impact game here himself.
Yeah, no, he did. He did. Especially with a lot of the criticism that he's rightfully received in a lot of ways.
Yes.
And against his old organization.
Feels good, man.
Feels good.
As
those
Haichao
little moments.
Gonna look to push
Who
this
gets
one
MVP,
to a 2-0.
though?
Dude. It's Xiaofeng. Yeah.
Doesn't get discredited just because it's Viego thing?
No. He played good. You said it yourself. He's smurfing in some of these fights.
Some of the
that was definitely the case.
Really good.
Yeah, it was. Appreciate how he used the R's, sometimes saving it, so you could have the double R's too on Viego. Definitely a big one. So, yeah, I mean, it's got to be him or Zika, but I think that you got to give it to the Viego here. It was a really nice game from Xiaofeng. I think very deserved player of the game.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about the draft. It's like, man, those level 6 buttons look really good from LNG. And you know what? They did. It's crazy when you can align everything together.
Yeah, it's nice
in these big team fights.
It is nice. As again, I just didn't really feel like LGD was ever really to put a real threat on LNG, and that's what I'd like to see change for game 2.
Spell shield Tivers.
Let's see this LGD that I've seen them as a team like make good plays to get the ball rolling, get snowballs going, and they have been able to win games, put teams away. But let's see them actually get something going. It felt like they never did that against LNG in this one. So change needed. Fearless means change required. We'll see if LGD can fit the bill.
Yeah, I do expect them to still try to stick to some of that comfort style for themselves. See if they can get maybe like the Trundles or things along those lines for Climber, which I felt like Climber actually had a really good Trundle game in one of the last series at least itself. But I still think that in this regard, it's kind of just rinse and go next, I guess, in a lot of ways. It's like, just wipe that one off, go next. You're going to be probably back on blue side. You'll be able to get something strong, especially that first pick. I think it's got to work out this time and maybe not be left open a little bit in that regard like they did in that game number 1. But we'll see who gets MVP after this and see if LGD can bounce back in any ways. Because that's what's crazy. Coming into this, we were like, LGD were somewhat the favorites coming into LNG.
And we both had them winning, right? Whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, I'm wrong after that LNG win. So props to Xiaofeng and friends for finding a good one. Definitely a deserved Viego Pog here. Yes, was a Viego game. Yes, did pop off, but hey, definitely showed some good hands to get there. So props to Xiaofeng.
Not discounting. Not
discounted. Not discounting at all. Not in that one. He definitely proved he earned the Viego pick for that game.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, that is it for game number 1 of our second series. We're going to step in away for a little break, and we'll be back for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and game number 1. Maybe not the way we expected it to go down in our second series of the day here on Nutty Nirvana Day. LNG take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 over LGD.
Yeah, LNG, really solid game from them. Xiaofeng popped off in the Viego, earned his Pog, as that anti-Viego was slammed R1, R2, and could not be answered by LGD.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy what Viego does, but he gets a little bit of kills early and starts building items. Like 10-minute and 20-second Trinity Force, and just ran away with it from there. But that's where we have to think, what can LGD do to get this back? We need clear game plan, proactive ability to play the game, and together to make calls, because I think a lot of the time when we were seeing LGD, they were spread so thin. I mean, the not giving resources to Sasa and kind of leaving him on his own island to drown or maybe starve in a lot of ways, it was tough to watch.
Yeah, that Gwen was not a Scion, and it was kind of treated like a Scion. I know that the 1v1 matchup's kind of hard, but man, I don't know what the hell happened there in terms of the swaps and what they did to Gwen, but that Gwen got starved out really poorly, and we saw that make a huge difference throughout the game. It really was what I'd say started to crack things open in favor of LNG. That, and then props to Xiaofeng, who just dunked it all the way through with the Viego.
Yeah, and Climber won on the other side to not shy away from those kind of carry matchups, those carry moments, and his Xin Zhao typically pretty strong on it in a lot of regards. It fits his playstyle to a T, but not really able to counter the proactivity and that kind of power that the Viego was bringing to the table there. So in this next game, maybe seeing if they want to give Climber some more resources there, although he does like to go to some facilitators here and there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what the jungle meta is right now, right? You got to play the fighters, and if not, you're on the tanks.
Don't first pick mid lane.
And if you pick a tank, you're still in fear or scared of seeing Trundle. We're probably going to see first pick mid. We might see Ryze come in here, Mazel. I think that's the pick I'm looking at.
I don't know. The Azir didn't work out last time.
I'm looking for an early pick Ryze, likely what we're going to see.
Okay, well, we'll see when we get to draft itself. I'm wondering what version of a game 2 we're going to get, because, again, we said at the beginning of the series, you could see every version of the LPL in this series. Not only because we expect a lot of chaos and maybe some mishappened fights between these two teams, but also just because we've had LNG, who hadn't won a single game so far in their 2 series, now just won their first game of the split itself for themselves. And LGD had been looking pretty decent in terms of the kind of calls together and some of those plays, just not coming up clutch with it in their series against NiP, and really fumbling the ball in a lot of cases in that game number 1. So I really want to see the behind the scenes adaptations for both these teams, but specifically putting that spotlight a little bit more on LGD rather.
I just need to see better decisions and more cohesiveness from them. I think across the board, it was kind of a disaster game, and we'll see for LNG if it's more than just a Viego game or just a Viego comp from them and Xiaofeng, as sometimes I think that all that direction can make it easier to play. Definitely saw that work out well for LNG in game 1, and now for game 2. Back to the drawing boards. We're going to dive into draft and try not to trip up over these two teams, as we will see LGD once again on the blue side. Going to have to find a red side game now if they want to win the series, as LNG, who has already found that red side game win, will be on the red side again. And now my eyes go towards the Ryze, Lennon. When and where does that make an appearance in the pick ban?
Does it just get banned away? It's a great question. We see all the things that are not available, obviously, from being played in that first game, but the Talia is going to be a little bit of that mid lane focus from LNG, as the Ryze is actually banned by LGD, saying maybe we'll take it on red side in game number 3.
Okay, going to be taken away from Haichao and LNG. And that means that the last big mid lane pick that's still on the board for both these guys would be that Yone, Mazel. Because like with Aurora even out of the pool now, feels like mid has been really deprioritized.
Ban again.
Yeah, ban's not going to change, but of course a couple of those Rumble answers now missing with no Gwen on the board. So LNG and Zik will have to find something else, a potential Mbesso or Cassante in the top side for him. I know Cassante Very big champion for Zeka back when LNG was at their height.
It's fallen off a little bit, but still see a little bit of its presence. At least the Lucian is the lock-in right now with the Nami, so it is a classic combo for LP and 12. Not one that I'm super excited to see already drafted into this matchup.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of answer Savior and YCX want to go. You do have a real choice now. You know, you could just slam Sejuani Yone and say, hey, we dare you to play into this top side that was very dominant in Split 2. Or gonna have to match this bot lane of the Nami and Lucian, which I will say with no Nautilus does shoot up in priority a little bit. I think Naut's hands down the best support to play into Lucian plus Nami if you're gonna look to find those kills in the lane or set up for kills later on. And yeah, with bot lane already being narrowed up a little bit, it is just going to be the Yone and the Sejuani Slammazel, so going to have very different drafts to kick this one off.
I like it. I like some of the combination that LGD is already cooking with. This top trio looking very strong already, especially the Yone. Just always just a game-winning pick if you can get the right angles with it. The Skarner is going to be the lockdown that LNG are needing, though.
It's a good grab. I'm just curious what it gets paired up with now. I think that you deny Akali if you're LGD. Be a decent ban to protect the Yone. Corki, I'm not as worried about. I think they do need some magic damage here for LNG, which is why I'm in the ban Akali camp, as that gets taken away. And then no Rakan, that takes away Xayah plus Rakan as well. Very much disincentivizes that, so I do like the ban from LNG. I would also like a... Okay, they're going to ban the Jhin. Okay, I like the Jhin ban. I think that Rumble plus Yone brings plenty of damage from the solo lane, so I think that both bans actually used pretty well here by LNG.
Still, though, I think there's some utility picks that can be grabbed by LGD in that bot lane to really help the rest of this roster, because that's where the bread and butter is for LGD now, is this top trio. Like, if they can find ways to supplement that, it's going to be where they're looking for in the second phase. But the Ambessa is that final ban by LGD.
Ban.
See what they're going to save their counter pick for.
I think it's a very good use of a ban there by removing the Ambessa, which does knock us down the list. The Cassante, I think that's got to be the pick here. Having Unstoppable can really help you against the Sejuani plus the Yone. Also, I will say the really tough part about this one is that now, because as Cassante, you're going to rush MR going into the Rumble. Your mid game now, if you're LGD and XQW, it's very easy to be like, okay, let's go find that Cassante with the Yone.
Yeah.
Because if you go Kanik, Rookern, or Visage, then you get melted by Yone at that point of the game.
It's
so
the double enchanter bot lane match.
Do we have a Aphelios?
Lulu versus the Nami.
I saw Aphelios get hovered. Guma played it earlier. You have the option of Zeri or Aphelios. Will be the Zeri.
Team fight damage, team fight carry, gonna be coming through as the Victor is the final lock-in for the counter pick for LNG.
All right, not a lot of proactivity here for LNG. I think it's gonna be a lot about responding to what's going on. If I'm LGD, first grub fight, that's a really big one. You want the Rumble Leone there. When you ding those those double sixes, should be very advantageous for LGD. Who, I mean, this is the Rumble Sejuani Yone top side. You have the melees, you have the CC setup with the big wombo and the big damage. The Cassante, Skarner have some ways to play out of it, but honestly not good. It's going to be a lot of responding from LNG. Any angles that they're going to look for or find, look for Skarner plus Nami syncing up. Whether it's... I think the ults that both these champions have actually complement each other very well. Good Namis will communicate with their Skarners on where to leave people for bubbles and tidal waves coming through. Or you'll have bubbles and tidal waves set up for Skarner.
And I also think there's some real value in the defensive nature of the tidal wave into this comp, because a lot of what LGD wants to do is go forward, find those big engages, and follow up on them. So you'll be able to have that kind of counterplay there as well. But then you factor in all the chaos that is possible between these two teams, the kind of levels of play that we've seen from them. And I think everything goes out the window. It's like whoever gets these early advantages really takes a foothold into this one, especially because it can be so topsy-turvy in the advantages for both teams.
Well, that is Nutty Nirvana, as you've put it.
It is Nutty Nirvana.
We're just going to have to see what happens on the Rift.
Gotta see what happens. Game number 2 of our second series. Get a little bit more of an adaptation from LGD into this top trio for themselves. The Rumble, Sejuani, Yone. It can have a lot of carry potential. See if that defensive nature of LNG is going to be enough. We get into game 2 now. Still no cheers. All right, you ready, Cubby?
No, not again. Not happening. We're killing it this time.
Oh. Well,
some interesting keystones selected in this matchup, Mazel.
Like what?
First off, first strike for the Lucian. Usually we see electrocute down there if you want to be aggressive. First strike definitely leads into more of those bursty trade patterns. Also have first strike selected for Rumble. So maybe looking to get to that 2-item mark a little bit faster on the top side. Usually we see Conqueror taken now in this matchup, and you go for that Drain Tank build.
It's the Sejuani spellbook.
And then Spellbook Sejuani, yeah. I was going to get there too.
And the top trio Grasp gang, I guess, for LNG.
Climber also didn't go any Green Tree and Sejuani, which I very much disagree with. Green Tree Sejuani is so OP, man. It's just, you get everything you want from it. Final Life procs on all your abilities, literally all your abilities.
Well, we'll see who comes.
Conditioning and Overgrowth, passive usage, what you build, and we're going for Red Tree instead. I don't get it.
I am all. Maybe I'm just dumb, but I'm just not a big fan of spellbook junglers. I don't know why. It just doesn't sound awesome to me. But we'll see if it works out for old Climber there. They didn't go with what I wanted in giving him more carry resources. He definitely opted back into facilitation here. And we will see both junglers pathing down towards bot side.
Well, it'll be Skarner and Sejuani both looking to meet. And you can see the shields versus the heals. Obviously, sustain as long as Zhuo has mana. Going to be in favor of LP and Zhuo, and that certainly seems to be the case right now. As the Lulu and Zeri have really failed to push out the Lucian Nami at all. The fact that LP and Zhuo got to hit the wave immediately. Level 1 really big in this matchup as Zeri Lulu actually, for me, need to play aggressive level 1. Take advantage of some of the power they get with the E-shields. And also, or Glitterline slows, depending on what you take.
LP gonna get a hefty trade back into him from Savior and YCX. The level has been hit. Level 3 is there. Savior, Ultra Shock Laser, gonna go a little bit wide there. Gets a little bit more damage on the LP, but here comes the junglers. The 3v3 gonna be kicking off. LP gonna be forced to flash away. Can they get the Istall's impact into Savior? Savior's gonna flash himself. Xiaofeng now flashes as well. That'll be a bunch burned on bot side from the 3v3.
Climber skipped to camp, which is the big difference maker right now if we end up in a crab war, as Savior and YCX doing their best to try and get this wave all the way in.
One
little
dash
dicey
from LP
though.
could make the difference. No mana on anybody on the side of LNG besides Xiaofeng.
It did sneak a ward in here. XQW has a little bit of push mid, so this will lead to the crab being secured by Climber. But yeah, you called it, Mazel. Both junglers looking to be involved early on in this bot lane, and does end up being LNG, who at least protected LP and Zhuo. And both our bot lanes opting into the 2v2 again, so no swap shenanigans coming out this time around.
Sasa's like, not again. I'm not doing that ever again. You guys
you don't
can
want Kasante in the
1v2.
1v2. Yeah, I think that he probably talked to his bot lane afterwards and was like, look at this champion portrait. Is this Ornn or Sion? No? Okay, we can't do this, guys. I need resources too, please.
See if they get the message there this time around. We'll just kind of go back to same as normal here. Dragon is going to be spawning now. Neither team really going to have lane prio to push into that on either side. I expect both teams to kind of take a back seat when it comes to these early objectives at least.
Well, second clears should be quiet, and then we'll see what happens at the Dragon, Mazel. As both of our junglers trying to get back out on the map. We'll say better buys so far for Xiaofeng.
Did you expect for us to get double enchanters tonight? Was that on your bucket list?
Oh, well, I mean, I think Lucian's always very viable, so a little bit. Also, YCX was pretty willing to play enchantresses earlier on in the season. These guys were definitely Ashe Seraphine enjoyers in Split 1, which I respect. Definitely some value to that lane.
Oh, they actually catch Hai Chao here in mid lane. Gonna get the Fate sealed out. Turret shot actually into XQW.
That was a mistake.
Step forward, trying to go into YCX. One more auto would do it, but he doesn't want to overextend.
It was a mistake from XQW. He backstepped to avoid getting locked up by the gravity field, but the backstep actually got Hai Chao out of the chain CC, but he's dead this time.
If it doesn't work the first time, why not just go back 5 seconds later?
I mean, they're not wrong. Again, Hai Chao has to just respond to what's going on in this lane. There's really nothing proactive that he can do. Into the Yone plus Sejuani, and Hai Chao kind of getting abused there by the mid-jungle duo of LGD. So well played by XQW.
Really
does
good
pick
punishment.
up the kill and sets the Victor behind. And you can see the swap of the Lucian Nami coming out. They are going to be looking for the grubs, as Lulu did already reset. Again, the resets were split up. YCX had to get his health bar back after getting chunked out, and might be doing the cross-country mile if he wants to respond to Lucian Nami now.
Get those steps in. So we're actually going to take a look back at that mid lane. I wonder if we get the twofer here. This is the first play. Why does he step back up?
Well, you see, the wave's not great, Mazel, and that's a cannon minion. And he does get it, but at what cost? He's got XQW's flash, too.
And giving Yone a kill, which is really good for LGD. I mean, Yone with any sort of advantage or any kind of itemization advantage can be so ridiculously strong.
Yeah, especially if you get ahead in this matchup, you get to go find that Cassante who will be stacking MR into the Rumble and who you absolutely melt at the Bork breakpoint, which is now accelerated. So
LP
it'll be tough.
Nice sidesteps there, actually. Well, grubs are coming up. They do have both teams putting a lot of focus on this side of the map. LP and Waldo.
They're not 6 yet.
Focus.
I think both are junglers.
Doesn't see just yet. They finally do with the scanner there. Now LP does hit level 6. Or at least does have level 6 now. And XQW's moving over. They actually just preemptively start up the grubs now. LP wants to go in.
They want TPs.
They want the impale. They try to get YCX down there. Climber setting up now. XQW moving back over. They still have to move Hai Chao over as well and connect him with the team.
XQW took a lot of damage. That was not necessary. This pincer could be a little scary.
Angle. LP's in trouble now. Dodges out of everything. XQW actually ends up helping take down Xiaofeng. Now Savior is going to flash forward onto LP. LP's in a lot of trouble now, and he goes down 2. Really good team fighting from LGD as they go up 3-0 in this game. 1,000 gold up, and now the grubs going their way too.
Yeah, they one-shot the Skarner. Skarner was apparently one-shottable there. Didn't see it, but they got through the full health bar with the combo from LGD. Will lead to a grub win. Kills as well. Said the grub fight was going to be really good for this composition. And, well, LNG played right into it, Mazel. I don't know if Xiaofeng... Yeah, I don't know if he expected to get one shot there or not. I was a little bit surprised when he did. But, again, like on paper, you are playing Sejuani, Rumble, Yone. This is the point of the game where you might just be the happiest.
Yeah.
And you gave him this fight.
If you see the enemy team willing to fight you at this moment, you're like, yes, I love this.
Polymorph into the full chain. Well played. Polymorph kicks it off. YCX flash over the wall to get away from the Victor that was chasing, and that's a nice cleanup for LNG. So again, they have to be very responsive to the plays that LGD are throwing out. It's given the comp they drafted. They have a Victor, Mazel. It is about responding. And that was not the best response, trying to even look for that play. I don't think that play was there. This one might be.
Look for it on XQW. He doesn't have flash, doesn't have any exit tools.
That's nice.
Impale going to come through. Do they have the damage, though? They can't get him. LNG, they come up with nothing.
still get a decent, bit on the Yone, because I think that XQW is going to have to base and burn that TP. And now he doesn't get back out on the map like the instant that he gets Bork, which is why I think he's trying to greed a little bit. Using the D-Shield second wind fleet he's got his kit to try and stay in this lane. Because what you want to do as Yone here is that you get Bork, you get right back out of the map, and you be as strong as possible for as long as possible on that item break point.
Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely just bully people with that Bork. And we do still have the dragon up on the bottom side of the map. 11 minutes in. Hai Chao's going to die again. He's going to take the bait. Oh, he gets the flash out this time, so he is out of there, but 5 minutes down and definitely punishable.
And that flash, it saves XQW the TP, as he can just base and walk back now. And
He
then
did flash himself.
No, he was coming off
he
cooldown.
didn't.
See, there it is. Barak.
And that's tough now, because now you can just absolutely like flash ult onto Hai Chao.
Exactly what they did last time.
Of ages now. So he's going to be trying to get a little tanky, but that timer is going to be way away from ticking done. And again, it just goes back to some of these situations. I mean, in game number 1, LGD, they had a decent draft. They didn't execute on it. LNG, they have a clear condition in getting further into this game, and they keep taking these fights.
I just think this one is about proactivity versus reactivity, Mazel. Again, like, what can LNG do in this one to be proactive? Where last game, you have Annie, Viego, Nautilus. Like, you had all the tools in the world to be proactive in that game. And they used them well, which is something that we haven't seen LNG do this split. The 2 series we've seen from them, but did it well in game 1. Now it is LGD. They took the Rumble Sejuani Yone. They have the power to be proactive, and they have used it well on the top side. As it will lead to the first dragon being secured a little late, but in favor of LGD.
And does it go back to like thinking of why the Prio and the Lucian Nami so much? Like I feel like LGD got like Exodia draft here with what they were able to grab in the end, and maybe like hindsight's a little bit 2020, but definitely feels really good. And YCX though in trouble now, gets dashed on by LP. LP will get a kill back now. He's in trouble now too though. Glacial Prison isn't even needed. Savior will claim back a kill, go 3-0 on the Zeri.
It's a trade up, but a trade nonetheless. Well played by LP and Zhuo, who were under pressure, managed to get something for it. Xiaofeng going to answer with a buff for himself on the other side of the map too, so getting a little something away from LGD. Not all bad, but yeah, you're right. We have seen Rumble Sejuani Yone. I definitely say if this is split 1, they for sure gave away draft Exodia.
Yeah, for sure.
We've seen some nerfs to all the champions listed above, where they aren't quite as strong now. But I mean, this is a combo that has been played a lot in the LPL for good reason. They synergize very well together. Again, Sejuani, you want to be paired up with melees. We had double melee. Yone does mostly physical damage. Guess what? Rumble helps with that. Oh boy, both ults, we can hold everyone in place for equalizer? Hell yeah, that sounds good to me too. It's like, oh, we can, you know, oh, look, what happens if Cassante builds magic damage early on against Rumble? Well, you know, when our Cassante hits Bork, what we can do? Go find that, Yone hits Bork, go find the Cassante, please.
Yeah.
Like, please go find Cassante right now. SQW is going to base and have a Bork finished in base. It's early. Being likely a sub 15 one if he gets out of here. He's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't get baited. But please, like, switch the lanes up. Go get this man into Cassante. You will destroy Zika in the side lane right now.
See if they end up going with those lane assignments, as they will get the back out from XQW. See where he wants to go respond. You see the plates. You see the gold advantage. Definitely hovering in favor of LGD. About 1,000 gold. But I think LNG have realized they really just needed to slow the pace down. They are really focusing on the kind of farming and keeping even keel with LGD. I do think that is going back to what their win condition can be. If LP doesn't...
And this is the cleanse to polymorph there. It does open things up a little bit more for Climber, who I have only seen him grab Ignite with a spellbook. I haven't seen anything else.
Calling is going to be used there. That's pretty big damage tool at this point in the Lucian build. You really get a lot of your team fight damage out of that. They're actually going to try to bring over some damage now as well. They're hovering, at least LGD is bringing over XQW. Does still have flash, does still have fate sealed. Gonna go back over to bot lane as well. Redeploy for Haichao going towards mid lane to try to reinforce. Trying to catch out Savior was LNG, but they actually don't get anything in the end.
Really don't like what LGD is doing here by just handshaking the TPs. Again, they had the Yone TP when he had Bork. But if you're gonna use both TPs here, get the Yone into the Cassante. This is a window where you could have had Yone top. Could have been pushing around the Cassante, which you do when you complete Bork and your opponent is rushing all MR, as you can see here. Zika has, he just got the Sheen and the chain vest, so he's actually in pretty good shape. And then we'll try and play into Haichao, who does have flashback, but...
Yeah, there ain't no chance. It's
oh boy.
A Sejuani Yone. It is impossible to get away from and impossible not to die. Haichao goes down. Side lane turret also falls, and that was almost
we'll take that.
3 feats the way of LGD.
Yeah, we'll take that if we're LGD. They do secure feats off that play. They have the gold lead. As much as I want Yone and Cassante, I'm also very down for playing to the Yone, as we should with the Sejuani. As that's another nice feature about this topside trio, is guess what? You want to play towards the Yone? Rumble can cheat a lot of timers by just pressing R on a wave. That's a nice feature as well.
LNG did start up the Rift Herald. I feel like
they can't
it's a
complete
little
it.
bit dicey to do this, though. Yeah, they're going to bring over their mid lane movement from LP and
I don't think they get to complete this. They should not be able to.
Try. There's going to be a move in from LGD. There's the lightning crash coming through, and the equalizer going out now. Xiaofeng did end up claiming that one, but LP's getting really low, and Savior has him in his sights, going right back in with the impale, the all out coming through, but is it enough? Xiaofeng can get him. Savior will save the day for LGD. A triple kill for Sasa.
I mean, YCX was the savior in the back half. The Moonstone Lulu able to be enough shielding, healing for this Zeri to survive. And it's looking like we're going to be going to a game 3 with 2 pretty one-sided games going to each team here, Mazel.
We knew it was coming. It was fate. It was bound to happen. And LGD going to go up to that second dragon. The only thing that I wish is that it wasn't one-sided games. So I think it makes it very boring. And that's okay.
It has been a bit, especially when I've looked at many objectives in this series, Mazel, and been like, I don't think this team can do this or be on this. And you know what? I don't think LNG could have done this or have been on this, as LP is chunked out early. The impale onto the Zeri, it made things a little close, a little dicey, but Lulu was enough to pump on through and save the day.
Actually insane that Savior survives there. Climber now looking on the LP again. Here comes the equalizer. Here comes everything.
Goodbye.
That's going to be another double kill under turret and LGD clean house. That will be 6,000 gold almost in the advantage. And that's just now second item hit by Zika. TP came in from Haichao to defend the turret. He actually does end up defending this one, so they will still hold on to their outer turret at least.
I'm seeing 7,000 gold lead, and I'm thinking GG, Mazel.
Yeah.
As
I mean,
I just, again, we talked about proactivity versus reactivity in this game. And yeah, it doesn't feel like LNG was able to do anything proactive in this. Like, it really just has been them on the back foot for the entirety of this one.
A second item Serpent's Fang for LP. You know, things are getting really desperate now. Which is, you know, one way to solve out the situation. The other way is that we're almost on, you know, 2.5 items for a majority of LGD, and we're still struggling to pick up our second items for LNG as well. Almost gets 100 zeroed. And XQW almost gets his sushi license.
Yeah, we're struggling to just escape a brush. Get a ward down. As hold on, this could be good.
Okay.
Sasa just
waiting. He's got Glacial Prison.
I mean, Sasa at least had a overheat that wasn't great. You can see how free Yone is, though, to just continue to smash these waves into the opponent tower. And what a turnaround game for XQW, who I feel like not only had a poor Azir game, but also struggled with his approach to what Azir was supposed to do in that game. This game has been about him playing the Yone mid. A lot of pieces and resources have been played around him, and man, he just cashed those in very nicely in this one. We know he can play the Yone and is playing it to a pretty good degree here for LGD in this game too.
Yeah, it's really good to see them kind of pick a composition. That's exactly what I said after game number 1. As this fight's going to kick off, still going to be whole-handedly in favor of LGD, although the fight back with a tidal wave. Maybe Zika trying to find his Panda Climber. It feels like a fool's errand at this point, but this is really what I wanted to see from LGD is have a clear condition, have a clear strategy, and find the execution for it.
Right now trying to find the execution around the Otacon.
Oh, I don't know if that's who you want to fight.
It's fine. He's just stacking up Qs. We'll buy time and space for Savior to wrap up this mid-outer turret. But now is when things get interesting. Climber's finishing up the enemy blue buff, and XQW is getting the bad news here.
All right, I don't think there's any way
LNG
can finish this one. They are getting completely surrounded.
OG's altless.
50-50 smite, maybe? Xiaofeng is still in the pit, though, with the Atacon. Goes for the fight, goes for the impale, just dies to the lightning crash. I didn't know
it's real bad.
Scorpions were afraid of lightning, but we learned today. Triple kill for Savior.
It's brutally bad.
Looking for more. YCX trying to find his own kill. The flash comes out. That's a little bold. They will end up giving that over to YCX.
That was a disaster of epic proportions for LNG. We're going to game 3 in result.
Yeah, we are.
It's been 2 pretty one-sided slobber knockers for one side. As I think LNG just didn't know really how to play this one out. And that was a big difference from game 1, where I think the game 1 draft is as simple as all hell to play out. So LNG responded really well to this this time around, not having as many proactive tools in their arsenal. So LNG struggled to do anything proactive, and LGD took full advantage of it.
And I just, you know, it was a question I asked at the end of game number 1. Can LNG replicate this moment? And I think they're furthest away from it than they ever were.
Again, this is a desperation Otacon. There is really
sad
nothing.
That YCX, you know, wasn't able to get the kill with the flash. He does end up killing him there in the end, but he didn't get the cool flashy play.
It's okay. It's about sending a message.
When a Lulu flashes at your face.
And yes, LNG, like, again, we at least saw them have a good game.
We did.
This is improvement for LNG. This is sadly a little bit closer to how LNG has looked, which is when things don't go their way, just kind of floundering of what decisions to make. This has definitely been a tough one for LNG. As, oh my God, Saucer.
Dude, Saucer just
oh my God, goodbye
Hai
Haichao. How's it a 1v4?
Haichao just stood there and took it. There's a 3-man engage, though. At least they get a big lightning crash over from Savior, who just whips him all out. A double kill coming through from multiple members, and a full-on clean and total ace for LGD.
You know, if this was StarCraft 2 and FFs were a thing, or like common, I think we would have seen
I love that
two of them.
The second time we've talked about it.
Exactly. I'm only bringing this up because you brought it up earlier. I think we would have seen 2 FFs today.
How one-sided these games have been. And I'll just be real. Like, this is not the way I like to see this kind of stuff go down. Like, I'll be biased. Like, I want to see back and forth games. I think these are like the biggest snooze fests that you could possibly get in the LPL. And it's a little bit unfortunate, but maybe that means that game number 3 is going to be a little bit crazy and wild.
The bottom teams just absolutely dropping pissonings of games on each other isn't interesting.
You know, maybe
personally, I like seeing Haichao get 1v3 barbecued.
You know what it is? It's like an abstract painting. You look really close at each game. You're like, oh, this is awful. But then when you look at the whole picture, you look at the end of the season, you're like, it's a beautiful painting.
Yeah, Haichao is trying to abstract paint anything there. We have a Serpent's Fang
abstract
third.
League of Legends. He was trying to song and dance interpret League of Legends.
I'm looking at a Serpent's Fang Lucian right now.
Yeah, that was second item.
Don't like it.
Me neither. I hate it.
A lot of shields. Don't like it.
bit of damage on YCX.
They're gonna turn for sure. It's just when.
Sasa just waiting for the equalizer, goes down with it. The red carpet has been laid out. Big tidal wave back though. LGD losing Sasa here as they do fight one back. LP's on the wrong side of the fight, but maybe it's just enough. Look at Savior popping away. Oh, he almost goes down at the end. Gets a triple kill as he does though. The rest, the flash with the Arctic Assault from Cliver. As LGD now 15
Just get us into the next game, please.
16,000 gold up.
Come on, LGD.
Please.
20 seconds on Nami. No inhibitor. I think that just about does it. It's LGD. You called it. They got a very favorable topside draft. Went unanswered by LNG to snag the Lucian Nami, which didn't do nearly enough in this game to make its mark. I think it's going to be a likely Pog vote here for Savior. We did have a pop-off game and really helped LGD find this game 2 win and push us to a game 3.
He did. Savior 10-0 in that win. As we get tied up, we go all the way to 3 in our Nutty Nirvana night. As I don't know why I didn't say night earlier. It's like NNN. It works, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
We learn as we go, and so does LGD. They learned that they can't just get smacked in the face and have no response in that game number 1, and they do a little bit of their own smacking. As I do want to look at the stats of this one a little bit. I want to see who was actually doing the most damage on the side of LGD, but it was a clear game plan that they executed well, and that LNG kind of fell into the feed machine of.
Yeah, just no real proactive ways to play into Sejuani Yone Rumble. And I think their options were trying to play Cassante Victor and scale for the fight. Once the Lucian Nami
they
Skarner,
didn't do that.
Yeah, well, I mean, once that 3v3 loss / was losing, things got tough. So I'll give Climber props to skipping a camp to be bought on time. I know he was down a level, and that was a little bit hairy, but in hindsight, ended up paying off a lot for Zeri Lulu, who turned that matchup back around. The Lucian Nami with the first strike, I think it's very mid-game focused, and by the time mid-game rolled around, there was really no power left in that Lucian Nami compared to where the game state was at, which was already very LGD favored.
Yeah, it's just tough because like it all broke down. It felt like across the table for LNG, and you look back to that game when you're like, oh my god, they won their first game. Let's go LNG. This is the moment. And then you just turn around and you get that right, and it's like the question I levied was, can they recreate a moment like they did in game number 1? And so far the answer is no. And LGD seemingly woke up from the slumber because, again, they had looked pretty good in their last series against NiP. And we're figuring out that they can actually play the game better than LNG. And I think in that way, I really, really like some of the solo focuses, right? Like the macro movements from this team was really nice to see with their win conditions in place. And I guess the gold graph explains it a little bit more as 16,000 plus gold lead, but it really was about moving these powerful pieces across the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the damage. There wasn't really a way for LNG to get in that game. When you're 1v3ing as Sasa on the Rumble in a game where we really hadn't mentioned you once, and then the first time we like see you have a big fight, it's like, oh, we're just able to 1v3. It's chill. Usually not a good sign.
Usually not. As we're gonna take a look at the replays, I don't know if they're gonna make us go through all of this, but we did see Savior take some really, really crazy flash angles, and I think a vast difference between how he was playing this Zeri versus what he was doing in that game number 1, which also I think was a very stark difference and a big difference maker in this one as well. Ended up going 10-0 on that Zeri. Is gonna feel really good.
Yeah, again,
it was all him, right?
Probably our favorite for Pog. Yeah, definitely not the Moonstone Lulu. We'll say for fans at home, I think one of the reasons we're going to see more Enchantress get played, Moonstone is a little slept on at the moment. I think that the scaling of this item throughout games is actually very real. And I'm curious if we have teams, especially if more of these support nerfs come through to the core engagers we're seeing, wondering if we're going to have some teams really try and learn the min-max of, okay, what item breakpoints do we start to really scale and take over in some of these games? Because Enchantresses, their items, if you're able to stack them up, do get very powerful later on. So Moonstone does feel like it's in a pretty nice state right now, I gotta say. I'm wondering how long it's going to take our teams to really try and adapt to that. Because again, in Fearless, if things go late, I think it's going to be really important that you play a couple Moonstone champs in your arsenal.
True. Can be very big difference makers in those later games as well. This is the moment. This is what you were looking for.
I mean, brother, Hai Chow. We just
walked melee range.
Walk to the melee, yeah,
bro.
Yeah, we're not playing Anna anymore. I fear.
Hey, he still gets to keep against his old team. He gets to keep the moniker. He'll individually lose you games and individually win you games. You know.
True. It's where we're at right now, Mazel. He's 1-1 going into a game 3. It's very astute of you. Yes.
Yeah. See, sometimes I can think too. It's crazy. Don't let me do that too often, though. Anyways. Xiaofeng not able to recreate the Viego magic. We'll see what they get going into a game number 3, where you got to expect some of those pools are starting to get dwindled down. Again, we were talking about mid laners at the beginning of the day and some of their pools and some of the things that we might end up getting in this game number 3. Obviously, before we get going into that game number 3, we got our MVP coming up here shortly. And yeah, you okay? You good?
Yeah, we're fighting the yawns right now. I can't. I gotta hide those for off camera.
That's what
can't
happens
be on
when
camera.
it was like a 10,000 gold lead at like 18 minutes.
It's what happens when it's 5:40 in the morning, Michelle. I got a fun weekend though.
Combine of factors.
I've got LPL tonight. I've got NACL in about 7 hours, and then we have LPL again tomorrow night.
You're absolutely insane.
All right, Savior.
You're on my old schedule, you know.
That's fine. We do it for fun.
We do it
to
for
cover all the
vibes.
group Nirvana games, which I am only on between these days as well.
Shout out Kelsey.
I mean, she likes keeping me in the tier 2 mindset. We have group Ascension and group Nirvana, and then I have NACL, which is tier 2. It's fine.
Yep, exactly.
Speaking of that,
all the ducks in a row.
Yeah, let's get in a break, Michelle. I've had enough of this game. Hopefully we get a good game 3.
I hope we get a good game 3. We'll see you for that game number 3 between LGD and LNG. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby, and going into our last game of the day of Super Omega Nutty Nirvana Night, it's LGD versus LNG. As we get into it, another cup of coffee for Cubby right before he goes to bed.
We're done.
And,
yeah.
It's killed. We're going to see who takes the better of it here tonight. Who takes their first series win of Split 3 in the LPL.
And 2 one-sided stomps to kick off this series. Gonna have to see if Game 3 ends up being decided by blue side, which will likely be in the hands of LNG, who have side select after losing that one, or LGD, who we thought were the favorites coming in anyway, Mazel, will have to win their own red side game in order to win this series.
So far, the name of the game has been proactivity from both teams, and that's something we wanted to see coming into the day. And we did see one-sidedly so in both games so far. Mid lane has had a lot to say in how both games have gone down in the end. You know, AD having a lot to say in those team fights later on as well. But it's really been about map movements from both sides. So I'm wondering which version of LNG we do get, because there's been a lot of tough games to watch from this squad. Can they regain a little bit of that confidence that they had in game number 1?
And they're going to have to find it with a different composition, not one that's as easy to maybe execute or as straightforward to execute as a Annie Viego, right? Like, okay, we're just going to drop our keys and see if we can play this someone out, right? It was played very nicely by LNG in game 1. Game 2, the proactivity, the Arkeys were not really in their favor. We preferred the Rumble, Sejuani, Yone top side that really could not be matched on the flip side. And yeah, I think that proactivity, you highlighted it, Mazel, key in this series so far, but just kind of curious to see where we get our differences in game 3.
What carry is there if Xiaofeng just wants to go back to Viego but not be able to play Viego?
Oh, Nefiri. We've seen some Nefiri. Yeah, we've seen Nefiri sneak in
already.
Yeah, we have seen some Nefiri sneak in LPL, some of these later games. But I think carry I have my eyes on early on, Mazel. It's actually going to be the Rise, which was banned away by LGD on the blue side. And we'll see if they're going to give that one away, as it would likely be a first pick for Haichao and LNG.
Well, LGD are going to have to win it the hard way on red side for game number 3, as we do see the Sion and the Xayah ban from LNG on the blue side.
Curious if we want to maybe potential Kaisa for LP and LNG here with an early Xayah ban. Pantheon, Talia going to be the steadies.
I feel like Rise has
to gone on the red side. Yeah, I think Rise is, or Azir also is still up. Or no, that was played in game 1. I'm
game 1. That's why I'm like, it has to be Rise, right? Like there is literally no easy answer into Rise right now.
You can play Orianna in the Rise still. I think that's the best answer available. But it does give the Rise team the proactivity early on. So we'll see.
So the final ban is going to be in the first phase. Another AD. It's going to be the Varus. Trying to take that one away from
no
LGD.
Rise. And that's the question, right? Is it Rise ban here or something else? Yeah. I think Trundle also kind of valid.
True.
If you want to take a ban away. Jungle's been narrowed up quite a bit, but Vi also still on the table, which ends up being the ban. So is this the Rise pick into a likely Orianna response? LNG. There it is. We expect to see Orianna on the flip side.
Mbessa being open in game 3 is going to feel really good for LGD, and also Sasa, who's coming off a pretty dominant game number 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you do force, like, the answers that are available to the Mbessa that are left are it's like Renekton, Poppy. It's 2 of the more common ones. That's not exactly great, and if you do go Mbessa here, you could just lock in Poppy. It's not the best blind in the lineup. You can still flex it with YCX if you really want to.
True. You definitely could. They're really holding on to this one here, trying to figure out exactly what they want to go. Because a lot of pride in finally winning your first game, right? It's a very different story, especially for LNG to go down 0-3 to start off their split number 3. That's also important for the organization. It is the Orianna that gets locked in.
I guess Jax is a Zika special that's still on the table, but this isn't my favorite matchup into Mbessa. Likely to be grabbed, though, here in the top side. Not expecting that to be the jungle jack, especially blinded. Not very common. But they will not lock in their jungler. They will lock in the Rakan. And do we just see a YCX Alistar? I would like the Alistar slam, even if this is maybe your last chance to grab jungle.
You really want Alistar tonight. Come on, let's
do.
Get him.
It's just good. I'm surprised that we haven't seen it.
I would agree. I would agree. They might just end up going for their jungle matchup here, at least in the Jarvan. He's locked in here for Climber.
I think you ban Kai'Sa if you're LGD. Like, remove ways that you can escape Jarvan, and think about taking the Ezreal for yourself, which would fit this comp well. Or Jhin. You could set up for Jhin, which again, that might be the play if we get Ezreal and Kai'Sa bans here, which I would like from LGD.
Yeah, big bot lane focus there for LGD, just to
You
make
ban
sure
both.
to take away any tools. See what the ban's going to be for LNG. Both teams taking a lot of time for these picks and bans. Want to make sure they're okay. The Kalista ban.
If I'm LNG, I might think about a Senna too. A Senna ban.
Okay.
You don't want to play Senna with Rakan showing in the Jarvan. And it has been banned by LNG for the rest of the series on that red side as well.
It has indeed. They don't want to go into it. They don't want to play into
Kai'Sa
it,
ban.
at least.
Come on.
It is going to be the Wukong ban. So
okay,
Kong
Kong is a reasonable ban. That's a reasonable ban. I think that's worth leaving the Kai'Sa up for. Kai'Sa definitely gives you that big deeps from the marksman role, which I do think is nice for LNG's composition. Yeah, that's the Alistar taken away. So that last high priority support now out. Poppy, though, still playable in the Jax plus Rakan.
True.
You could also flex it if you... Or I guess you couldn't flex it because Jarvan. I'm trolling with that. Poppy, though, available as... Ooh, a Caitlyn. Okay.
So you can take the Jhin into this. It's a little bit of a 50-50 in the laning
I think it's
phase,
support
at least.
matchup, and you're going to get Brahms, and I think that's GG.
Yeah.
I think Jin's your best option because you picked Rakan there, but I don't love the Rakan pick there because now like you can get Karma. Karma feels really bad, actually. If you are LNG, like the Karma to try and distance yourself from the Jax is quite good.
Yeah.
Also, the like more range into Rise. I like that a lot. Or you can just Braum, take some guaranteed lockdown. As that guaranteed lockdown is missing for something like a Zed. So it will be the risk for Xiaofeng, and you asked for the carries that he had maybe available to him. Zed was one of them that we did not list, Mazel.
Should we have listed it, Cubby? Should we?
Yeah, just take guaranteed lockdown. You get Kate Brahms. I like this draft for LGD, and I think they're going to find the 2-1.
I really like this draft from LGD. I'm question mark pinging LNG, but we'll see if it works out. I still really like the solo lanes themselves. I like the Jax. I like the Rise.
They can 1-3-1.
Utility that LP can bring.
There's the potential the 1-3-1. Jax can get big, but man, Ambessa, Orianna, Kate, this game goes light. I'm going to favor that team. And Kate Braum is just really easy to play out because those winners bites.
Really is, yeah.
They get chained up with the traps into the double headshots. When you chain that trap, headshot into a net, into potentially a third that you find in your kit. We've seen Kate Braum be very dominant in LCK. I know LCK Challengers League just absolutely loves this lane for whatever godforsaken reason.
And
we'll
it's
see if
also going to
this,
feel really hard for Jwo to kind of play his game in that 2v2. So I expect them to be on the back foot a little bit. But that does mean maybe the Rakan can get out into the map at least and have that roaming pressure that Rakans typically do have. But I think it's a very interesting situation to be in for LNG where they really, really need to be executing at a high level. They need Xiaofeng to be ahead, if not even more than that in some way, shape, or form for the Zed. And they're relying a lot on what at least they attempted and what worked for them in game number 1.
I think it's very key that they utilize the Rise to get a stable start for Zed. I agree with you there, Mazel, because Zed needs to do something in this game. Not a lot of CC for Zed. It's a lot of conditional CC that he can play out of. So I do think that there is some value to Zed. Again, Winner's Bite is the one guaranteed CC that can connect, but even then you can play around with your shadows to avoid the auto attack range.
Game number 3, the last game of the night. LNG versus LGD. Oh? Oh? Game 3. Let's go.
Well, it wasn't a very impassionate let's go, Mazel, I must say.
That is because my throat is closing up, but that's a whole nother
No,
question.
I meant from the crowd, not you.
Oh,
You're good.
Well,
The Jayos were not feeling him yet.
The first one didn't have anybody cheer. The second one at least had a couple of people cheer.
I think it might be worse to have a couple people than just no one. At least no one, you can be like, oh, we missed it. Like, then you catch it, and it's just like, sounds depressing, you know?
Shout out to the cheerleader.
Yes. If you're a ringleader for those chants, you're a real one.
Yeah,
Speaking of being a real one,
Just
Cape Rom
like
level
watching
1.
LPL over Gen G and T1 earlier.
True. Yeah, shout out to everyone sticking with us for this one, too. We should get a game 3, and this is a very positive start for the Jarvan. You want some of the strength of Cape Rom early on, push his way into a split map scenario, which is always got
for them?
Yes, I think this helps the Cape Rom drive home their advantage, and Climber should be able to get those camps on the top side when they respawn. Zed should not be able to contest those with how these lanes go, so I think it's fine.
See who ends up gaining all that pressure in bot side for the level 2. Nice pilt over Peacemaker. Gonna get Savior a little bit of advantage in the health.
I like what they're doing here, because the level 2s are matched, but this wave is it's pushing away, and again, Jin Rakan just cannot approach. So Climber now has done his 3 camps. It's going to be Haichao who has warded, but they know where the ward's at.
But
and they're going to try and get Flash out of Rise. They do, but you can see the word from Haichao that it's about to expire in that bot brush. That being dropped there doesn't scout where Climber can go. So I think
scary.
that... Yeah, it was. Climber's going to be down a camp overall, which is fine going into Zed. It's very hard to clear faster than Zed. They don't get Haichao's flash though. That was the big nugget they wanted.
It's all about punishing those flash timers in mid lane. That's what we saw a lot in the last 2 games as well. Sasa and Zika going to be going at it there. Still no really early advantages in the laning for either side. A little bit in that top lane for Zika, but I'm sure that'll bounce back as well. Now we get LGD and LNG trying to set up their junglers for these Scuttle Crab takes. Do we get the post Scuttle Crab ganks, or do we just get resets, Cubby? Do we just go easy floating? I got my answer.
We're floating. We're easy floating. And Zed's gonna try.
It's like a lazy river.
Both junglers here are gonna try and take their the Raptors. Oh wait, no. Okay, this is the big difference. This is the big difference. So Climber, he got these Raptors first, whereas Zed went from blue buff to enemy Raptors. So Climber's gonna try and get both respawns.
He doesn't win this. That's pickaxe difference.
No, but he has smite and no info. I think that you still take the smite flip.
Nope,
but yeah,
loses
the Zed wins it off the execute and pickaxe, as you called out. He can still go get his other respawn Raptor camp though, which is okay. But that I do like the flip or the attempt from Climber. That it is the right idea.
The initial idea, at least.
Yeah, I like this response too.
Alfong gonna look to put up that.
There's
at
no
least
base.
A little bit of pressure on Climber.
Yeah.
Again, no back from Climber just yet. He has not been able to spend any money. Pickaxe is gonna make a massive
TP top
difference
from
here.
Jax. So I think one of these camps for sure is gonna go over to the Zed.
Haichao moving over as well. Isn't level 6 just yet. They're gonna try to 50-50. Climber gets this one.
You got the vast majority of that camp too. He will lose his Krug, so Xiaofeng's gonna be up 1. But well played. Honestly, get that camp away. I think flip going Raptors 1-for-1 after, like that's not that bad. He's kind of crazy for going for this though.
This is wild.
This is a little bonkers.
They don't have smite. Oh my goodness.
He got the little rocks.
He got the little ones. The ones that matter most are always the little ones. That's what we should teach in school.
I think that's what we do teach in school, Mazel.
The little rocks mean the most?
No, it's you always look out for the little ones.
No.
That's what builds a good community. You were 100% correct. We should teach that skills.
Yeah,
it's
we
good.
should.
It's good, but we already
Just
do.
like taxes.
Yeah, that's That's a different. That's a very different conversation. We're talking about like elementary school to high school theory.
Oh, okay. You don't think we should learn about taxes in elementary school, man?
I don't know. I think that 6-year-olds learning about counting change. We should do that before taxes.
We should honestly. What we really need to do is get those 6-year-olds playing League of Legends. Am I right or am I right? Let's go.
I would say that's how they do it in China, but no, it's actually the opposite. You're banned from that. Yeah, it's the opposite.
All right, we're taking a look at what can be true here. And LGD maybe making a move around mid lane. Dragon is up, but Haichao is the play. Flash going to come out. They milked it, as you would say, and they get the kill. Maybe no. Oh, they actually don't get him in the end. He doesn't have TP, so he will be slow to come back. TP did end up getting used by Jwo with his spell book to get to that mid lane. Objectives are still up, and Grub's coming up in about 1 minute and 15.
I mean, I still watched Haichao just lose his flash for fun, and also now lose out on a wave of golden XP, which does matter. Ryze needs to stay ahead in this matchup because you need to use your health bar in order to get in range the trade with Orianna. So if you're getting behind, it's very bad. That is a very, very, very good stop of base by Xiaofeng. That might be the only way they're actually able to play out this dragon.
In these tense kind of moments, those little things can matter most. Now they're going to go for a
oh, we're warping.
Tower dive.
Okay.
Top side to,
I like this.
Sasa. I mean, he's got a massive advantage. Public execution is going to be used. They're just going to get the CC chain onto Zika, or from Zika now as well. He gets the flash, though. They don't finish him off just yet. Haichao's going to die.
Oh, only 5 mage creeps lost. Sasa did TP, or no TP available, but XQW getting free waves, and again, Haichao going down. Not exactly what you want as the Rise. It's important the Rise is ahead. And getting closer to that double evolve item. That play from Haichao.
That's the desperation.
It's not helping it get closer, it's helping it get further. The only positive is that Dragon was not traded out.
That feels so bad. I mean, the thing is Zika had a massive advantage, still does, right? I mean, he's up like 500, 600 gold, right? But like, he was up like 30 CS over Sasa, and Sasa just got a ton of that gold back with that kill.
Mentioned Grubs too. Climber has the flag down. He's gonna be a little bit careful here. Yep.
Gonna have to flash.
That means he can't go back in, so likely the other 2 Grubs is gonna be picked up by LNG and another late dragon take. But he just queued. Zika could keep on going. He does have the flash. If he had Counter-Strike up, it could have been an E flash into a kill, quite frankly.
Climber's been making
I am shocked that Climber's still here, by the way.
Oh, and now Sasa's in a lot of trouble.
In what
they just
world?
full dive in. They just get the death mark on a Climber. Climber goes down before he can even dunk.
In what world was that gonna be winning for Sasa and Climber? I especially after the Jarvan gets chunked by Zika.
I think Climber knows.
Yeah, I think so. You better know.
He's very upset.
He better know, man. There's no way that you can play that one out. As now, Sasa's got to start chalking this up to a rather tough series from Sasa if you combine games 1 and 3, Mazel. I mean, this one, like, what's the idea?
I think just the fact that Xiaofeng gets the death mark on him as he goes through, and then in the ulti takes him down.
It is mechanically played well by Xiaofeng. I would again ask the question to LGD, why are we putting ourselves in this scenario? Which seems like the important one to me. We didn't need to be there as LGD. It could have been get here to this Drake faster after Jarvan loses flash, getting out of the grub pit. Which is the right call now. And the first Drake will be secured here by LGD. But it's late, and they gave up more gold than they needed to. Yes. It's going to have to be Orianna carry.
Yeah, true.
It really is just Orianna Kate. It has to be the carry because there's a lot of gold in the pockets right now as Zika on this Jax. Is again the strongest performer for this roster. The only holdover from the world's form, LNG.
That's what's so wild to me is he's like literally the pillar of LNG now.
It is,
When,
especially
you know, when you think
he was
of the
rookie
last glory days
when they were good
for LNG, it really was Zika who like just was gapping some of the best top laners in the LPL out of
The guy's good.
nowhere.
Yeah, and it's part of why we were honestly rooting for LNG's downfall, because we were hoping that would get Zika a better team.
Yeah.
He's a top laner that is still playing like he deserves a better team, even though his team is not that strong to match.
Take a look at the play Xiaofeng was trying to create on top side, though. Instantly responded to by YCX and Climber, though they're chunking him pretty heavily. Just over the wall. XQW was going to be the first to roam if they did end up going for a fight there. Won't pull anything off in the end. And until then, we are just looking at waiting until the objectives come up.
I think the big thing is that Zed's at or close to the double Q per shadow breakpoint.
Yeah.
Which is that's a significant one. One that you're looking to hit on with the ability haste build that we now see from the Zed. Will be Eclipse into either Cleaver or Shojin. And then whichever item not finish second, usually finish third. Is what we're used to seeing here from the Zeds. Actually, we might see a Serpent's Fang for Zed this game, which I would like a lot. I think against Ambassador Jarvan Orianna, the Serpent's Fang value is very real.
Yeah, true. Gets those like little shields all the time.
Yep. Ability haste Zed though, like it a lot. Ability to shred, keep the Conqueror up. And the damage that you get from your abilities is Zed. They've made a lot of changes where the E base damage is much higher. And opens up for stuff like this ability haste build that is pretty good in games with a lot of conditional CC. This being one of them.
Yeah.
Definitely one's games where Zed can thrive.
See if he can recreate that magic. Game number 1 looked all so dominant. The Zed is a different question, though. And Zika still remains about 20-30 CS over. We do have first item completions really coming up for everyone. So we got that Archangels for XQW as well. We're going to be stacking that one up for himself. We get those kind of set-in moments for LGD where they really want to hold on and wait. Get some of these items under their belts.
Yeah,
get Savior, particularly.
Looking like a Yuntals. Yeah, Yuntals for Savior this game. So
I like it.
No Collector, no Lethality. I think taking the latest spiking Caitlyn build you can is fine. Caitlyn, a champion that does scale really nicely. I mean, a lot of times with Caitlyn, you talk about the trough. Like at the one item that you can't use that well. But if you get Caitlyn back up to like 3, 4, 5 items, she actually is insanely powerful. So with that Yuntals, definitely sets up for that later game build. And
Jhin too, right, Cubby? Jhin, yeah, Jhin is like just
somewhat,
like Jhin,
somewhat
like that strong.
There are degrees of strength that Jhin has. 4 degrees of strength.
Yes,
4. Yes,
clearly 4. No more.
I will not explain that. I just said 4 because it's the only number I can associate with Jhin.
And honestly, you're right on the money, Cubby. Great analysis as always. It is going to be, speaking of analysis, interesting conversation for both teams to levy themselves, at least with the Rift Herald coming up here rather shortly, and then Dragon, number 2 for LGD potentially.
Zed's at a pretty happy spot right now. I think topside fights where if Jax and Zed are there, definitely doable. We're still at a point where LGD probably has to give. Ryan's a little bit too tanky to be dealt with right now. Zika and Xiaofeng, very, very strong.
I really want to see the all-out, I guess, all-in from this top lane. I want to see who wins it.
Zika did pop the R there.
He did?
So that's one small tool gone. So they will tuck Zhuo in behind, and they do have full information on Climber and YCX, so... Do they want to go for a play? LP being at the HP he does probably tells me it's a no.
Oh, Sasa. I think, okay, he's fine. He's okay.
He's just trying to, he's trying to proc grasp into his Q2s.
I love it because Climber and YCX were in move for the play. They don't end up doing it. Now they get the play turned onto them. YCX is just caught out. His hand in the cookie jar somewhere. It wasn't on the mouse and keyboard as he goes down. Now Sasa is being surrounded.
I just don't think there's any way that LG can play around this top side. It really feels like Sauce has just been gapped this game. Climber too, for that matter. As the first death top side was bad, and the second one might be worse. LNG.
Oh, public execution goes down. Cataclysm is used. Double knockup is going to be there with the grand entrance. Sauce is still alive. They got the TP in as well. They got the shockwave coming in. Joel's going down to Climber.
It's a disaster.
Haichao barely makes it out. LGD turns something from nothing and going to get a double kill for Climber.
That was an absolute disaster. Savior was farming the entire time, too, as it is a max win for LGD. They take the first brick, prevent Feats from going over to LNG, who certainly would have secured it if that dive works. They get a Rift Herald, too. And that entire early game, all the good that was done by LNG and that topside just thrown away on that dive.
A pretty hefty advantage for an early game for them, and it is just gone.
2 towers, a Rift Herald, and this play that went sideways. Let's take another look. This was nice by Climber to buffer out. What happens here? As it's, yeah, this misses. I like the ult from Climber. I think he gets another EQ up, which, yeah, that finds a triple knockup. Cancels the Realm Warp out.
Yeah.
Shockwave flash to keep them stuck under the turret, and Climber able to forgive some of his sins from the top lane earlier on, where he tried to make a play that just wasn't there. That flag and drag that knocked up 3 and canceled the Realm Warp, a game changer in favor of LGD.
And others would say the biggest bait of a lifetime from Haichao. In those kinds of situations.
Oh, as a Haichao hater myself, I think that Realm Warp should have been casted a little bit earlier. Maybe right after that Cataclysm went down, but you're trying to connect on the kill into Ambassa.
The decisiveness from Climber was really, really nice to see. And I think those kinds of moments are exactly how LGD turned this back around. They have the lead now after LNG had about a 2,000 gold lead before that. They have the Rift Herald now too, where they can take some of this outer turret gold and keep snowballing this.
Ambassa got a lot happier now that Eclipse is completed as well. Can actually trade with Zika, as you can instantly see that health bar. A little bit, it's now going to be Zika, going to be abusing the second win in D-Shield a little bit more than the Ambassa now that Eclipse is wrapped up here.
Savior has more gold than him now. That's crazy. From
again, Kate free farming. And Kate's almost at that 2-item IE mark, which will be really good for Caitlyn. I mean, 203 CS at the 1830 mark that's
kind of insane.
That's good work. That's good work by Caitlyn. The CS numbers by LGD making up for the top gap across the map. Is now Haichao going to get gapped himself. Goodbye. No flash on Rise. Haichao is going to go down. And the Zed
with the death mark back. He's down. Zika comes in
why did
by
we TP to
himself
this?
with nobody around him. Goes for the flash play. Is all by himself and can do nothing. As a double kill comes in for Savior. There's the extra gold from kills that you were missing. And now they also get the Rift Herald top.
I just do not understand whatsoever why LNG decided to go for that play in the way they did Mazel. The Jax was the strong point. We TP'd him in late into a fight where we're down numbers. The Zed just kind of threw his life away too. We almost lost mid-inner. It's a disaster.
It's a disaster class.
And there, okay. I was kind of waiting for the second look from this. Haichao's down 2 levels, by the way, after the failed dive. So the failed dive really just ruined the game. And I think LNG might be tilted enough to know that. Here, Zed's going to get exhausted and Braum CC'd. And then Zik is like, guys, I'm trying to help out. If he TPs to the turret, at least they get him off. But man, the Ducks from LNG just went marching in one by one.
I don't think it's this, but I really hope he didn't think that his TP would get canceled if the turret died. Because I think if he TPs to the turret, it's such a... It might not be a good fight, but it's such a different fight than when he TPs all the way the hell into the alcove.
Yeah, he's in Narnia. Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if that's a knowledge gap with the new season, like the new TPs
it's just
or whatever,
Nair.
but...
I assume that Zika knows that. He for sure... Like, any TP that you cast, you go there. I'd say 9 months in, I'd
Feels
expect
bad,
our teams to know that.
We'll see if they can actually get their way out of here for LGD. They were looking for a little bit of an exit. It's about 3,000 gold up now. Hovering around the Atacon side of the map, but meanwhile Sasa feeling just fine and dandy on the side lane by himself. Can finally be answered by Haichao. But Haichao is down 2 levels like you said. He's going to get a decent chunk back onto him. Is still a Rise.
I'm going to watch this Rise get absolutely fisted for the rest of the game. I am. You're down 2 levels as Rise. And like, this is the issue of Rise. If you're not ahead, you need to use your HP in order to close the gap and be in range to interact. You don't, when you're down 2 levels, you don't have the HP necessary to do that. Haichao is going to struggle. That dive was an expensive one that failed from LNG. It was a game changer for sure. As Otacon, see if it gets secured here.
Glacial Fissure didn't hit, but the Atacon does still go
And
away.
there's no fight after. Are we going to Realm Warp to Drake? We should. If it's no fight, we Realm Warp to Drake. Good job, Xiaofeng. Cut them off. That's tough.
That feels bad. Oh no!
That's the kind of stuff we like to see in Nutty Nirvana.
That is the kind of stuff we love to see in the Nutty Nirvana nights.
Oh wait, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Get a little bit of play. Shockwave goes completely wide, and it doesn't even matter. Public execution goes through it. Sasa just eviscerates him. Another masterful bait by Haichao for his team, and Zika will now just be ran down. The flash comes through from XQW. I think it was a little bit zealous, but they do end up finding a distance closing. Climber, one more auto, gets it, not enough, but Sasa gets the kill.
There are so many things that just puzzle me at times about these teams. I gotta say. You go first, Manzella. You've been casting LPL for longer.
I just hate it that all the Haichao introspection stuff is just being paid dividends right now.
Game 1.
0-4. Like, it feels so bad.
He had a nice game 1. The Annie was good. We were making proactive, positive decisions. And now I'm just watching this Rise be vegan. He's down two levels and change. Actually, Saucy being up near a level and a half on Zika is that is a crime.
That's wild.
I watched this man get destroyed for the first 15 minutes of the game. I watched his team try the worst dive on the planet, and now he just gets to profit. Riot Games?
Sit back and profit, baby. Oh, now Zika has to run away from Sasa, which is just incredibly sad to see after everything that happened early. It's going to be a 3-man Counter-Strike. He's flashing, he's dashing, he's away.
It messed up that execute a little bit. I think YCX, the Q didn't quite catch the Jax. Needed to be the ult into the Q. Couldn't chain both. The positive is that they at least were able to play that wave all the way in, so they got a good reset. And this Caitlyn is huge. The pen coming in very early into the Caitlyn build. I mean, once we get the 3-item Series Savior, this one's going to be tough. I do not know how they are able to win this one without Zed killing Caitlyn. Because Caitlyn going to be the target of choice, especially with a Seeker's Arm Guard now completed by XQW.
Yeah, you're just never going to win that fight against XQW any longer. Xiaofeng running out of options. We'll see who he can choose to go after here. Is LGD just playing with some vision around Baron? Do they... Okay.
We do like this a lot.
I'm here for it.
Do we like this a lot? I think we do. We're definitely going to get Jax TP. That's a minimum. All right. Jax TP, just reset from there. Just reset from there.
Oh, Zika. You need a team. You need somebody with you. Everybody go in. Somebody go do something. Dwoke gets absolutely obliterated. Here comes the death mark from Xiaofeng. He gets shot in the middle of it. as the Deadly Flourish plus the Curtain Call combo comes through. Glacial Fisher is going to go a little bit wide, but Sasa is cleaning up the back line now.
Super messy.
Sasa needs to get back, though. This is very messy. Zika and Haichao starting to turn it up now as these solo laners.
I think this is frankly good for LNG. They burned a lot, but they stopped it. They went even. Their 2 solo laners get to stay out on the map and get fed, get farmed. They got both sums out of Caitlyn. That's the big one for me. And why that fight was so close in the first place is Caitlyn going to see a replay here. Savior gets stuck. Zhuo actually has a decent pinch set up as they commit towards the TP. Shockwave and everything hitting Zika. I mean, it's not that great. Or sorry, the Shockwave used here on Xiaofeng as he lands. That was timed really well. Yeah, from here, I don't agree with Sasa going for LP. I think LP is just kind of out of the fight if you leave him there. And with the Ambessa leaving, it enables the rest of the front line to run the rest of the fight. I don't think there was a lot of fight left. The Savior was quite low, but bit of a split fight from LGD. Ends up giving some gold over to LNG as they find a couple shutdowns.
Okay, 3 items for Xiaofeng. Has the Serpent Fang now. So has the shield cut coming through. Maybe that's going to be a big difference in some of these fights. I love it that LGD are still hovering around the Baron. You know, things didn't go exactly their way the last time they started that one up, but there's about a minute until that next dragon comes up.
Yeah, rolling Mountain Soul for this, by the way, huge for LGD. Like,
yeah.
Zed, you can see the Black Cleaver is the only pen he's going to have. Jax doesn't want to build pen in his kit. Rise going to delay pen, of course, going with the double stacking, and Jin not going to get it till 4th item either. So I think Mountain Drake being stacked up is very, very big.
It's just baited the observers there. Getting a little bit dicey. They were thinking about collapsing on this top side, but aren't going to do it.
All they have to do, just play the next mid wave. So they jailed them under the top inner. They play the next mid wave. It's a free Drake. And maybe a free Haichao.
Yeah, it's looking like a free Haichao. Dude,
oh, if that QW hit.
It does get the Seraphs, though, so that will be down. That's actually a pretty big defensive tool for Haichao that's going to be utilized. Now, that dragon coming up should just be burned down by LGD.
Yeah, that thing's dead. Caitlyn will shred that with the Jarvan.
They get the outside turret, I think. Zika, maybe. Look at that. A little bit of extra gold. Will be soul point, though, on a Mountain Soul, like you were saying earlier. Going the way of LGD.
Yeah, I mean, for LNG, that feels like they're happy that a girl looked at them, whereas, like, your buddy got their number over at LGD, you know?
Dude.
It's like, yeah, at least you glanced at me.
How the hell does Sauce have a 600 gold shutdown? Like, it's just
He's
crazy
6-2
to
and
think
2
what
now.
happened at the beginning of this game, and now that he's 6-2 and has an over 600 gold shutdown is just so insane.
Beyblade Grandma is going to be online, you know?
True.
Yeah.
Back in my day, the
Well, not even
Beyblades.
Not even that. Yeah, that's the current day. Dan Bessa. She is the current Beyblader. Her and Silas have that in common.
Did you ever use Beyblades?
No. Big waste of money.
Haichao is out.
I mean, I used them, but I never owned them. They were cool in the playground, though. The Let It Rip thing, that was a good advertising campaign. It worked. Actually, Yu-Gi-Oh cards were banned at one point from my elementary school because too many kids were like stealing them during the day.
Oh, well.
That's fun.
Oh, there's a massive flank right now from Zika. Oh, they actually might catch Savior. No, they split their focus. They went after different targets. So they might actually still have the fight, though, going through. LNG are losing people. Haichao goes down as well. 3-man counter-strike from Zika, but is it going to be nearly enough? I mean, this lead is getting out ahead of LNG, and now they have to contest with the Baron buff going over.
Hey, you called him as a what happened at the start of that fight, as Zika's going to hero up again and find the Braum. Okay, red buff got the kill. I don't think Zika can 1v2 this. But also, it might be enough to actually just keep him off the Baron. Just let them keep on taking Baron damage, and then it's a we'll see.
I hate that this is working.
Rakan has Spellbook. Can Zhuo get Smite? No. Okay, this thing's gone.
No.
Rakan won't be there in time. I want to replay. Why did they split up on the Savior? You called it, you're right. I think they had Savior dead to rights earlier on in that fight, and it ended up being significant because he 2-banged Xiaofeng by the end of this. Yeah, that was close, by the way. Zhuo has Smite in his inventory. And they were waiting to get Baron on more members. It was actually close. I don't know if XQW has it or not. Savior got it.
Savior's smiling and laughing, so you know maybe he knows.
Why wasn't everything just instantly used on the Caitlyn? This is a decent angle. You already have a big commit on the Jhin. Yeah, I mean, Xiaofeng used the late ult. I think that if he like flashes preemptively and drops both his shadows, Caitlyn gets deleted faster, and then maybe it's actually a winning angle or winning play.
I think Zika split his focus at the last second because it looked like he was going to jump onto Savior, but then he went onto the south side of the fight on XQW.
Yeah, but also I think if Zed like preemptively flashes there, it's a dead as hell Caitlyn, so I can see why he did that almost.
Well, now that the dust settles, still pretty hefty lead for LGD out in front, as they are looking to try to close the hatches on this one. Xiaofeng to catch XQW. Deadly Flourish doesn't connect there in the end. Xiaofeng able to stop the advance a bit, but the Baron buff is still working its magic in top side.
Zed trying to work some magic too, but that's a potential flash
down. He's going to try to get everything out of him, but Xiaofeng still getting out in the end. Now public execution being used by Sasa. He is in there like swimwear, and he is cutting him to pieces, cutting him to ribbons, as Savior also gets flashed on by Zika. LP is just a little Jhin and goes down to Sasa, as he has found so much payout on this Ambessa. They are looking at more now too. They're gonna get everything onto them as they try to get at least Xiaofeng in the end, who ends up using his clone to get away, but the turret is their focus. They're just gonna brute force this one.
Zed almost cleared the minions. There's only 2 left, but yeah, just trying to ignore him. He did pull the wave though. Yeah, Xiaofeng saves the game.
Oh, LGD.
Gonna keep us here a little bit longer, as Zed should be able to get out too. I mean, this is a little bit tricky to close the gap. Dragon spawns. Tough. If he delays those bases, pretty valuable, as they might be able to race and deny soul.
He got a little bit overzealous there, trying to finish that game. Xiaofeng just expertly taking the minions away, guiding them away. And now LNG are going to be here for this fight. At least Xiaofeng potentially in position to steal something away.
It's taking too long. Yeah, TP's come in. They're going to be able to answer. This is going to be hard. I think it's Soul.
50-50 smite fight.
That's what it's got to be. Zed can win.
50-50. I want to see it. Gives a little bit of excitement. Oh my god. That is a bold TP. I like it, Zika. See if he can get an angle. Oh, they got the rail warp on the side. Oh, he's so dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. All right, Zika just gets the... He's just touching his keyboard a couple times, see what happens. He gets 3-man LP. Can't even do anything. Oh, the fall of man is great to watch. LGD just completely dismantle LNG.
I mean... It was one of the worst dies I've ever seen that started this one. I think we just have to end it at that. The Ambessa was not dove correctly. The Ambessa ends up 1v9 in the game. And the struggles continue. And the problems will continue for LNG until morale improves, as LGD able to take this one. And what ended up being, I guess, a 3-game series that had 2 stomps, feels like it was almost 3 stomps by the end, Mazel.
They had to give us a little bit of fun.
I mean, again, like after the dive, just no chance to win if you are in the LNG camp, which feels bad.
Feels good for LGD. They will get their first series win of the split. LNG will fall to 0-3. That's a feels bad, man, for sure. A couple moments there for sure that felt good for LNG. Just a lot of discoordination in those last fights, and you know, maybe needing to figure out how Zika and Haichao can really connect in these fights, because there's multiple moments that they were disconnected. But LGD, they put it together, and the expected outcome, I guess, Cubby.
I guess so. Well, 2-1 LGD, just as you predicted before things got started, Mizel. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Easy
Very
peasy.
impressive. Long time LPL head. You knew what was coming.
And unfortunately, Haichao doesn't win against his old org. I mean, they'll get another chance. It's a double round robin now in the summer, so they'll get another chance. But yeah, I don't want to go further on that because
we'll see how many wins LGD or LNG picks up. As again, this was a team that, frankly, I was a bit surprised even made it to this split. I really felt like they were going to be done in split 2. They were the favorites to lose out.
Crazy comeback.
They clutched up.
Actually insane.
They did. Joao was big.
Yeah. He really was. What a series, man. You look back to that first game, a fever dream. Did that actually happen? Like to splash some water in your face?
It was a biggie from Xiaofeng. I mean, again, just a Viego comp, guys. Do we see Viego actually get fanned out against LNG?
Probably.
Who knows? That might be an interesting one to stay tuned for. No Viego in the future.
How many wins on Viego?
His first 3 Viego bans against LNG. That'd be utterly disrespectful. I'm here for it.
Oh my god, that'd be actually incredible. I would
utterly disrespectful.
I'm here for it. Who gets? We still have to go through all the post game.
I think it gets. I think it's XQW. I'd actually give XQW MVP. I thought the movements, the party got started against the Rise. I thought they had good movements as a whole, and you definitely cannot give it to Sasa, given how the early lane started, and probably not Climber, given that he was part of the problem a little bit early on too. So, I'm with XQW. He was not part of the problem. It was mostly part of the solution. Savior, kind of. No, XQW. Savior didn't position that well later on.
There was a lot of missed shockwaves, brother. You know.
Don't care. Better positioning overall. It's fine.
All right. We'll see what votes.
Also, the one of the shockwaves that was missed got like 2 or 3 flashes, which ended up being important later on. It's fine.
True. It's true.
It's fine.
That's true. What was your favorite moment of Nutty Nirvana night?
It was definitely the realization that we had 3 just out of 5 games, 4 out of 5 games that were just absolutely just.
Yep.
A team got fisted today. So I feel like that. I feel like that was the
your
conclusion.
Word of the day today, apparently.
Fisted. Yeah. That's what happens. Get Zika a team, man, please. Please, for the love of God, get this guy a team, man. Oh my God. This is actually a disgusting damage graph, I gotta say, and a disgusting gold graph.
That is true. That is very
How is
true.
your Jax doing 34% of your team's damage, man? Holy Christ almighty.
And Sasa still got the better of him.
Oh, I have to watch the dive again. Yes.
Oh no.
Oh, it took us so long, and Zed wasn't even there either, and oh, it's all so bad. Yeah, see, that shockwave hit Mizel.
Then there was like the ultimate. Oh god, I don't want to do it, but the ultimate Haichao bait where he's like trying to realm warp the 3 of the battle. Oh god.
Punishments will continue until morale improves, Mizel. Okay.
I believe it, and I believe that it is going to turn around, because that's the beauty of the fact that it's double round robin in Group Nirvana now, is that you do get a lot more games. I think that was my biggest hatred of split number 2, is the fact that some of the worst teams in the league didn't get a lot of games to try to improve, and I think we see that amount of games matters, and I love that this is double round robin. I love that we get to see this matchup again and see if LNG can pick something up going forward in momentum.
Yeah, I not wrong. I mean, I want to see more out of Xiaofeng. I think that it's been somewhat promising so far from him for this LNG squad. And for LGD, I think game 1, we can say, was a little bit more of a blip than a concern. I still am concerned that this team at times doesn't recognize what their comps want to do. I know it's a younger team, but it feels like they're defaulting to fighting in some places or areas where they should not be defaulting the fighting. That was a nice ult from Sasa. I'll give that one to him. You saw the Jhin set up. Really nice to hide that one in the terrain. And then flashes into the Cataclysm to truly get the Beyblade experience, man. He flashed into Cataclysm to play Ambessa and just start spinning the win. That's a Beyblade right there.
Yeah.
That's a Beyblade.
God, I don't remember. They all have like crazy names. I wish I knew like some names.
Actually, you know what show I did enjoy that came on around that time that I'd watched before school? Bakugan. I thought Bakugan was way cooler than Beyblades.
I couldn't get.
I never got into them either, but like at least the battles were cool. The show was way cooler than like the actual toy itself.
Please get it off my screen, please. I don't.
Haichao in an abysmal game. He might have been the MVP for LGD.
He might have been. That
he might have been.
That might be who gets it. And it feels bad. You never want to like super harp on it, but like there were really bad decisions made in both of these last two games.
Haichao has not been good this year. It's been a tough year for Haichao.
We'll see if he can turn it back around, though. We'll get MVP here coming super quick.
Anything else we have to knock out before MVP? Can we knock out some thank yous or anything before we kill this one, Mazel?
I mean, if you want to do the coffee read.
Yeah, I got you. Let's do this. Guys, before we get the MVP for Game 3 of the true MVP of the night, which was LNG versus LGD, just as a experience, the MVP actually goes to you at home, especially if you decide to be an elite supporter in our coffee. As Climber gets MVP for this one. Climber. Shout out to Climber. But guys, thanks so much to our elite coffee supporters. Aaron Soup, Mang, Forest Without, the streamer. Yeah, the streamer. Owners of Azamorel. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast, gives back to our cast and crew to help, that strives to bring you the English LPL product every day. And it literally is every day, as we are
cool
at
swashes that come over the screen. That's all because of you guys.
It's a sprint to playoffs, sprint to the finish line here, and split 3 to see who we're sending the worlds from the LPL. And made a lot more fun and a lot more is possible thanks to our elite supporters. So guys, again, likes, comments, just watching the streams, anything supports us as a whole. But nothing supports us more than subscribing to the coffee. So think about giving us a coffee subscription so we can give you guys more at home when it comes to the LPL English broadcast.
It goes directly to the LPL English product, which is really cool. There's not like any crazy go-betweens or anything like that. You can give directly to us. So it's really awesome. We appreciate all the support we've had so far. Cubby, I appreciate your support tonight because...
Going to bed. I got to cast again.
It was a nutty Nirvana night, wasn't it?
Casted in less than 8 hours, Bazell. I got to get to bed.
My favorite part, because you didn't ask, just saying.
No,
my favorite
I did
part
not
was
ask.
when I made us do Gyos for the teams.
Okay,
you know,
that's fair.
That was fun.
I at least kept it gameplay related, you know?
Yeah. All right. I appreciate you, Cubby. Got to give a huge shout out to Chippy behind the scenes, going through all this wackiness that we've had tonight. And thank you all for sitting in and sitting with us here for another night of LPL. We'll be back tomorrow where we have 3 best of 3s. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you there.